15 Minutes of Murder, a raw, unfiltered dive into the most haunting unsolved crimes with your creator and hosts, Tanisha Slater and Craig Chapman. After every episode, they break down the case with resident private investigator Desiree Edwards of Sunshine Investigations and star of VH1's Caught in the Act, Unfaithful. But it's not just their theories, it's yours too.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the first sneak peek of 15 Minutes of Murder, where we're just going to give you a little slice of what our show is about. I am one of your hosts, Tanisha Slater.
And I am Desiree Edwards, your resident crime expert.
And my name is Craig. We just wanted to give you a rundown of how this series is going to work. Every episode and every story and every case that we go through will start off with a sort of like preview television series that gives a rundown of the case that we're going to be featuring that week. In the first week, we will show this video, and then after that airs, people will be able to submit questions to us. You can also go to our website, 15minutesofmurder.com, and join our Substack. So we'll have a case file there for you to look at, and you can submit questions there. You can submit questions on our YouTube channel and any other social media outlet. And then the following week, we'll deep dive into the case through a podcast where we'll all join in, and you at home will have your questions answered, and possibly one or two of you will join us on the series.
Craig, that's a big deal. The viewers get to join us and try and break down what actually happened. We can go from who done it to what's missing to what they missed. And with a crime expert, we'll be able to pick apart cases a little bit deeper.
And our viewers get to kind of like keep us in line and let us know, Desiree, you think you know everything, but you don't. Here's what I think. See, I'm ready for that part.
This will also give not only us, but everybody at home an opportunity to explore things that maybe weren't explored at the time that the cases happened. So alternative theories, things maybe we see that were missed, or any sort of like ideas that we might have or you might have at home.
Yeah, I think the best part about this too is that we're going to be featuring all unsolved cases. So it also brings light to the 15 Minutes of Murder, which is also our title, obviously. But 15 Minutes of Murder doesn't mean like 15 minutes of murder. We're going to show you a 15-minute clip. It means every murder somehow gets its 15 minutes of, so to speak, fame. So hopefully with this, with cold cases and unsolved cases, we're bringing to light some things that maybe got overlooked. So you never know what we can crack.
I'm hopeful that maybe some of these cases can become solved just from renewed interest, right? And new advancements and crime investigations and all that kind of stuff. So I'm excited. I think this show is going to be hugely beneficial, and I think our viewers are going to enjoy it.
And we're going to be covering cases specifically from like the 80s, early 80s, where technology and crime solving was a lot different. It was more boots on the ground.
That whole perspective of these investigating agencies just have experience overall that they may not have had 30 years ago. And they can employ those things and get some of these families and communities some closure.
Maybe we should also take this time to sort of introduce ourselves in case people are wondering like where we come from and sort of what we're all about. I was a television producer for 20 years in New York, working on some good and some really terrible reality shows at MTV and VH1. And I started at Nickelodeon. And that's kind of how I met Tanisha.
Yes, and my name is Tanisha Slater, and I have been in the television industry for over 20 years. I have worked on live shows, morning shows, competition shows, reality shows, talk shows, you name it. I've worked on it, from MTV, CBS, ABC, Hulu, lots of good stuff. Like Craig said, lots good, but also some, you don't really want to mention. But I am a big true crime fan. Me and my gals, we get together on Fridays and we watch crime documentaries and throw our 2 cents in there. And that's why this show is going to be really exciting for me. I will be editing your shows, bringing you all the details from what happened to what didn't happen. And I'm really enjoying that a lot as well.
I am Desiree Edwards. I am a criminal defense investigator in the proud city of Detroit, Michigan. A woman approached me, said, "Hey, Des, I like your vibe. I like the way you talk, the way you move. I own a private investigation agency. Do you want to come work for me?" I didn't know private investigation is a real thing. And that's what I've been doing. I went to work for her. It's been more than 10 years, and this is what I do. My work is kind of different from other investigators because I specialize in criminal defense. So 15 minutes of murder isn't just an interest for me, it is my career. This is what I do in real life every day, which is solving crimes and figuring out who did it and who didn't.
Okay, let me just interrupt you really quickly because
Hey, girl.
don't let Des fool you. Des is at the top of her game. Des now owns this private investigation firm, which is her own. Okay, and she is the top sought after private investigator in the
That is
to
true.
fool you.
That all of those things are true.
She just wants
Where,
to status.
yeah, where do we put these things?
We put it out there for the people. Let them
We
know.
put it out there for everybody to know.
That's right.
Not only do I do these criminal defense cases here in Michigan at the state level and the Fed level, I do them across this country. I've worked in more states in this country than I have not. I get international phone calls inquiring about my investigation services. And what Tanisha, while she's checking me, what she ain't tell y'all is that she casted me for the second season of MTV's Caught in the Act Unfaithful, where I was a featured investigator for season 2. So when Tanisha say that I do it all, she's not lying.
Nope, not one tell. And we're going to bring you some good programming and we're going to have lots of amazing, great conversation and hopefully, bring some things to light and hopefully you will enjoy our show.
Yeah, lots of really good cases coming up. And again, just another quick rundown. Each week we'll feature a short sort of television style series that gives a background on the case that we're featuring. You can then go to our website, 15 Minutes of Murder, check out what we have going on there, and to also link to our Substack where you can download a case file just to get more information. You can submit questions there, and you can submit questions through our YouTube channel as well. You can just comment below our videos. The following week, we'll dive a little deeper here on the podcast for the series. We'll answer your questions, give our own opinions, and also, at some point, maybe bring a guest or two on the series to join us as well. Thanks for tuning into the preview. Let us know what you think, if you have any thoughts or ideas, and we will see you in a couple weeks.
April 11, 1981. A quiet mountain town in Plumas County, California. A cabin in the woods, and one of the most brutal, unsolved mass murders in American history. This is 15 Minutes of Murder. Tonight we take you inside the infamous Ketty Cabin murders. A case so disturbing it's haunted investigators for more than 40 years. Ketty was a tiny resort town tucked into the Sierra Nevada mountains. Population less than 100. In 1981, Sue Sharp, a 36-year-old single mother of 5, rented Cabin 28. She was trying to give her kids a quiet life away from a difficult marriage. On the night of April 11th, Sue's children were in and out of the house. Teenagers Sheila and Tina were with friends. John, 15, and his buddy Dana Wingate, 17, were out hitchhiking. The two youngest, Rick and Greg, were inside, watching TV with a friend named Justin. By dawn the next day, the peace of Cabin 28 was shattered. Sue's 14-year-old daughter Sheila returned home at 7 a.m. after spending the night at the neighboring cabin of the Seabolt family. What she found would scar her forever. Inside the living room, her mother Sue, her brother John and his friend Dana were dead, bound with medical tape and electrical cords. Their bodies, savagely beaten and stabbed. One of the boys had been strangled. And Sue was gagged with her own underwear, which was secured with tape, and her throat was slit. The room was chaos. Furniture was overturned, the walls and ceiling were splattered with blood. A butcher knife, a hammer, and a steak knife so violently used, the blade was bent in half. And then, one chilling detail. 12-year-old Tina was gone. Not in the house. Not in the yard. Vanished. Incredibly, the three younger boys were unharmed. As the murders raged in the living room, they slept through the night untouched, just feet away. Or did they? One of them, 12-year-old Justin, later told investigators he had dreamed, or maybe seen the murders happening. He described men with knives, even details of their clothes. But his story changed with every retelling. Who could have carried out such a savage attack? Suspicion quickly fell on two men, Martin Smart, a neighbor, and his friend Bob, a drifter with a violent history. Martin had a rocky marriage. His wife Marilyn told police that Sue Sharp had encouraged her to leave him. The night of the murders, Martin admitted he and Bo were out late. He later confessed in a letter, never shown to a jury, "I paid the price of my wife and I killed the problem." But no one was ever charged. Decades later, in 2016, investigators uncovered a hammer in a nearby pond believed to be one of the missing murder weapons. Still, DNA evidence has not yet solved the case. In 1984, a skull was found in the woods of Feather Falls nearly 100 miles away. Dental records confirmed it was Tina Sharp. How had she been taken? Why was she separated from the others? And why, after 4 decades, does this case still remain unsolved? The Ketty Cabin murders are among the most haunting mysteries in American crime history. A family slaughtered. A child abducted. Multiple suspects. And a trail of evidence that always seemed to go cold. Was this the work of men fueled by rage and revenge? A botched home invasion? Or a conspiracy covered up by corruption in a small town? We may never know. But tonight, we ask you, what do you believe really happened inside Cabin 28?
When officers stepped into Cabin 28, they walked straight into a nightmare. Blood smeared across the walls, bodies brutally attacked, 3 victims murdered, a child missing, and a crime scene so chaotic even seasoned investigators froze in place. And the horror that unfolded inside that cabin still leaves more questions than answers. Welcome to 15 Minutes of Murder, case file, the Ketty Cabin Murders. Hello, everyone. Happy Sunday, and welcome to the full podcast version of 15 Minutes of Murder, where we are going to deep dive into the Ketty Cabin murder case. We're going to be running down everything from top to bottom that you saw in the mini case file, and we're going to talk about some questions that our viewers have had and submitted on our YouTube. I am your host, Tanisha Slater, with co-host Craig and our resident crime expert, Desiree.
Present.
So we're going to be jumping into a deep dive of this first case that we've done, the Ketty Cabin murders, where a family was slaughtered in their home in a tiny mountain resort. And it's basically a 40-year-old mystery riddled with corruption. So this happened on April 11th, 12th, Ketty, California. The victims are Glenna Sue Sharp, who was 36. Her children, John, 15, Tina, 12, Ricky, 10, and Greg, 5. John and Tina were actually murdered. And John's friend, Dana Wingate. 3 youngest boys survived the attack. One of them was a friend of the young boys, and they were asleep in the back room. So we're going to get into the background of the Sharp family and a little bit of the background on Ketty. So the Sharp family, they were a military family, and Sue was in a bad marriage. They lived over on the East Coast, and she went out west with her kids to make a better life for them. Wound up in a small town in Ketty, what she did for work. And she was receiving money actually from the U.S. Navy through her husband, through her ex-husband. And it was only about $250 a month.
Right.
She worked a part-time job. Again, not making much. I'm sure she got by with what she could. And she was also on public assistance. She was on government assistance.
And I
So,
think she also received some kind of stipend for school or something like that.
oh yeah,
So she was
yeah.
in college,
I remember.
like
I
college,
remember
right?
reading that.
Yeah, at least enrolled. And then there was some kind of questions about if she actually attended the classes or not. But yeah, she was receiving a stipend for school.
Yeah. So she obviously, you can give her props as being a mom trying to get her kids out of a nasty situation with an abusive husband or allegedly abusive husband, and relocated to Ketty for affordable living. Um,
She had a brother or somebody that lived near Ketty, California, right?
Yeah, that's when they lived in the, at least according to everything that I have come across, a really raggedy trailer park or something
Hmm.
that was so bad that it made this cabin 28 in Caddy look luxurious.
mm,
So that was their stop before cabin 28.
yeah, and we keep saying cabin, and like you think of like a little small cabin in the woods, but this was, a sizably large, home that they lived in. It was once a vibrant railroad resort
Hmm.
town. It was thriving. But by the 1980s, it was run down. It was isolated. There was crime. Crime was getting, on the rise, and it wasn't so much of a safe place. You escape one, nightmare, and
Hmm.
walk into another. It happens. But a small population. I think, as you said, when you say small, we're talking
Small.
small.
We're talking if the 3 of us, along with maybe 2 other people, we could count the amount of residents on our collective hands and feet, right? I believe the Google census search that I did said it was like 100 people in Caddy. I have worked dozens of cases where there have been more than 100 witnesses. So we're not talking a lot of people. Like if we were to count up the people who lived on any of the blocks that either of us live on, we would probably come to 100 folks easily.
Yeah, yeah. But when that's all that's in your town, then everybody knows everybody. You all know
Everyone knows
everybody.
everyone.
Or if you're not, you don't know everyone, you're related to half of the town. So,
Right.
the fact that, it's a small town and the fact that there was poor police oversight from the Plymouth County Sheriff's Department kind of puts this case in a tricky situation of being unsolved all these years
Mm-hmm.
later.
Mm-hmm.
So, let's get into some social dynamics of the town. So, supposedly there was some resentment towards Sue and tension with neighbors, um, jealousy, rumors floating about. Um, I don't know exactly what this jealousy was stemming from,
Mm-hmm.
but I could only guess that it might have been her neighbor and little thing happening there between her neighbor's husband, who wound up being a suspect for a minute.
From the things that I've seen, I would kind of, I don't know, I would kind of describe Sue as maybe like a hot girl. I get from her that she was like maybe pretty and like the new girl in town. Um, that's the vibe that I get from her. And you know how it is when it's even like think about when we were in high school or elementary school, when the new person comes, everyone is like, ooh, a new person. Let me look at that person. But I get that vibe from Sue that she was just like that girl. Whether because she's Sue Sharp and just that girl, or if she was that girl because she was new in this community. But I get that it was a lot of jealousy around Sue.
And, there's obviously things floating around of
Mm-hmm.
possible drug activity,
Mm,
uh, transient residents in and out.
mm-hmm.
And, you mix a lot of that. You don't know how much she got mixed into. And I also wonder if she knew that's what she was coming into, being that, she had family in Ketty. Did she know that's the kind of town she was walking into with her kids?
Yeah, I don't know if because see, what I don't know is how long her family was in that area, right? So if her family was there long enough to know that this was kind of like a shady population, and they were just like, "Hey, sis, bring the kids to come out here." But it definitely was a shady population. And I think somewhere I read it was because the the sheriff lived there in cabin 28 previously, and it was some kind of scuttlebutt about the sheriff living in cabin 28 and therefore being surrounded around a lot of lawlessness amongst the community with him living in 28. So it was a shady environment. No, so I was gonna say, like, one of the things as you're setting up and going into the intro of the stuff that we're talking about, something that has always stuck in my head is the husband's name is John. I'm
Mhm.
sorry, James. James Sharp is Sue's ex-husband and this military person. What do we know about his discharge or whatever from the military?
You know,
Like,
I don't know much about what
yeah.
went on.
Like I'm wondering what was because it was the allegations that he was abusive to
Mhm.
Sue and the children. And the military, they have a whole nother set of rules. Like you can't be
Oh,
over
yeah.
here with this mess, right? So
Not
I'm
at all.
wondering if like he was discharged from the military and what that looked like
Yeah,
in his
that is definitely interesting. And you also wonder, like, what uh did he have any role in or say with her taking the kids, or was it, she
Yeah.
just got up and left?
Because even like how much contact would he have had with those kids? Because what we know about children, they gonna run their mouth
Yeah.
and they gonna tell everything. And if he was on the phone with any of those kids at any time and Sue had some mess going on in and out that house, Dad, mommy was hanging out with so and so and so and
Mhm.
so, and mommy was, you know what I'm
Well,
saying?
but we have to remember too, it's 1981 or
It
the early
is.
80s, and we didn't
Yep.
have like quick, call up dad on FaceTime and tell him all
Yeah,
about what
but
mom did
but
on the
even if
weekend.
even if it was a pay phone call once or twice a month, kids are always kids. Kids are always going to tell. So even if it was that monthly call, it would have been mommy, daddy, mommy has been hanging out with these people. And as
Yeah.
far as the investigation goes, um, was James ever part of that? And did he ever report back to the investigators any information that the kids will have given him about the company Sue was keeping?
True.
Like, just where is James?
I think that's a good question. Like all the research I did and all of the background I read about this case, they mentioned him and they mentioned that she moved a pretty long distance from the east coast of
Mm-hmm.
the US all the way out to Keddie, California, which I believe is like northern mid California somewhere up
Yes.
in the mountains. But that was the extent of it, just that he was abusive and that she bounced and took the kids with her.
Yeah. Because I'm gonna tell y'all, when I'm working cases and I really want to find out some good stuff about someone, I will go into the family court side because typically courts have two sides, the criminal side, well, maybe three, criminal, civil, and then family. So I would then go into the family court side and run a person's name to see if there were any divorce filings, any paternity filings, any child support filings. And I will go and talk to that person and get tons of information from those people. So essentially, I'm going to find your baby mama or your baby daddy to give me all of the tea on you as an investigative tool. And I think that
Mhm.
if they didn't do that with James, they may have missed
Mhm.
a lot of information.
But also the fact that, you know, a lot of people and a lot of things that I've read in the specific site where I read that, she wasn't exactly the ideal mom who everybody painted her out to be, and that she was actually renowned for leaving her kids and abandoning her kids and leaving them at home to fend for themselves, and that she spent most of her time with her best friend named Nina. So, I mean, you just don't really know what happened, because
Right.
but when
I,
people are saying, I mean, people are quick to say when you leave your kids, when you're not a good mom, people are quick to, point that out and just, spread that.
yeah, and then I mean, again, you just said it is 1981. So was she leaving her kids or was
Mm.
she just like, because in 1981, leaving your
I
kids looked,
mean, I was a latchkey kid. I had the
I
green string with OG
swear,
on my neck.
in 1981, it was you leave the house in the morning when you wake up, and then you come back at maybe street light time or something like that. So to say that she left the kids, right?
Mm.
Um, Looking back at it from my 2025 perspective,
Yeah.
I don't really know what that means. Because we were all left if that's the case.
Yeah, certainly. I had an older brother, and the second my parents were gone and he was supposed to be watching me, he was gone and down the street with his friends. So I was home alone all the time until like the neighbor teenage girl would come over and sort of like babysit me until my parents would come home.
Right. Yeah.
So
So I kind of want to give Sue some credit on that. I don't want to necessarily say, oh, she was a neglectful mama and she was ripping and running the streets.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
don't want to go there with Sue just yet.
Yeah. I
I
mean,
was
that's
looking for a little more information on the husband, and
yeah, no.
the only thing I could find is what we already talked about.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it's very slim. There's really not a lot out there about him, just that basically she left him and was trying to look for something better. I read that she even stayed with his parents for a little bit.
Oh, really?
Um, yeah,
She was a stay-at-home mom while he was in the military.
Mm-hmm.
but
So
yeah, there's just a lot about like her mothering, and sad to say, like when you have a lot it makes me wonder if people were talking bad about her being a mom, be, are they recalling her being a bad mom because of what happened, or if they really thought that.
Right. And so, like, basically, like an implied truth, kind of like,
Mm,
oh, well, now that this has happened,
yeah,
hindsight, I guess she was a bad mom because how else could this have happened if she wasn't a bad mom?
yeah.
And I feel that's a sad and unfair assessment, right? Um,
I mean, because when you think about it, you could say somebody's a bad mom all they want, but with that amount of kids, and you are concerned with she could have left and went to Ketty all on her own and left those kids wherever if she didn't care.
she could
And
have
she
left
was
him
a
with
bad
James.
mom. She could have left them with James. She could have left them with their parents.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So like you, I won't
Mm-hmm.
go down that road and and speak ill
Right.
in that way. Uh,
Yeah, because that parenting thing, I like to kind of shy away from that because
mm,
I got 4 kids and a husband, and it's hard,
mm,
right? So I
yeah,
can only imagine what it would be like as a single mother with 4 or 5 children and very little income. So I definitely want to give Sue grace and the benefit of the doubt on that.
yeah. So the children she had from teens down to little ones, and we'll just like recap the activities of that evening. So what we do know is that on that evening, John and Dana went to hitchhike to hang out in Quincy, where I think that's where her brother had lived, in a
Mm-hmm.
small place out there. And they went to go hang out with some friends. And their friends that claimed that there was possible encounters with drug involved teens. I don't know a lot about that, and that the friend Dana was seen with some sketchy individuals, some street locals. So
Yeah, in this side of town where this activity where the kids were hitchhiking to and going to party to, that's the side of the town that everyone alleges that Sue would, when she was abandoning the kids, that's where she would go,
mm,
on this side of town. Um, and it was some like conflicting information about how the boys got back home and who took them back home and
mm,
was that those sketchy people they were with in
yeah,
this
were they
sketchy part of
followed?
town.
I mean, that's true too. If the kids
Yeah,
were like involved in something that mom didn't know about, did the kids owe money? Did the kids,
yeah,
get too cocky out there? Like we don't know. And
yeah, and
how, and who exactly was Dana Wingate? Like, like they couldn't have been, lifelong friends. These are new. This has to be a new friend. You don't know who he was or what he was into or what he got John into. Because I mean, you could go off on any angle and be like, oh, it was the kids hanging out with the wrong people, or it was
right.
Sheila hanging out with the wrong people. It was the neighbors who were jealous. There's just
Yeah,
so
and that's what has frustrated me from the top to the bottom about this case because it has just been left with so many possibilities, right? So at some point, if we start off with 10 theories or 10 possibilities, at some point a thorough investigation will narrow that down. So now we went from 10 to now we're at 6. But with this case, all of these possibilities and all of these theories have been just left to fester and survive 40 years later.
So we've got John and Dana who went off and they were out hitchhiking, doing whatever, young fellas do in the 80s. And
Mm-hmm.
then, you got Sue and the younger kids at home watching TV. Now, with Sue, her two younger boys, and their friend Justin. And, I guess they're all watching, TV, just sitting at home. Um, and I guess Sheila uh, was over at a friend's house. Now, the thing with Sheila being at the friend's house is that I had read that Tina, Tina, the youngest daughter, usually
Mm-hmm.
slept over at the neighbor's house, and Sheila never had anything to do with them.
And that's because Sheila was new into Caddy.
Mm-hmm.
So Sheila was away, depending on if this is a theory that you believe, Sheila was away in another state having her baby. And she visited
Oh,
the Caddy
wait a
cabin
minute.
one time.
So Sheila has a baby?
Mm-hmm. So here, girl, here go the tea. So Sue's friends, the Meeks.
Uh-huh.
The Meeks had a boy in the family. I want to say Richard, don't quote me on that. But there was a son in the Meeks family that is allegedly the baby's dad of Sheila, got Sheila pregnant. Sue sent Sheila to Oregon to stay with relatives there and had the baby. So by the
Wow.
time, yeah, so by the time Sue and the rest of the family moved into Caddy, Sheila was away in Oregon. So she came to visit them like December, maybe the Christmas, because the murders happened in April. So then Sheila would have went to visit them around Christmas. So that would have been Christmas of 1980. Then April of 1981 is when the murders happened. And a few weeks before the murders happened, so now we're in late March of 1981, is when Sheila moved in to Caddy with the rest of the family.
So then that makes it even
Mm.
stranger that she
Even
would be at the
stranger.
neighbors and no baby.
And no baby. So that's a whole nother theory, right? Where supposedly the Meek family was pissed off at Sue for putting this baby up for adoption because the Meek family wanted the baby. And the Meek family saw this baby as the first grandbaby of the family.
Oh wow.
And
So
where did the Meek family live?
they lived on the best way for me to describe it is that they would have lived on that sketchier side of town. Not to
Yeah.
say that the Caddy cabin ain't the sketchy, because obviously it is,
Yeah.
but they live on that other side of the town.
Yeah,
Okay.
because that now that you say that, it makes it even stranger to me because my mind started going to like what Sheila into. And so I was reading that, it was typically Tina because the neighbors had younger kids that Tina would go over and
Mm-hmm.
always spend the night there and, hang out there. But that night, while Tina was there, Sheila went over and sent Tina home and Sheila stayed there.
Mm-hmm.
So Tina would have been spared had she stayed like she typically would at the neighbor's house.
Right.
But Sheila sent her home,
Correct.
which is odd.
Which is odd.
Um,
Sheila sent Tina home from the cabin that was right next
Directly
door
next door.
to them. And no one in that home allegedly heard any noise, any bumping up against the wall, anything coming out of that house. And what was also something to me about the Seabolts is that because that's the family who
Yeah,
lived
the
in that
neighbors.
cabin next door. They said, I got it in my notes because it stuck out to me crazy. Y'all, give me 1 second. According to the timeline that I have, Sheila went to the Seabolt's house at around 8 p.m.
Mhm.
Um, then the Seabolts reported seeing a weird green van outside of cabin 28 at around 9 p.m. Then Tina is sent home at 9:30.
Which is late for a 12-year-old, right?
I think she was 10. No, she was
Yeah,
12.
and that's
10. But not only that, this is what struck me. This is a town of 100 people. So that means we're a close-knit community, right? So if I notice a vehicle that I hadn't seen before outside my neighbor's home, and then the next morning I found out that that neighbor's home that weird vehicle was parked in front of, people were
right,
murdered and slaughtered in that
right,
vehicle.
right.
I
Put
mean,
a
slaughtered in that
CCTV
home.
out.
If we're a small town like that, whose green van is that? I've never seen
Yeah,
that green
yeah,
van.
yeah,
If someone pulls up in a green van in front of my house right now, I might just look out the window and be pissed off that someone parked in
yeah,
front of my house, right? But I live in a larger city.
yeah.
But in a small town like that,
I
and
think the
then
first place I'm gonna go is to Quincy. Start looking for a green van.
green van. But also when Tina was sent out to go home and you saw that weird, awkward
Oh
van,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
you're not like, Tina, hold on. Hey, I'm finna walk Tina home. There's a
Right,
car out here.
right.
It's just,
Yeah, and we don't know
I
how
don't.
long that car was out there or when it
mm-hmm,
left.
mm-hmm. So did someone send Tina away to be murdered?
Mm. I mean,
Tina was ultimately not murdered at first, right?
we don't know that. I mean,
We
she could
don't
have
know
been
that.
murdered first and dumped, or she could have been held for who knows how long.
Mm-hmm.
She could have escaped from her captors and died on her own.
Well, we know that she at least tried to escape because the
Yeah,
back pocket of her jeans was ripped
yeah,
when
and I
when when
guess
they when they found her remains. So somebody she was trying to get away from someone. But yeah, I think that timeline right there, that hour and a half timeline, has been sticking with me since I started doing my homework on this case.
so. There were witnesses who did, report that they saw a bearded man with glasses earlier in the week, seen around the Sharps cabin. No, no leads were really ever followed up properly to check and see who that was, who the green van was.
No, we don't know. And part of that is because um back to the Seabolts. When Sheila made her discovery and she went and reported it to them, do you know that they didn't call, it took an hour before they called the cops?
How in the world? What are you doing for an hour?
What are you doing? And they are the people who went back. So Sheila reported what she saw to them, and that the boys were in the bedroom. So they went back and retrieved these kids. So you would have seen this scene and you not call the cops for a
Yeah.
whole hour.
How do you pull the
Maybe,
kids out without?
maybe,
I mean, they walk through the living room and see everything that's happened. But let's
Well,
let's just let's just talk about the. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Craig.
no, I was going to say maybe we should, just for people listening at home, describe sort of
Yeah, I'm going to talk about
what
the crime
happened.
scene.
Yeah.
So the
oh,
crime scene, they were found. The family was found on April 12th by Sheila. She was at the neighbors. She got up in the morning. She walked home, opened the door, and found her mom, John, and Dana
mhm.
slaughtered in the living room and bound with medical tape bludgeoned, stab wounds, blunt force trauma, blood splatter everywhere, uh,
Everywhere.
everywhere. That it literally looked like there was just complete struggle and hours of torture.
Mm-hmm.
There was a knife that was bent in half. Like, do you know how much force it takes to bend a knife in half when you're stabbing somebody? That's violent. That is brutal. That is hatred. That is zero
Mm-hmm.
regard for human life
Mm-hmm.
and zero regard for a mother and children. Um, a hammer was used.
Mm-hmm.
To murder with a hammer, that is that's monstrous.
Yeah, and in my work, um, knives, stabbings are some of the most personal um crimes, right? We know if I'm working a case and my the victim in my case has been stabbed, I immediately think of the closest people to that victim. Who has the most access to him? Who, whether that is physical or just like in the family, in the friend unit, because a stabbing
Yeah.
is a very intimate crime.
Um,
One of Sue's wounds was so deep that it touched her spine. Like that is the force. And just think about your torso, your body right now, like where your spine is. You know what I'm saying? Like someone would have to force that knife through your torso, through your chest cavity or wherever and reach
yeah,
your spine. And your spine is deep in there for a reason.
yeah. And
And
It's
that
so,
knife,
protected.
that knife, in the pictures, it almost looks like they would have had to like push down on them, like
Mm-hmm.
almost cave them in a little bit to reach down in that deep.
Yeah, I don't even know how you would the direction and motion you would need to stab someone to get to a spine. Like I don't even medically, I don't even know how that's possible. If nothing else, like I said, we were created for our spines to be hidden and protected because they are literally the backbone, right, of our existence. And for you to reach that, and
so
I
I
want to
mean,
say, just for our viewers who are like love timelines and accuracy and things like that. Sheila allegedly returned home that morning to make this discovery at 10 a.m.
so the kids. So you're
Wow,
thinking kids. Now that I'm thinking, like kids are early birds, especially that age
that
of
young,
the
yeah.
children that were.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way they didn't get up and walk around that house before Sheila got there and possibly
Mm-hmm.
see what was happening. Uh,
The neighbor, was it the Siebel father was the one that went to the back door to get the boys out. The boys that survived came out the back door. They didn't want to take them through
mm,
the house to see the murder scene, essentially, is what I read.
Yeah. And so I get that. But what also I don't get about that is if you walk into the home and you see all of that carnage and you see in this other room over there that there are alive people. You just leave them there. You don't say, "Come on, y'all, let's go, let's get out of here." You
Yes,
what do you
she left and she went back next door, right?
right? She went back next door, but if she would have saw them, why wouldn't it have been, "Come on, y'all, let's get out of here"? Or if they saw her seeing them, then why didn't they say, "Don't leave, Sheila, don't leave, take us with," you know what I'm like it
I don't know. It's just so hard because it's just like, you want to put yourself in that situation, like just visually to try and think of what you would do or what happened.
mm-hmm,
But if I walk in the door and I've just gone through having my own child, let alone these are my baby brothers, like I'm storming through there, I'm going out the back door with them. Is someone still in the house? Are they still there?
right, right.
Like, how do you?
Where's the sister? Where's my little sister?
Yeah, where's my little sister? Like what?
Yeah, what are they? Ricky, Greg, Justin, where is Tina?
Yeah,
Hmm. Yeah.
I mean,
Where's Tina? So it's again, it's we could do this. This caddy stuff is enough to
well,
carry.
it's like the theory or whatever is that either one, the killers weren't threatened by young kids or even worried about these kids being able to identify them, or be able to pick them out of a lineup, or they knew them and were like, let the kids, that's not what we came to do. But what did you
Hmm.
come to do? Like, what is the
Right.
point? Like, why? And there goes the motive again. Why?
Why?
Like,
Yeah.
why do you slaughter a mom and her two sons? Were you there to murder Sue and the younger boys intervened and you had no choice there?
Hmm.
Or were they all sleeping? Like when the boys came home, like what were they doing when they were approached or when someone broke in? Did they break in? Did they sneak in? There was no signs of breaking in. So they
Right.
obviously just came in.
Right. Yeah. Well, no one needed to break in, because the way the house was laid out, like you see how the in the pictures, the front of the cabin looks very cabinish.
Mhm.
And the back of the house looks very houseish,
Yeah.
right? And that's because it's a addition back there. And the older son, I want to say is John, he lived back there. And there was only one bathroom. And so they kept the house open so that John could come in and out to access the bathroom and, the kitchen and, sit around with the family. So the door would have always been open. No one would have needed to break in. No, there wouldn't have needed to be a sign of forced entry.
So like thinking and knowing and knowing about the case, three basically grown-ups, because when you're a teenager you're big enough.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you see the boys, they're not little, you know.
They were
So
17 at the time, right?
yeah, so I mean
Mm-hmm.
they're nearly on their way to being young men. So there were multiple weapons. I mean, I don't know from experience, but I do know that murdering someone is a physical, exerted activity,
Mm-hmm.
um, because you're fighting someone to overtake them. And
Yes.
so, can one person overtake two boys and a young mom trying to protect her kids? So, is there more than one?
Yeah. I was for that scene, the way that scene looked and the damage that was done to Sue and the children, I would dare say that it was maybe two or three people in that house, because we would have needed someone to not just cause the harm, but we would have needed someone to control that scene. Because otherwise, you know, someone coming out the window,
Yeah,
someone's running out the back door. And
yeah,
in fact, while we're talking about the back door, there was a weird fingerprint or thumbprint on the railing of the back stairs,
and linked to who?
unidentified.
Yeah, that's what.
So, Ketty, this is what we're talking about. And but that jives with, maybe that's the reason why there is no forced entry, because if you are Sue's friend and you visited the family regularly, you would probably know that they kept that back door open. So if you're coming in to murder them,
Yeah,
where are you coming from? You're coming from the back door, and you may have planted that thumbprint on the rail as you're coming up and down the stairs. But yeah, that's the
well,
cabin.
Well, yeah,
but
so that takes us to the investigation, right? Which had all kinds of problems.
Oh, some of which we've already discussed.
Yeah.
Let me say this too, y'all. So this is the full timeline that I know it. So we have Sheila going to the Seabolt's cabin at 8:30 p.m. that night. Then the Seabolts reportedly see the van outside cabin 28 at 9 p.m. Then Tina leaves the Seabolts to go home at approximately 9:30 p.m. Then John and Dana, depending on who says it, arrived home at sometime between 11 and 11:30 p.m.
And then the murders supposedly take place between we don't know.
Between we don't know. So around 1:15 that morning, the folks in cabin 16 woke up because they heard noise. Marty and Bo left the bar that they were hanging out at.
Who is Marty and Bo?
So
Marty,
Marty is
I know who
Marlon.
they are, but we
know.
should explain who
Go
they
ahead, crime
are.
expert.
we're
Yeah.
about to. We're about to.
Okay.
So Marty Smart is Jason, the one of the little boys who are in the bedroom. That is his stepdad.
It's Justin or Jason?
Justin, Jason, what did I say?
It was Justin, right?
Okay. Justin. So listen, I'm a mom. I don't even know my
Whatever
kids'
your name
names
is.
sometimes. Yeah, whoever you are, that person. So that's his stepdad, and Marty is married to Marilyn. Bo is Marty's homeboy. So they were at this bar acting a mess and drinking and fussing and causing a commotion, and they left the bar at 1 a.m.
Now,
And
the two of them were actual suspects.
they were suspects. That's where this is going. So they were the suspects. They leave the bar at 1 a.m. And not only are they actual suspects, but the legend is that Marty was having an affair with Sue.
Mm-hmm.
And Sue may have told Marilyn, who was Marty's wife, that of this affair. And so,
Or I heard or read
what you
that
hear
she was trying to convince Marilyn to leave her husband.
to leave. So Marty and Bo at the bar, hanging out, whatever, they lit. Then they come. So then we got the people in cabin number 16 hear some noise and commotion at 1:15. Now, Marty and Bo allegedly returns back to that bar at 1:30.
So what's the time frame between they leave the bar and come back to the bar?
30 minutes.
30 minutes.
Exactly. That's a whole lot of stuff to have done to a whole lot of people.
You're talking about travel time. You're talking about, and you can't, there's no cleanup. You're going to have blood all
They
over
gotta
you.
clean themselves, yeah.
You're going to have blood all over you, and to murder 3 people in 30 minutes or less than 30 minutes, maybe 10 minutes. You leave fingerprints.
And you're gonna want to sit down, because if you're stabbing someone so hard with that much force where you're reaching their spine, you're tired, you're out of breath.
It makes me wonder, like, why they were even suspected. Like, was it solely on the supposed affair, or because they were at a bar and left the bar, they were
one of the young boys that survived out of the three described them. Remember,
but he was describing, but then Justin's just allegedly describing his dad.
Yeah,
correct. And then
so maybe they did go to the cabin. Maybe he just went there to check on his kid. I mean, that's a possibility.
Yeah, that's a whole nother set of, like, a whole nother level of twisted, though. Like, I am going to go into this home where my stepchild, if you want to be specific about it, where my child is asleep, and there to have a good time with their friends. And I am going to go in this house, me and my drunk homeboy, and we're going to slaughter everyone in this house while my son is in the back room.
Yeah, but I mean, maybe they did leave the bar in that 30 minutes, go visit,
Okay.
but nothing had happened at that point. They just
Nothing
go
happened.
check in and then,
We went back to the bar.
go back to the bar.
Yeah.
Right. But
So
I don't,
you don't think
what'd
that
you
happened?
say?
You don't think that happened?
I don't think what happened.
That they just kind of popped in, checked in, and then went back to the bar?
Um,
Because that places them at
just
the scene of the crime, but doesn't mean they did it, because at the time that they arrived, maybe, the murders hadn't even happened
well,
yet.
more than that, I just question the timeline. Not necessarily that they didn't like really do it, because maybe they did, right? But I know for sure they didn't do it in 30 minutes. I know that for sure.
Well, to talk about the main suspects, Martin Smart, of course,
Martin
inmates in
Smart.
Maryland, supposedly having an affair with Sue, was their neighbor.
Mm-hmm.
He was also
Mm-hmm.
an abusive man to Marilyn. And it's reported that Sue was trying to help Marilyn. I guess, she'd been through it before with her husband, James, or her ex-husband, James. So, I mean,
Mm-hmm.
she could have been just helping him out. I don't know how true this affair, business is. But
Right.
the smoking gun here is that the hammer used in the murder was owned by Marty. So the hammer belonged to him. And the fact that he told his therapist that he killed Sue. Why he
Well,
would.
so there are supposedly two hammers.
Mm,
Yep.
And the hammer that was found, weirdly found 35 years later, I believe, is the hammer that Martin says matches the description of his hammer. I don't think that the hammer that was left neatly and nicely on the table in Sue's home was that knife. I
so
mean
yeah,
that
let's
hammer.
talk about the weapons, like where they were. The hammer was left on a table. Like, I mean, and then also
Yes,
you leave the murder weapons. Like, who
correct.
leaves behind murder weapons?
And you leave them not just scattered about, like where, like, okay, so if I beat you with a claw hammer, that claw hammer may be left next to your body because, whoo, I'm done. I done beat you, I'm tagged. But for them to leave the butcher knife and the claw hammer, um, still bloody on a table, that's like a weird level of care and
Yeah,
concern.
you're placing these items down that you just used to murder someone.
Yeah. So are you what so when I try to unpack that in my investigator brain, it's like, is that a level of I don't care who finds out about this? Like, is that from a level of complete disregard? Maybe because
Or not just I don't care who, it's that they know
right,
and
but
nobody.
this is where I was gonna go. Do you, because if we're gonna run with the theory that Martin Smart and his homeboy did this, did Martin Smart and his homeboy leave those weapons at that table because they disregarded being caught because they are close friends with
Mhm,
Sheriff Doug Thomas? And if
mhm.
I just killed these people, I don't care where I leave this nice. My homeboy is the sheriff. He got my back.
So at that point, she was still kind of the newbie, but she'd been living there for months. So she kind of, integrated into the town, integrated. I'm
Mhm.
sure people, adored her kids or,
Well, integrated
so,
enough to where, she allegedly is sleeping with this woman's husband.
yeah.
integrated enough to where her children were staying the night at other people's
True.
cabins and other people's children were staying the
True.
night at her
Well,
cabin.
because my thinking was like nobody's gonna care because this is the new woman in town. She's not from here. Nobody's gonna care what happens to this woman or her family.
Yeah. There
So
is some
we don't
kind of
have to
a,
cover our tracks.
yeah.
And there was one more thing that I did read, which was strange. So I read that Ketty, the electricity in Ketty, the light supply or whatever, was the lights were controlled by cabin 28. So in order to turn
Yeah.
off the lights in the town, you would have to turn off the lights on cabin 28.
Mm-hmm.
And before Sheila went over to the neighbors, she turned the light bulb out on the front of the cabin as though like why why would you do that? Like what is the significance of that?
So that I saw that too. And the way it was described, I couldn't figure out if she physically like untwisted like
And I think it was
the
like a
light bulb.
physical untwisting because if you would have turned the light out, if you would have manually turned the light out, then it would turn off the electricity for the town. But if you unscrew just the bulb on the porch, you would only leave the porch dark and not the
Okay.
town.
Okay.
So I thought that
So
was strange.
so that was the one thing that was strange. The other thing for that was strange about that to me is how would she know that? And what I mean by that is that my children don't live with me. So whenever they come to my home, they are sometimes just as confused in my house as they would be in yours because they
Mm-hmm.
don't live here, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how would she have known that much? And she had just been there a couple of weeks. Like, did she
Yeah.
know it? Oh
So it
yeah,
makes
by the
me
way,
think,
Sheila,
yeah. So it makes me think like it's like you'll know the house because it'll be the only one without the porch light.
it'll be the only one without the porch, without the porch light. And if that was not intentional and just a coincidence, like
Mm, yeah.
that's horrible luck. But
Yeah.
also, um, how often during the night would Sheila see Sue doing that? Would Sue
Yeah. Yeah.
regularly
Was it
go out?
something that she would regularly do to
Right,
save?
like because otherwise, how would Sheila had no? Because that's like a quirky thing to
Yeah.
know.
Yeah. It's like if you're overthinking it, that theory, and I'll, there's no shame. I mean, I did go down a rabbit hole as we talked on the live. I like my rabbit
Mhm.
holes. And I
That's what
went down,
investigators do.
yeah, and I went down a rabbit hole on a site called Ketty 28. And when I say the theories from this site are really like, so if you're doing your own research, visit there on this case if you want to go a little further and deeper. But I try to stay away from it because I don't want to make any accusations more than there already have been, like Sheila and this light bulb situation. But that is definitely a strange thing uh, to think about happening on the night of murders. I mean, I don't know if she did that every night. We don't
Right.
know. It could just be coincidence, but it
Can
is
we
definitely strange.
can we double back to this hammer? Because this hammer low key almost took me out. Like this hammer almost took me down a whole rabbit hole. And I'm gonna tell you why. We find a hammer 35 years later, and that hammer is still significant enough for us to report it. So what I mean by that is if something happens right now in 2025 and then we find the tool that was used 35 years later, do I immediately be like, oh, snap, this is the tool that we were looking for at 35? You know what I'm
So
saying? Like, where
you're thinking planted.
I'm thinking, not only am I thinking planted, I am thinking planted because the person who allegedly found this, girl, let me tell you about this story if you don't know this part.
Yeah, yeah.
So, this man was with a woman and they were attending a wedding. and the woman claims to have lost her ring. The man went and got a metal detector. Yep, that face. He went and got this metal detector, and he's out looking for this this ring with this metal detector, and what is now at the time they're searching a dried up pond. And it is in this dried up pond where this man is with the metal detector looking for a ring that belonged to a woman who attended a wedding. And then we find, well, maybe the pond was not empty at the time.
Maybe it was a reservoir and it just happened to drain. I don't know.
Maybe I don't know.
That's
But
strange.
ain't that strange?
And so what this guy finds, instead of the ring, he finds the hammer and then goes and reports it as though the first murder in the town is in the back of his head. And he's like, let me go report this hammer because this has to be the murder weapon.
And it's 35 years later.
Yeah, because if I found a hammer laying somewhere, I wouldn't
I
think
wouldn't
anything
think
of
anything.
it.
You
Yeah.
wouldn't think anything of it.
I would just probably throw it to the side and keep doing what I'm doing.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't even touch it. I just keep on moving.
I wouldn't even have thought about it.
Yeah. Oh, a hammer.
A hammer.
Hmm.
And so that's the second hammer.
Yes. Yes. And
So
that is the hammer that allegedly matches the description of the hammer that came up missing from Martin Smart's
I know
house.
I want to say Martin Short all the time.
Me too.
So,
We're 80s babies.
yeah, I know. Can you tell? So at that point, when he found the hammer, then Marty was already dead.
I guess so, because he found the hammer in 2016. So
Yeah, so
was Marty dead?
so because they had him in, I mean, they questioned them, but now it's like he's dead. So there's nothing that can be done finding this evidence to try and close it out. So who's to say the man who picked up the hammer didn't do it?
Well, I think of course the
I'm
evidence
going just crazy.
was not going to close this out because it was reported to the detective from the Sacramento Department of Justice, because that's who they called in to work this case, to take it out of the jurisdiction or whatever for the Plumas County Sheriff.
Mhm.
But those Department of Justice people were not homicide detectives. They were organized crime agents. So they don't, not to say that they don't know how to conduct a homicide investigation, but that
Yeah. So to
that's
recap about botched evidence, now we're talking about a hammer found 35 years later in a dry pond.
in a
So there's
tripod.
so there was contaminated crime scene evidence.
Mm-hmm.
There was no neighborhood sweep done. There was no forensic preservation whatsoever. There was interviews were delayed, and in delaying interviews, you give people enough time to get their story straight. And tips were ignored. So people giving tips of saying, "Hey, I saw a green van the night of the murders. Hey, I saw a strange man." These things were ignored or weren't followed up on.
Yep.
And I don't know whether that's from a small town and not having the experience, but I mean, you have the common sense. I mean, there's common sense. I mean, literally, our country is steeped in crime. I mean, you watching old episodes of FBI and all this, and you're the police chief of a small town. I mean, I'm pretty sure you know what to do first. I mean, everybody pretty much knows what to do in the first 48 hours, in the first 24 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Question everyone.
I was about to say, you just talk to people.
Everywhere. Comb the neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as like stepping in and contaminating crime scenes, I get that. Like, you don't know what the hell to do when you walk into something like that.
But
Children,
I think even back then, what you're saying is contaminating a crime scene. It may not have had the same importance that it may have today. And the reason why I say that is because contaminating a crime scene in 1981 means what?
It
Because
means walking in the
half the
front door with your hand and turning the door. It means stomping and
because
walking all over.
because half of the technology and science that would have been used to comb through that didn't even exist in
True,
1981. So
true.
what?
But again, you don't want to walk into a crime scene stepping on blood spatter or touching anything. Touch nothing. Even I know, grab a pen and pick up the
Yep.
gun with a pen. Like, don't touch anything. And I can't imagine what they did walking in there, collecting
Well,
evidence.
and
And
not just them walking in there, but the Seabolts, whomever from the Seabolt cabin had to go in and get the kids out. Even if they took the kids through the back, that is still a crime scene.
what
Did
you
It's
anybody
do?
question the kids?
Well, yeah,
so they
because
did.
Justin, he was
And
12, right?
and yeah, they talked to the kids, and Justin is the one who gave them the varying descriptions. So at one time they interviewed the kids and Justin said he saw this. And then another time they interviewed the kids, Justin gave a different account of what he saw. And that's the part where I say they needed to call in that forensic psychologist, because at that point we need someone who is specifically trained to withdraw that kind of memory and recollection out of someone through their trauma, through their sleep, taking in account that they are 10 years old or 12 years old, or however old he would have been, to just have a regular homicide detective to interview those kids. They got what they got because
Yeah.
of that.
But also, like when he's saying if a kid, if they're claiming the kid slept through the night and saw nothing,
Mm-hmm.
how do you have Justin who is telling you what he saw? And
Mm-hmm.
if he saw something, did he see men hanging out there before he went into the room and nothing and everything was fine? And they knew these people who were in there and that's what he saw? Or did
Or
he
how
see the murders happening and ran back to the room? Like the questioning of the children, the ball was dropped there.
Or how about, did you see your daddy?
Yeah.
Hmm.
I mean, I mean, we don't know what's in those case files of
Yeah.
what
Mm-hmm.
was said
Mm-hmm.
or
Yeah.
what questions were asked to them.
Yeah.
Uh,
Did you see your daddy doing this? And is that also why Justin gave varying descriptions? Because did he see his daddy? And oh snap, I did see my
yeah.
daddy. So let me hurry up and change
Oh,
this
wait,
and
I
make
don't
sure.
remember what I saw. It was
Right.
blurry. Now I don't remember.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, that would make sense if he did see them before just hanging out, but then they have the alibi of being at the bar. But then is everyone at the bar telling the truth? I mean, we don't have, surveillance cameras to prove when they walked in the bar,
Right.
when they walked out of the bar. They might have never even been at the bar.
Mm.
They could have been at the house the whole time.
And the truth of the matter is, who, even if all of these things were reported, so if the Seabolts would have said, hey, um, we saw John Smith in that green van, or if someone would have been able to identify this strange person in these glasses, or if someone was able to provide the name of this person who just so happened to find his hammer 35 years later. If someone would have provided all of that information, if the county sheriff is crooked and steeped in the middle of these people, what he gonna do? He gonna give a full
That's true.
investigation?
That's true. But then also to go back to like, were they at the bar or weren't they at the bar? Talking about who Bo was, Marty's friend.
Mm-hmm.
He was an ex-mob enforcer. He lived
Correct.
in Martin's basement. He had a
Yeah.
criminal record and he had ties to the FBI. So if they
Mm-hmm.
wanted to cover up anything, no problem. They were at the bar.
No problem. We're at the bar. Better yet, no problem. We just gonna go ahead and sit these knives on the table because
Yeah,
we ain't worried about that. We ain't worried about nobody
no
figuring out what
problem.
to
We'll leave you something to investigate. That'll
Mm-hmm.
lead to nowhere. We got to leave
Mm-hmm.
something.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's crazy. And like, what exactly is an ex-mob enforcer? Like, w- you're it, you get out and they ain't not pulling you back in
And they not pulling you back in. Well, we know just
in a
from
small
neighborhood
town.
gangs,
Yeah,
just from neighborhood
where
gangs, they think we can't let you go.
do you think you going? An ex-mob enforcer. Like I don't, I
Ex-mob
don't feel like that
from
exists
Chicago. So
in a small town. Yeah,
Somebody from Chicago finna move to Caddy, California, and live in a cabin. No,
yeah,
live in someone's basement in the cabin.
yeah.
And you from Chi-Town?
Nah.
That's not happening.
Mm-mm.
Well,
What you about to say, Craig?
I'm thinking forward a little bit now because I'm starting now to think about three different things. Um,
Okay.
the letter that Marty wrote to his wife, where he
Yeah, that's going back
essentially
to him telling
admitted
his therapist.
admitted that he did it. The phone call that came in about Tina and her skull, I feel like it came from a payphone or something. And then I'm also now going back to Dez's theory of this family who wanted the the grandkid that Sheila had. Like, what happened to them
What
and
happened to them?
all of this?
And
Well, I don't.
do y'all know that that call to report Tina came in almost 3 years to the day that the
And do we
Ketty
know
murders
who the
happened?
call came in from, or it was anonymous?
It was allegedly anonymous.
Because I feel like
Yeah,
that's a whole nother element to
Mm-hmm.
this. Is where did
Mm-hmm.
Tina go? Where's she been for 3 years? The skull was found 100 miles away from Ketty somewhere.
Yeah.
so
And
Tina was how old when the murders happened?
Who, Tina?
12,
Yeah,
She was
and
12.
so at the time they found her skull, she would have been how old?
Like
15,
15.
going on 15.
But she could have been dead the whole time, you know? She could have been dead for
Hey,
three years.
so Craig, you're thinking like she
I
was.
see your wheels turning, Tanisha.
So you're thinking that the people possibly who no, that's not.
I'm not
What are you
really,
about to say?
I'm not thinking anything really. I'm just making sure we don't leave her out of the story because,
Tina? Oh
yeah,
no. Well,
yeah.
yeah, no, we're just going down that rabbit hole of that whole who was involved and how criminal it was. Because like
But
I like the sheriff, like talking about the sheriff and being,
hmm.
Mm-hmm.
tied to not only Martin but Bo as well. He was close friends to Marty. So again, he was at the bar. You know, he he like had conflicts of interest with everybody involved. He lived
Right.
in cabin 28. He knew the layout. And like you
Mm-hmm.
said, if you lived in cabin 16, you know the layout of cabin 28.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And whoever it was knew that they can walk into cabin 28. They
Right.
knew they weren't going to have any kind of locked door problem or have to break into a window.
Yeah,
There's
and
just corruption all over.
yeah, I like Craig's thinking of not allowing Tina to get lost in the fray of all of this. Um, Back to that word of motive. I think Tina could be herself a motive for some of this, just from the fact that Tina, there are reports that she was molested in the town, um, and no one followed up on that. Just there's
It's
just a history of Sue and her kids just being screwed over during the time that they were in Caddy.
yeah. So then you're talking about Sue, who has a teen daughter who's pregnant, a
Mm-hmm.
young daughter who's molested, a young
Mm-hmm.
son who's hanging out with the wrong crowd,
Mm-hmm.
um, and it could have, I mean, the angles could be anywhere. And when I think about it, it's just like you always say, what's the one odd piece in everything? Like what's the odd placement in these murders? And it's that a young child was taken. So then you start going into, your you know,
Mm-hmm.
human
Mm-hmm.
trafficking of children. Like, was
Mm-hmm.
she taken for a
Yeah.
reason?
Yeah. Like,
What's wrong with her?
did the
You
person
spared the
who,
boys, but you didn't spare the child, the little baby girl.
yeah.
The
So,
boys were taken.
is it, um, whomever harmed, sexually assaulted Tina? Was their fixation on Tina continued to the point of, let me get Tina, and to get Tina, I am willing to murder everyone around her to get to her, and she's coming with me? Is it that? Is it, again, what Craig said with the meats? You took my baby from me. I'm finna kill you and your whole family except for your baby.
That's
And
what I
your
was
baby
thinking.
is coming with me. So Tina can't be lost in this.
No, and I mean, it's so hard to even think. Like, they suffered a horrible death. The mom,
Mm-hmm.
Dana,
Mm-hmm.
John, they suffered a horrible death. But we
Mm-hmm.
don't know what Tina suffered.
No,
We'll never
no.
know what
Was
that child suffered.
she kept alive for those 3 years, or was she killed the next day too?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. And I think that's all part of the terror.
Yeah. And I mean, and then we talk about the survivors. So you have Sheila, the oldest. Like, she's
Mm-hmm.
got to be, you know, she's got to
Probably
be,
our age.
yeah, yeah, she's our age. And just how do you reconcile life after seeing something like that? Knowing your baby sister, you sent your baby sister home and she was murdered,
Mm-hmm.
left and dumped like she was nothing.
Mm-hmm. And the truth of that is, whether you did that intentionally or just out of a mistake, that guilt will be the same.
Yeah, yeah. Just the what if. I mean, I
What
can't
if?
imagine the
Yep.
what ifs.
Yep.
And even the young boys who were in the other room, and though they were just young, you have to, I mean, they're at 12 and, even 7, I look back at things and go, what if I would have done this? What if I would have done,
Right.
let alone, my big brother, my mom, you know, done the way they were done. And it's just so sad to me that, people are quick to, oh, I found this hammer. Oh, we found the skull of Tina. But yet there's still no further push and investigation. And Sheila to this day is still trying to investigate and have, answers for her family. And
I don't-
get nothing. You get
No.
two random tips from left field, but you have no investigation into those things that lead to just dead ends.
Yeah.
And Sheila
Yeah.
Sheila did do an interview, I think, with People in 2016,
Mm-hmm.
talking about her experiences. You can also find a lot of videos on YouTube of with her and her brother revisiting Ketty, actually, and it's very hard to watch them revisiting and recalling memories from that time. And it's just, I really hope that she can find the answers to what happened to her family. She deserves that.
She absolutely deserves that. And I think, um we all do.
Mhm. Yeah.
Um just because I think that the Ketty murders are so gripping because we all feel that human dynamic of this. And granted that for a lot of people who are listening to us, a lot of people who have researched this case on their own, these are people who, like, they may not have even been alive yet, when these murders had taken place. But it's something about this case that just pulls at all of your human being fibers.
Yeah, and I think too for me the draw was that this was our time. These are the
Hmm.
kids. This is when we grew up.
Right.
And in the 80s, things were like that. It was, you were free to ride your bikes until the street lights
Correct.
came on, then get home. You were over your friend's house for dinner, your friends were over your house for dinner. And it
Hmm.
was that it was a little bit of like more of a carefree. You didn't really worry too much about your neighbors. You could
Right.
leave your doors unlocked in some places.
Right.
And to just think like you put yourself in that, like, I think of the friends that I grew up with and I'm like, I just can't even imagine.
Right. And that's what makes me offer so much grace and
Yeah.
consideration to Sue, because that was all of us, whether our parents were somewhere, CEOs of General Motors, or I don't know, cashiers at White Castle.
Mhm.
Our story was the same as children, that we were out and about,
Mhm.
not just so much left alone as we were just out and about. Like you watch, I don't know, you watch It, right? You watch
Yeah.
Dare, you watch
Yeah.
any of these times, right?
Stranger
Any
Things.
yeah,
Yeah.
any Spike Lee movie where he,
That was the 80s.
yeah, that is what that element was when it comes to children. So that's again, I don't want to, you know, dog Sue out about that, because that of this whole case, that right there is the one thing that was closest to the normal
Yeah.
than anything else.
And also, you in saying that you don't want to dog Sue out for the way she raised her kids. And I mean, I give her credit for breaking away from an abusive man and
Mm-hmm.
wanting better for her children, whether she let them run about or not. And kids are gonna, I mean, you could try and raise your kids as great as you want, but there's all kinds of influences out there. And
Right.
just like you don't, want to dog out Sue, I don't want to, you know, put this like Sheila did it. She's the only one who survived and the boys were too young. Like this is just, your brain tries to think of anything to grab onto to explain away what happened to these people.
Because guess what else Sheila has to deal with? It's not just the guilt of, dang, did I send my sister over there inadvertently to be killed? Or, dang, I don't know who killed my family. She also has the burden of being the sole survivor, and everybody like, "Oh, you did it."
Yeah. And not only that, she also has to live with the fear of
Right.
being no one's caught, someone's still out there. What
Mm-hmm.
did they want? Did they want my mom? Was it me? Was it my
Right.
who was it? Like you still live with that fear and that like, you know, that just you cannot trust anyone in your life.
It, it's also her two younger brothers. They were ones that I could never find any information on during this
Yeah,
whole research
yeah.
process.
And I
But they're
mean
they're
that's
still alive and they're still out there.
yeah. But I mean, at that point I'm like, they have to be protected. Um, what the psychological trauma that they've probably had to deal with, and whether they got, professional help or not, that's another
Mm-hmm.
thing too. Like, were they just left on their own to figure out how to
Mm-hmm.
navigate life with a tragedy like that? Did they grow up with anger? Did they grow up with hatred? They grow up to be kind young men? Did they grow up to be family men? I mean, I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I no matter who actually committed these atrocities to this family, right? Um, I blame law enforcement. That is where I hang my hat for the blame of this, not for these people's murders, but for this to be so unresolved. Like, I blame them for every ounce of pain that Sheila had to go through, that she still goes through, that her brothers and other family members are going through. I blame them for that because it just feels like there was not just a botched investigation. I feel like there was literally no investigation. And
Yeah.
that's worse.
Yeah.
Because at least with a botched investigation, there is some effort, whether that you did that botchness on purpose or you did that botchness by, natural ineptness. At least there was effort. I don't feel that there was effort here.
Yeah.
And they deserve more than that.
This is something we could talk about for another 2 or 3 podcasts.
Yeah.
Whole
And it
season.
was, yeah, and it was strange. What feels strange to me going through this conversation um, tonight is that I don't know why, but for some reason in the back of my head, I kept thinking about this being a murder that was solved and it's done and it's over. And it was sort of like a realization hit me that like we could talk about this forever because nothing was ever solved.
Right.
No.
Nothing ever, there was no conclusion. And there
Yeah.
Yes.
I
probably
mean,
never will be.
well, there was a re-emergence of the case in 2016, and the Plumas County Police Department or Sheriff's Department announced that they know who the killers are, and because there was new evidence found, there was DNA on tape and some other items, and the hammer found in the river matching the description of Marty, and and Marilyn Smart finally spoke out publicly, and we can definitely link you to that. It's living on YouTube.
Crime, cover-ups, and
Connections.
corruption. Yeah. Crimes, cover up, and corruption.
Yeah, and I mean that saying that you know who the killers are and those killers are no longer. It doesn't close anything. It doesn't.
No, no,
And again,
because
going back to the fact they were at the bar. Marty and Bo
mm-hmm,
are scapegoats post mortem.
mm-hmm.
No, yeah, no, they're dead.
Yeah, they were. So we call that they liked them for this.
Yeah,
So, right? Maybe you did, maybe you didn't, but we like you for this. And I feel that was Marty and Bo. They liked them for this.
and I gotta say that I think that the reemergence of this case reopening in 2016 has to do with the fact that people will not let this go. People will
Mm-mm,
not let this family go without answers. And I think that the more people who are covering this in podcasts like ours and
mm-hmm,
covering this and bringing it to small towns, small town newspapers, or even like visiting Ketty to visit where they tore down the
mm-hmm,
town, um, people will not let this go because it's so unsettling. And like you said, this was the 80s. This was majority of us. And I think that's why you had that in 2016, and the fact that Sheila won't let their memory go without some sort
mm-hmm.
of justice.
Right.
I mean, and even at this point, I think there's a difference between justice and truth because you can get justice in the wrong man, but I don't think we'll ever know the truth.
No, no. And they're still playing around. So, oh, we have some DNA that matched a living suspect. Well, who is that?
Mhm.
Or, oh yeah, the new detectives from the Sacramento Department of Justice. Oh, and I think I saw this in an article from like 5 years ago. Oh, we're close to closing the case, or we're close to arrest. That was 5 years ago.
Mhm. What's
Still
happening?
nothing. Yeah, still nothing.
So, Craig, I think you said there were some questions that were there questions that we could just circle back.
I think that we kind of hit them all through tonight. I also through this conversation, I'm like, well, where do we wrap up with this? It's like There is no correct place to wrap up this
No.
story tonight.
There's not.
I'll
I
look
mean,
at
I think technically we can wrap up in our own take and theory. I don't want to accuse anyone, but I honestly cannot think of one thing that says to me, this one did it or that one did it, because there's so many different ways to go, and you don't want to accuse someone who had nothing to do with it. And I,
Had nothing to do with that. And prisons are full of that. I know.
yeah,
I get the phone calls, right? But again, that's what I mean by the brunt of the blame, at least for me, lies with law enforcement. Because again, if there were 10 running theories at the time, if y'all would have done even a piece of investigation, maybe now we're only down to 6 theories.
yeah, yeah.
They do a little bit more, maybe we're down to 4. Like you chip away at it, right? And there was no chipping. No one had a wood chipper in Ketty regarding Sue Sharp and her family.
Yeah.
I
So,
think I think if we wanted to take a question that we got from one of the viewers at home this past week when we released the overview of this case, and of course everyone listening or watching this should check that episode out. We also have a case file that gives a little bit more of an outline of who was involved and how things sort of went down as well. But Kirsten chimed in, and we're encouraging everyone at home to be involved. So please send in your questions for any future cases that we're gonna be covering. Um, Kirsten said, when the case was reopened and DNA was found to belong to a living suspect, why did the case stall? And I think we kind of just covered that question.
Mhm. Yeah, I again, always, always, because that is their role. That the police, this is their role to investigate and get to the bottom of this. Um, why did it stall? Well, we kind of just like Craig said, we kind of went through some of those theories
yeah,
of
I
what
mean,
it might
short
have.
of short of doing what Desiree does in the real world is hopping a plane to Ketty and knocking on some doors.
Knocking on
Um,
doors.
Otherwise, a phone call is not going to do it in these
Right.
days.
Because it doesn't matter how much DNA you have, how many fingerprints you have, how much surveillance footage you have. If people aren't giving you stories, then you almost have nothing. Like I don't walk around with a DNA testing kit in my pocketbook, right? You know, just talk to me and tell me what I need to know, and then I could branch off from there. Just it is only 100 people.
Yeah, but again, it was 1981, and we're now in 2025, and the likeliness that you will get a recollection that is accurate to what actually happened, if there are any people
Mm-hmm.
who are surviving and willing to talk. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. But at the end of this, our first case, the Ketty Cabin murders, it all comes down to botched police investigation.
Botch police.
And
Yeah.
that's who we would have to put it on, because it's still open to this day, even
Mm-hmm.
though they claim they know who the killers are.
Mm-hmm.
It's still an open case, and we
Yeah.
don't have answers. And maybe you all out there can keep researching and going down the rabbit hole to, you know, find some other leads or other theories. And of course, keep up with us on 15minutesofmurder.com, where if there's any new breaks in the case, we will update as well. But until then, like Desiree said, this falls on the police, Plymouth County Police.
Yeah.
Great. So tune in. On Wednesdays, we go live for a little while. If you want to check in with us on Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time, we'll be on our YouTube channel live, so you can chat with us in the reel. And then next Sunday, we'll be starting with a new case. So you won't get this podcast version. You'll get the produced episode that gives an overview of the case that we're focusing on next. And then, of course, keep following that channel, that timeline.
And get involved. We want to hear from you. We want to hear your thoughts.
Yes.
We want to hear what your theories are. We want to hear from you, even if you want to speak out and include something that we might have missed in the episode.
And I love me some Tanisha and Craig, but I would love to talk to some different folks. I keep it spicy.
Yes. And going forward, we're trying to work and build on some exciting things to bring to you. I won't reveal what they are, but we're working on some extra features for our podcast.
All right. Well, that's it for this time, I guess. Yeah.
Yes. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. And
Thank
we
y'all.
will see you
Bye.
on Wednesday.
Bye, everybody.
The Colonial Parkway in Virginia was built for quiet drives, late-night peace, and scenic romance. Between Jamestown, Yorktown, and Williamsburg, it's the kind of place that feels like America telling you to slow down and breathe. But in the late 1980s, this peaceful stretch of road became the hunting grounds for one of the most disturbing killing patterns this country has ever seen. 4 couples, 4 gruesome crime scenes, and not a single arrest. And what's worse, none of it ever made sense the way a textbook serial case should. This is 15 Minutes of Murder. It begins in 1986 with 27-year-old Kathy Thomas, a U.S. Naval Academy graduate. She was smart, driven, and extremely respected. Her girlfriend, Rebecca Dowski, a 21-year-old college student at William and Mary. Rebecca was kind, academic, the type of girl obsessed with making her future matter. Kathy and Rebecca were in love. They drove the parkway that night, simply to be together and to talk privately, away from the world judging them. They were last seen by witnesses on October 9th leaving a computer lab on the William and Mary campus. What was supposed to be a serene night wound up being the most brutal scene in the string of murders on the Colonial Parkway. On October 12th, their bodies were found inside Kathy's Honda Civic near the riverbank. They were bound with rope and medical tape. Their throats were violently cut so deep, they were nearly decapitated. There were also signs of strangulation. Kathy was stuffed in the hatchback while Rebecca was found in the back seat of the car. She had a clump of hair between her fingers, which suggested she tried to fight for her life. The killer covered their bodies and the car with fuel, but didn't commit to setting it on fire. The car itself was pushed slightly over the embankment. Like the killer wanted to hide them, but not too well. This didn't feel random. This feel was more like a rage that knew exactly what it wanted. An extremely violent overkill compared to the later victims found. David Knobling was just 20 years old. He was a young father and a salesman. Responsible. Said to be a young man trying to do the right thing. 14-year-old Robin Edwards was an 8th grade student, a kid. Rebellious, yes, but a kid. She had snuck out later that night, after already going on a date with David's younger cousin earlier that evening. But at some point, David and Robin made plans to meet up again later, just the two of them. Despite Robin being underage, it was presumed the two had a romantic, sexual relationship. One of the last calls Robin made was to her mother, letting her know she had made it home safely after her date. Her decision to sneak out and meet up with David proved to be a fatal decision for the both of them. David's car was found on September 21st. Eerily, the doors were open, the driver's side window was partially down, the radio playing, headlights were left on, and the engine and the wipers still running in the rain. On September 23rd, their bodies were found along the James River shoreline on the opposite side of the river, partially clothed. David had a single shot to the back of the head, execution style. Robin was shot twice, once in the head and once in the shoulder. Robin's jeans were unbuttoned, and her bra was around her neck. State police later released she was sexually assaulted. The scene looked like someone forced them out of the car, marched them into darkness, and savagely executed them. Richard Keith Call was 20, from Newport News, Virginia. He was close with his family, worked locally, and was known as responsible and protective. On April 9, 1988, Keith picked up Cassandra Sandy Haley, an 18-year-old college freshman he had recently begun casually dating. Sandy was well-liked, social, and excited about young adulthood finally beginning. That night, they went to a friend's party. The plan was simple: leave the party, drop Sandy home, then Keith would return home himself. They never made it. Keith's car, a Toyota Celica, was later found abandoned along the Colonial Parkway. It was left neatly parked, keys missing, wallet left behind, with no signs of forced entry or violent struggle. Their clothing and belongings left inside suggested nothing chaotic happened inside the vehicle. Police later confirmed the clothes left behind were in fact the clothing Keith and Sandy were wearing at the party. It was suggested they may have gone skinny dipping and possibly drowned, but it was early April, and the water temperature was 40 degrees, making that suggestion highly unlikely. But the fact remains, to this day, Keith and Sandy have not been found. This disappearance became one of the sharpest and most frustrating voids in this entire series of murders, because you have victims, but no bodies, no cause of death, and no physical closure for their families. Daniel Lauer was 21, from Virginia, a dependable young man known for his easygoing nature and strong work ethic. In the summer of 1989, he had been spending Labor Day weekend having fun in Virginia Beach while staying with his younger brother Clint and Clint's live-in girlfriend, Anna. Anna Maria Phelps was 18. She came from a hard-working family from Amelia County, Virginia. Life with Clint was a financial struggle, but despite that, was independent freedom. Over that weekend, Daniel decided to move in with the two, to help financially. The plan was for Daniel to go return home to gather his belongings. Anna saw the opportunity to tag along and spend some time visiting her family back home. On September 5, 1989, Daniel and Anna Maria set off back to Virginia Beach from their brief visit. They were traveling together in Daniel's 1972 Chevy Nova heading eastbound on Interstate 64 toward home. The next day, Daniel's car was found abandoned at a rest stop in New Kent County, Virginia, but in a baffling location, It was parked in the westbound rest area, which was the opposite direction they should have been traveling to reach Virginia Beach. The keys remained in the ignition. Anna Maria's purse and other personal items were left inside, and there were no obvious signs of robbery, making a random theft motive unlikely. For nearly 6 weeks, authorities and family searched with little to go on. Then, in October 1989, 2 turkey hunters found the skeletal remains of both Daniel and Anna Maria in a wooded area about a mile from the rest stop down an old logging road. Their bodies were covered with an electric blanket that had been in Daniel's car, a detail that suggested someone had placed them there after death. Because the remains were so badly decomposed, law enforcement could not determine a precise cause of death, though some evidence suggested defensive wounds consistent with resistance. A small clue also suggesting either a struggle or a clue left behind, was a locket found worn by Anna Maria. A chilling discovery with no understanding why, or how it was left there. There was no definitive weapon or trajectory that could be confirmed. The location, the staging of the vehicle, and proximity to the highway all indicated this was not accidental. Investigators treated Daniel and Anna Maria as homicide victims linked to the broader Colonial Parkway pattern. 4 couples, 8 victims, bound, shot, vanished, deceased. Each case, different details, same signature. No suspect has ever been charged. Some believe it was a rogue law enforcement officer. Others, a series of copycat killings with overlapping geography. There are theories of a lone serial predator who learned and adapted with each pair. And still others think it may be 2 separate killers whose timelines collided. Nearly 40 years later, the road is still quiet, but the silence is so loud. Because whoever hunted on the Colonial Parkway knew exactly how to make people disappear. And maybe, the most frightening disappearance to this day, is the killer's own. Join us next Sunday evening when the 15 Minutes of Murder crew breaks down the details of these haunting and gruesome murders. We'll see you then.
Welcome again, everybody, to another Sunday with 15 Minutes of Murder, where we're giving you a full podcast on the last case, the Colonial Parkway murders. So we're going to run down, we're going to give you a quick overview again of what that case was about, and then we're just going to get into it. We're going to start talking about it. We're going to talk about the victims. We're going to talk about the crime scenes. We're going to talk about the investigators, our theories, all of that good stuff. So join us and sit back, listen, and enjoy 15 Minutes of Murder, Colonial Parkway murders. All right, so let's break it down. The Colonial Parkway murders. It was 4 couples traveling along the Colonial Parkway.
It is a 22-mile stretch of road. It's a federal park, is that correct?
Yeah.
That is in the historic triangle, I think is what they call it, in Virginia. I forgot the 3 points. What are the 3 cities?
It's Williamsburg,
James.
Jamestown, and Yorktown.
Jamestown,
I don't have that in the correct
Yorktown.
order, though.
Okay.
And it's part of the National Park Service also.
Right.
Yeah, let me just tell you, this Colonial Parkway is stunning. Like
Mm,
when you say, when in the beginning of the episode, when it's talking about scenic views, it's
mhm,
beautiful. It is peaceful. Just you go over bridges, beautiful gaps of water, and just beautiful tree-lined road. Like, and I can't imagine at night. It's dimly lit. First of all, it's not very brightly lit. I read that it's also, or at that time, it was not highly patrolled by officers or any kind of police regulation or, looking
mhm.
out. So it was a little bit of a free for all for, this kind of thing to happen.
Yeah, that was the purpose of it. It is a scenic route. So that was the purpose of it. And that's why there are so many bridges, because it's just a road. So there are very few intersections. It's just a stretch of scenic road that is part of our National Park Service.
Yeah, a lot of historic,
Hmm.
pit stops that you can make along the way. And so it's just unfortunate that these murders happen. And it's not just these four murders. There were other murders that have taken place in and around there, but it was just
Right.
these four specific ones that became
Hmm.
a little bit known as the Colonial Parkway murder.
Hmm. Hmm. And I
um
think and I think we definitely can't get lost on this scene because it's very much part of the story, right? And so some of this area, what I was reading about it is many people even consider it as an open air museum. Like that's how historic and pristine and gorgeous this area is, to that triangle of of towns.
and I mean, people, and it just goes to show, like, you don't that's why
Mm.
people took to it. Like these four couples felt safe enough to be like, we're just gonna go, we're gonna travel, we're gonna go about our business.
Yeah, I would imagine as a couple, you would go there maybe at night, to have some privacy or to see some beautiful scenery, something a little bit romantic, whatever the case may be. I imagine that's what attracted all these four couples to go out there,
Yeah.
at
Yeah,
night.
and for sky nerds like me, just a place maybe to look at the sky and the stars. And
Hmm.
we used to take our kids out for those kind of outings in very similar places all the time. It's many just innocent reasons why someone would want to be there. And that's probably to me one of the really frightening things about this story is because this is an area that any of us could have been. And it keeps being labeled as a lover's lane
Yeah.
type deal. But just what we're talking about, like this is just like essentially a park where people and families would just go for whatever reason.
We had the first case, which is the couple of Kathy Thomas and Rebecca Dowski. And this was the first of the chain of murders, and this happened in 1986. And they were young. They were a couple. And I think they were a new couple, right? Like they hadn't been dating long, and they were probably just gonna go out, on the parkway and find a little pit stop, have privacy. It's beautiful, it's romantic. You're away from judging eyes. Because I can, only imagine in the 80s, we were just as, no better then than we are now. We're getting there with, same-sex relationships, and people were judgmental. And
Right,
but these were people who were not going out looking for trouble. They were
right.
going out looking for a peaceful night, peaceful way, going from A to B, and these things happen. So they were last seen leaving the computer lab at the college that Rebecca Dowski went to.
Hmm.
And I thought I read that someone saw them after that, maybe at a
Mm.
bar. I'm not
At a
sure.
where?
At a bar.
Oh, well, it's possible. Yeah.
Hmm.
Possible, but I
That
thought I
seems
read
like
that.
a natural place to go.
But
Like
yeah,
you,
I mean, you stop off, you have a, you have a drink, or you go have coffee, whatever. I don't know what kind of bar it was. Um, but that was the last time that they were seen, was pretty much leaving that computer lab. And the car was found Kathy was driving a Honda Civic, and it was found near the York River. Both of the women were bound with rope and medical tape. Their throats were cut, and there was evidence that strangulation was involved. The vehicle was hidden. The murderer pushed the vehicle like close to the embankment. So it was like said that it was pushed just enough to be hidden, but visually enough to be like, oh, what's that? Something's going on over there. So it's not like he was hiding the car so that they'd never be found. So the way he placed this vehicle was intentional. And it was extreme. I mean, as you see in the episode, you know, what was done to them was extreme. And again, like you said, Des, choice of weapon is always a big deal and an indicator of whether it's personal or haphazard or a defensive. This was definitely personal. We don't know exactly when it happened, but whatever happened was brutal, and the killer left their bodies in the car, stuffed in the car, and left there like they were like they were nothing. No one's loved one, sister.
In my background, what I actually am is I am a trained social worker. That was my trajectory before I even got into being a private investigator. And so with that, I approached all of these things from that socio-economic perspective. And Kathy and Rebecca struck me immediately, because one of the things that I first thought of was why, you know, for me, whenever I hear about unalive people who identify as LGBTQI plus, all of that stuff, like, why are we in a society where whenever any of these people who identify with these groups are found unalive, like immediately we think of like the most heinous things? Because when I thought of this, I thought, oh, hate crime immediately, right? And we're not, like, these people are targeted so viciously that anytime they're found unalive, it goes into that, oh my God, someone sought them out and sought them out specifically for that reason. Yeah, so that was the first thing. It felt, I immediately thought of like, okay, is this someone who is wanting to attack sin, was what I thought immediately with Kathy and Rebecca.
It's strange. I believe this was the only case where they were still in the car. They were found in the car. Other murders, they were outside of the vehicles and a ways off. But
or not found at all.
Yeah, or not.
Yeah. But I think from what I saw, theirs was the most vicious. Attack. Yeah, like one of them was nearly decapitated or something like that. Yeah.
And it's like, and you know, investigators have been debating like whether it was a targeted attack, whether it was a sexually motivated crime, or hate motivated, like, you know, like you're
right.
And you know, and just to be official, the law enforcement, the officials, they never ruled this as a hate crime. Now the thing is that had they labeled it as a hate crime, it may have attached to some other murders, but because it's not labeled a hate crime, it's more like a one-off. It's coupled with these other murders because it happens to be on the same roadway. Like Des is like is your expertise. Like, do you think that mislabeling a crime can like offset who the murderers are or group it?
Because it what it does is it now puts you in a position to where now you're chasing false leads. Now you're looking up this road when when you really should be up this road. Now you're looking for this type of person, because what law enforcement does in their investigations, they create a suspect profile. So kind of like what I was just saying about this possibly being a hate crime, right? So why aren't we looking for someone who is anti-gay or maybe even racist? Because what we know is hate is hate. So if you hate these people, you're going to hate these people too, right? So when you don't include all of these things, then yeah, because it's even like if you go to the grocery store, right? If you're trying to shop for spaghetti and you're over here buying pork steak and all that kind of stuff, now once you get home, that spaghetti is not going to be a properly cooked spaghetti. So it's that kind of thing.
Because that's the one thing that makes me think of, that's what I think of. I'm like, well, did this murder go unsolved because you didn't label it as such, and you could have, taken other leads versus, oh, this, especially since this was the very first murder in this chain, and the next one didn't happen until a year later, or under a year later. So all this time, what were you considering this
And
as?
it's still suspicious how Kathy and Rebecca was even tied to the final suspect, because I don't believe that his DNA was found on them. So, like how you said, there is rope and tape. How do you rope and tape and gag and bound someone and there is no DNA, there is no evidence, right? But for somehow, um, they still decided to go ahead and attach Kathy and Rebecca to this gentleman. His name is Alan Wilmer Sr. That's his
There you
name.
go. There you go.
Alan Will, yep. I kept wanting to call him Adam, but I didn't want to put the wrong name out there. I had to go to them notes to make sure. But yeah, those ladies, his DNA wasn't even connected to them.
Yeah. And it's just like,
So
you start wondering, like, well, was this, a hitchhiker? Was this someone they picked up? Because at the same time, you're like, these are two women, one in the Naval Academy, so she's no punk.
correct.
She can hold her own, I'm sure.
Right. And one who was in the Naval Academy, and back to what we're saying about the hate crime, she left the academy because of her identity. She figured that she would not be safe there, right? So that is what this time period was. So to not, I was just very disappointed that was not labeled as a hate crime.
Yeah, same, because I just feel like, for me, this one feels different than the others
Yeah.
because of the brutality that was done to
Mhm.
them, and the carelessness in which they were left.
Right.
Because they're,
And
as thick as it is, you do have people who stage people and think they're staging them with care because they killed them for whatever personal reason, and they want to, take care of them and place their bodies where these women were just discarded.
yeah, and doused in diesel fuel. It
Yeah.
was just some other stuff
Now,
going on
you don't
with
pour
them.
diesel fuel on a car to not set it on fire. So what was the intention there? Like, was this person
Right.
disrupted while they were doing so?
I think I read that diesel fuel doesn't ignite in the same way as regular gasoline does. So maybe the intention was to catch the car on fire, but they just couldn't get it to start.
Or maybe it was poured on them to try to compromise any DNA or other evidence that may have been left.
Yeah, but there's just so much there that is.
So my continued suspicions behind Rebecca and Kathy is that her brother, Bill Thomas, says that they were told by investigators that they suspected that a police officer was involved in Kathy and Rebecca's murders. And so kind of like what we talked about in on this week's live is like you got to have a whole lot of evidence and suspicion and circumstances for investigating law enforcement agents to believe that another enforcement person committed stuff like this.
And
And
for
then
investigators to be the ones to say that, not even like word on the street is.
nope. And then for them to say that to the victims' families, like they don't take that lightly. You know what I'm saying? Like we see in the news all the time when police are beating people on the side of the road, and oh, we're not going to say anything. That what do they call it? The blue wall of silence. So for them to tell her family, we think we have something, and it's a police officer. That stuck out.
Yeah.
That wasn't something that I was able to easily overlook.
And now, is that like, would you like fault that to like just inexperience or just nervousness, or like literally, who in their right mind, part of a force, says it might be one of us without any evidence, without without anything to back it up and say, okay, well, we have this suspect that's one of our own, and we're going to go forth and we're going to question these people. Like, I don't understand who does that. Like a rookie?
Well, for me, it compromises a lot of the investigation. I won't say all of the investigation, because immediately I then begin to think, well, if you all are suspecting that your suspect is one of your own, then how do I, as a criminal defense investigator, take much stock in the rest of the suspects that you have lined up? Because now I am immediately thinking, are you trying to cover up what your officer or a officer would have done? Because if it's a scandal as is, imagine, and back in the 80s, police officer serial killers, we can't have that. And police officer serial killers on federal land, we can't have that. So we have to figure out who else we like. Remember, that's what they say. Who did you like for this? So we have to figure out who else we like for this. And then comes the string of suspects that we have.
So
we got to divert that attention. It got to go somewhere else. It can't stay here. And which one of you idiots told this family that? Because now we got to fix this.
Yeah.
Well, I think it comes up in some of the later cases too that they suspect either somebody impersonating law enforcement or a law enforcement person because wallets were left out. Glove compartments were left open, windows were rolled down part way. Everything you would do when you get pulled over by a cop, you're gonna reach for your glove box. You're gonna reach for your glove box first to pull out your insurance paperwork, your registration. You're gonna reach for your wallet next because you got to show them your ID, and you're gonna crack the window to be able to talk to the cop.
Right, and so that's that walking down. So Rebecca and Kathy were first on the timeline. So they were told what Kathy's family was told, that it was a police officer. The next couple, they were told that we feel it is someone impersonating police officers. So it appears like that is them trying to walk back that initial statement to the Thomas family. And well, maybe not a cop, maybe it's impersonating the cop. And then now that it's just impersonation. What'd you say?
It's funny you would bring that up, like, oh, now it's first it was one of us, now it's impersonating us. Because this is a year later. So the second case a year later in 87 was David Knobling. I don't know if it's Knobling or Nobling, and Robin Edwards. And both of them were found along the James River shoreline. They were both shot, so very different than the first victims. Partially clothed, and the truck that they were in was found elsewhere. And like Craig said, the door was open, the headlights were on, the windshield wipers were running. There was no robbery motive because everything that you would take as a robbery was left behind. Nothing was taken in way of, oh, let me, gain access to these people's identity, their wallets, their purses, their what have you. None of that. But being shot is completely different than being stabbed. Like, to me, those two things, to me, serial wise, don't go together.
Don't go together. Don't go together. Don't go together. But their case, kind of similar to Rebecca and Kathy, ignited not just my investigator, insight, but that social worker insight. So again, this was a man who was 20 years old and a father.
Mm-hmm.
And Robin was a 14-year-old child.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now that I don't know where to go with that.
So right. So for me, it was like I said with Kathy and Rebecca, is this, like this person's attack on sin type deal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so back then, the 20-year-old guy with the 14-year-old girl, it wasn't as gross and creepy as it is today.
Yeah.
But it was still gross and creepy.
Yeah.
What you say, Craig?
I said, yeah, it still was. Yeah.
It still was. And so again, that was my.
But I want to interrupt you with that, because you're saying it's gross and creepy, but the only way that if there's a murderer who is people based on sins, you have to know the established relationship between the two, because they could be brother and sister. So what is it that you saw of these two that would make you think otherwise? Because it's not exactly confirmed or denied, more like implied from the things that I've read about the dynamic of their relationship.
So what I found out of the dynamic of their relationship is that Robin was originally dating David's younger brother or cousin. And so after hanging out with his brother or cousin, whoever that may be, then the two of them kind of secretly linked up. And that's how they ended up on the Parkway. And so if the running theory is that whoever this suspect is targeting these people because they are on Lover's Lane, what would this 20-year-old and this 14-year-old girl have been doing? And I believe there was something about her underwear and her pants being down, like things like that. And so sometimes we can look at, again, when I have all of these CSC cases, which are criminal sexual conduct cases, and men are like, or women, because sometimes women are the perpetrators of those things also, it is I didn't know how old she was. She didn't tell me how old she was. Well, you can look at, let's be for real.
Yeah.
Like let's really be for real.
You have a child of your own, good and well.
Yeah, and I don't care how big and how developed your body is. I can look at you, baby, and tell you are 14, and that's because I'm not looking at you in that kind of sexual way, right? So it's all of those things that make me believe, like, tied my thoughts of the attack on sin, or what I'm saying, with David and Robin that I had with Rebecca and Kathy. Then my ideas began to change as the couples started to roll in.
Yeah. They're all very different.
Yeah, it became real weird. So much so, like, because you mentioned it a little bit, Tanisha, I'm still not sure how this can be labeled as serial killings.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not even sure at what point it was labeled serial. as
Mhm.
we have the first one a year later, and you're just saying, okay, well, it's two people on the same road
Mhm.
murdered, um, different ways, but because it's the same road, we're gonna label it as that.
We're
So
gonna label that as that. And with David and Robin, a guy by the name of Sam Ryder came forward and put himself at the scene of their murder.
really interesting.
He went to law enforcement and told them that he was an eyewitness, that he was on Ragged Island, which is where they were found. He says that he was on his way home. He saw Robin and David get out of the car. He approached their car. The car was running, the radio was on. And he said, as they went to the back, like wherever, down into the brush or whatever, he heard two shots. And he told the police that he took money from their wallets. And they let him go.
Wow.
They let him go. And after that is when they developed a task force. And from that task force, what you say?
After the fact,
After
they
the
had
fact.
a person, whether he did it or not, but was the only eyewitness.
And he places himself at the scene. He says, and at that time, I don't even know if the police had even put in the media yet that they were shot and all of that stuff. So he's giving the police information
That's not even.
Yeah, viable information. And so from that.
He reported that at the scene, or that was post?
No, he says that he saw them. So he places himself as an eyewitness on the scene of their murder.
But I mean, was like he went to the police, or they were on.
He went to the police himself.
Oh, wow.
He went to the police himself.
What was his name again?
Sam Ryder.
At the same time, I was curious if it was like how long it was between him reporting that, or if it was he was at the scene, the police were at the scene, and he just kind of strolled up.
No, so the way that I understood the story is that he went into a precinct or whatever they may have had then and reported to the officers, everything that I just said. And like I said, I don't know if at that point investigators had released any of the details on what happened to them in the media yet. But it turned out that their demise was described as them being shot execution style. And that was an up close killing. Now, mind you, this man just put himself on the scene. This man just came to you and said he heard shots. Did he hear the shots because he legitimately heard the shots when they were down at the brush or wherever they were? Or did he hear the shots because he fired the shots?
Well, they were both shot once, execution style, in the head.
And he says he heard two shots.
And he says specifically, I heard two shots.
And not only did he say he heard two shots, he went on to tell a story that would organically place his fingerprints and his DNA at the scene.
Right.
Because he says, I rummaged through their vehicle, their wallets was out, I took their money.
See, now I'm going back again and I'm like, okay, so did he take their money before or after he heard two shots?
Or did he take their money? Or is any of that true in the sense of, did he really take their money, or did he come to law enforcement to tell them these things, place himself at the scene, so just in case they find his fingerprints, that's why my fingerprints are on the scene, because I didn't do nothing, I just went through their wallets, I just stole their money.
Because
Yeah,
that's all that what I'm saying is that if I'm police, if I'm like detectives, police officers, what have you, and a guy comes to me and says, I took these people's money out of their wallet and I rummaged through their things, to me it would be, okay, well, did you do that before you heard the shots or did you do that after you heard the shots? Because if you did it before you heard the shots and you saw them walking down there, okay, you're a thief, you saw an opportunity. But if you took that stuff after you heard the shots, you're a cold-hearted son of a gun, because you know what just happens following two
Right.
shots.
Right.
You're gonna do that. I'm gonna hold you. I'm not letting you go.
I'm not letting you go. And like I said, these shots that he heard, did he hear them because they were out in the distance, or did he hear them because he's the one who fired them? But whichever way you decide to turn, the point is this man is a viable suspect. And why did you let him go?
Yeah.
I feel like this every case, every case we talk about, there's some failure like this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, it
Yeah.
just with, we talked on the live a lot about the news this week, and the Brown University shooting and the professor that was shot at his home in the MIT professor that was shot at his home in Brookline, Massachusetts. And it's like, when you talk about just a perfect 1-2 of police work and media working together,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this was one for the record books. But it's just like, back then we didn't have that at all. So it's just like, nobody's knowing who the cops are letting go. Nobody, because if media was all over things then as they are now, and you had a man walk in and say, this is what I saw, media would have been all over that dude as soon as he walked out of the police station reporting that kind of information.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, there was another woman. So David and Robin, they were found September 23rd, 1987. There was another woman who was found unalived. Her name is Lori Powell.
Yeah.
Was found March 8th of 1988. So although Lori is not one of the official 4 of the Colonial Parkway murders, they essentially went on to link her murder with the rest of them.
Why was that?
I don't know why, because it shouldn't have been, and I'm gonna tell you why I think it shouldn't have been. Because Lori, the story with Lori is that she was hanging out with her boyfriend, a gentleman named Chris Cutler. Chris Cutler and Lori got into an argument, and Lori got out of Chris Cutler's car and decided to walk. The argument was about him speeding. Lori was never found again. So why wouldn't the last person who was seen alive with her not a suspect? Not only was she last seen alive with him, but through his own admission, they had an argument. And through her family's known knowledge is that the two of them had a tumultuous, toxic, and violent relationship.
But yet,
so there's
this on a suspect they don't even have yet, based on and how was she? Oh, she was just never seen again.
She was never seen again.
So at this point, she's not seen again, but you're going to connect her to the Colonial Parkway murders, where both couples of victims were found murdered together. And this is a one-off. This is one person who's missing. You didn't find this person murdered, but you're going to tie it into.
Right.
It's more like, oh, this person happened to be missing on this parkway, and treat it individually rather than group it with something, because then you could be going astray yet again.
Yeah, it's just too, it's so much, it's so many possible suspects that again, in all of these missing peoples and unalive bodies, it just does not seem cohesive enough for this to be called um a serial killing. Like I don't get that from this.
So then in 88, we did have our third case that was
Mm-hmm.
directly related as a couple, which was Keith Call and Cassandra Sandy Haley. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and they were, in fact, on a date. They went to a party, and they were leaving the party, and Keith was going to bring her home. And I had read somewhere he was going to go out and go to another party and spend the night at a friend's house
Yeah.
the next day. So the parents, they weren't expecting him home. So it wasn't odd, that he didn't come home because after that party, because they weren't expecting him till the next day.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but Sandy didn't return home, and then and then he goes missing, and they find their car neatly parked on the highway, on the parkway. Keys were missing this time. All the personal items left inside. There were no signs of struggle, but both of them vanished.
Mm-hmm.
No remains have ever been found of the two of them. And it's the first case that has no bodies found. So now it's the first case with no bodies found that are couples, because Lori was not found, but she was singular. So you don't put, this is like a difference between missing persons versus murdered victims.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So if
Well,
it's single, then it's going to be a pattern. There's no pattern here.
no, there is no pattern here. The only pattern here that I found is the way the investigators seem to have gone out of their way to make Wilmer the suspect in this. So Cassandra and Keith, like you said, their bodies weren't found. But the investigators went down to the water area where their car was found. And they used cadaver dogs. And the dogs went down to the water and attempted to try to get into the water. So investigators believed that that meant that maybe they went swimming or something like that. But they're saying they were found in like April. So, I mean, this would have happened. When did they happen? Yep, they went missing in April, so the water would have been too cold for that kind of stuff. But that the dogs went down there, wanted to get into the water.
I mean,
This
what's too cold? Like
it's April, yeah. So I mean,
you got people who, you got the Polar Bear Club. You got people who aren't bothered by that.
correct.
We're
And this
with that in this day and age.
right, and this is an outdoorsy type environment, right? So what's cold to me, a regular person who not outdoorsy might not be for these folks.
Right.
So this is where Wilmer comes in. He was then questioned by the FBI as a suspect for them.
Why? Where did they find him?
So they received a tip of someone who saw a truck with a license plate in the area, and the truck had a vanity plate. I don't know how it is in any other state, but a vanity plate is a unique plate. Once you get a vanity, there are no other plates of that. So his vanity plate was E.M. Raw. So Edom Raw. Not that. He was what they referred to as a waterman, and we can go into that in a minute.
Yeah.
So he was a fisherman essentially. So he fished for fish and clams and oysters or whatever else is there. So they saw his vehicle there, and they went to question him. But this is what ties there was in between, right after Richard and Cassandra, there was Teresa Howell, who came up missing. So what the cops did was they tied Wilmer to Teresa. And so what they did was they matched the DNA that was found on Teresa with the DNA that was allegedly found from David and Robin. So now you see them trying to build up this suspect after we have walked it down from this was a police officer. Because my first question of that would be, and this is why I wanted to be very clear about this vanity plate, because I don't know an idiot, a drug addict, or anybody who will drive their vehicle that is registered to them with a vanity plate to a murder scene. Where they have murdered if all of this is correct, they have murdered maybe 6, 7, 8 people at this point.
Up until this point. And then they're gonna take their vanity plate.
And you're gonna take your vehicle?
Yeah.
So,
I think it's more like they liked him.
They liked him. They liked him for this. Yeah. And so then as they questioned him, the FBI, not Craig, not a regular person like you or I, Tanisha, but the FBI administered a polygraph test. And he passed it. So they let him go. But this is also why when we have had discussions before, Tanisha, where I have always said I'm not particularly impressed when investigators talk about they got DNA, because all DNA proves is that you existed.
Yeah.
That's all it proves. It transfers so very easily. You can have someone who was, SA'd and there is no trace of DNA there, or you can have someone who has someone's DNA on them, but that doesn't mean that you were SA'd, right? So DNA just leaves too much room for interpretation, and you can place it in whatever boxes and categories that you want it to go into. Because again, we want to talk about how inadmissible polygraph tests are. Well, if that's the case, FBI people, why did you give him one in the first place? And then now that he passed the polygraph test, now what? You want to keep at it?
Yeah.
And that is exactly what they did.
So like when we're like thinking of this, and like now all of a sudden they're like, oh, it was law enforcement, and then it was not law enforcement, it was somebody possibly impersonating law enforcement, down to this actual suspect that they want to place, but then he passes a lie detector test. It's like, so this isn't, if these are all done by the same person, then this person is extremely smart and calculated on how to get away with murder.
So after he passed his polygraph test and they continued to investigate him, they went to his home, and this is what the investigator said really drew their suspicion to him. They went to his home and they found him there doing what? Bleaching out the interior of his truck. Well, y'all just said he's a fisherman. Why would that? If you pull up to my house at any moment, you might see me in my driveway with a vacuum because I'm cleaning out Dutch's, hair, right? So if I am a fisherman and you pull up to my home and I am bleaching my car, how dare you be all that suspicious of me when I might just be trying to clear out fish guts or spoil fish water.
But when you think about it, like, I'm a water baby. I live at the beach. My car is full of sand year round. But when you're a fisherman, I get it. But when you're a fisherman, it's expected. So do you really wash your truck out with bleach, or do you just hose it down?
Who knows? I don't know, because I'm not a fisherman.
'Cause
This right, and that is the profile that they created of him. So when they went down to the edge of the water where Cassandra and Keith with these dogs, it is at that point where investigators flipped their investigation to possibly this person may have been someone who uses boats and is off the water.
Mm.
So if in your own profile is that this man is a fisherman, then how is it suspicious to you that when you get to his home, he's cleaning out his vehicle from what would be the smells or the contents of him doing the very things that you have profiled him to be?
I mean, is this even a popular fishing area?
Well, so according to them, it is, and that was another thing that made me very suspicious about them singling out Wilmer. So what they decided is that whomever committed these crimes is what is known in that area as a waterman. And the watermen, as described in all of the information that I read, they're really described as kind of like degenerate type way. One of the investigators even referred to them as an unusual lot. So again, with them liking building a suspect, right? They are suspicious people. We don't, we kind of, they're on the outside. They're outliers of the primary society. And that is the pile of suspects they picked Wilmer out of. This person who they felt would have driven his own vehicle with a vanity plate to the scene of a murder. So am I. A bit, and then when we fast forward, this is the man who, after he has been dead, you say is the suspect.
So you backtrack, he passes the polygraph, and then you get using bleach, what have you. But then umpteen years pass, and now all of a sudden he's back to being a suspect.
So remember Lori Powell, who I said was last seen arguing with her boyfriend, who they did not label as a suspect? Well, he died a year before Wilmer died. So Chris Cutler, Lori Powell's boyfriend, died October 20th, 2016. Well, there goes that suspect. So now we got to keep building another suspect.
Yeah. No sense in chasing that lead that we didn't chase.
Yep. We don't no longer need to chase the lead of the man who was last known to be with and arguing with this suspect. So then they keep at Wilmer. And so how they find out about Wilmer is that they got a random notice of someone being dead in the home. Someone is unalive in a home. Just a random anonymous call. And they go to the home, and guess who's there? Guess who's deceased in this home? Alan Wilmer.
Wow.
And it is from that deceased body that they pull his DNA. And now they start, because you can't, because when he was alive, what'd he do? He passed your lie box.
You're right.
He beat the box. The box that y'all administer. So again, if the box ain't no good and we don't want to use it in court, then why do it anyway? Because y'all said, nah, never mind that, get him. And then he passed it. So you got to leave him alone.
And meanwhile, it's 1988, and Kathy and Rebecca and David and Rob murders. have gone unsolved while you focus on a man and literally wait for him to die to collect some DNA.
Let me go back a little bit. So again, this connection between Chris Cutler, who was Lori's boyfriend, and Alan Wilmer, who ended up being the final suspect, they have almost the exact same backgrounds. So how they're like, oh, the person who did this had to be a fisherman. Well, Cutler, he was known to be a self-employed fisherman. And that ain't a rumor. That is what I found in his online obituary. So here's another possible suspect, but he died before Wilmer died.
You go from, like you said, what do you call them? What did you call the fishermen?
The watermen. They call it the watermen.
Watermen, but basically not the upper echelon of the community.
Mm-hmm.
So you went from a high-ranking, controlled police officer, aware of surroundings and knowing the road and the terrain. You went from that possibility telling the families to a waterman.
To a waterman. To a waterman. So to a waterman that the lead detective on the case referred to as an unusual lot.
So you think that the unusual lot is capable of murdering two women in 86,
Mm-hmm.
male and a female, separate ages, hate, what did you call it? The Dexter, being the Dexter out there, trying to right the wrongs of the world.
Yeah. To me, that fits the motive of a police officer. You the police officer, your job is to uphold the law and make sure everybody is on the straight and narrow and living life according to somebody's rules. So you as a law enforcement agent, to me, just based upon your own profile, y'all fit the category of who possibly did this than these watermen did. These watermen, from your own description of them, are a group of people who want to be left alone, who are kind of living off the grid. And when you're living left alone off the grid, you don't care about what nobody else is doing.
Yeah.
You're not doing anything to draw attention to yourself.
Yeah, and the other thing is that this began, I mean, I don't know what was before 86, but this Colonial Parkway murders started in 86. So in 86, 87, 88. By 88, you have 6, 7, 8 murders along this stretch. And so what are you all doing to protect the people?
What are you all doing?
I was going to say, and then there's one more murder we still have to talk about.
Yeah.
And we still have to talk about it. But before we get into that, let me just say this. How does someone's body, deceased body in a house, goes anonymously reported to the police?
Yeah.
Like, what would make someone do that? And why is it always with these cases an anonymous source? Why?
Sources. Well, I mean, I guess one is anonymous because you don't want to be tangled up in whatever mess.
Oh, that's cute.
In a sense.
That's nice. That's a really cute explanation. I like that explanation, and I'm gonna tell you why I like that explanation. I like that explanation because that's what they want us to believe.
Yes, exactly. I was just gonna say, it sounds like a sus way of just kind of brushing over. It. There's no way it came from an anonymous source. Somebody knew about it.
Right. No, but that's what they want us to believe. They want us to believe that, oh, this came from an anonymous source.
Yeah, but anonymity in the 80s is much different than it is today. There is no such thing.
They want us to believe that it was an anonymous source.
Because in today's day and age, your anonymous source is revealed and doxed immediately. There's no such thing. Back in
There's
the
no
80s,
such.
anonymous
you-
sources were just that. They were ghosts.
but to say it's an anonymous source is just a way to keep them from saying we put that there, we planted that there, we knew that happened. That's a way to keep it from being on the inside. We could just say,
Yeah.
and it came from an anonymous source, especially when we're talking about a group of what appears to be unrelated murders that originally had a suspect who was a member of law enforcement.
Yeah, and then this is the case. The third case is the one that pretty much fueled the fact that maybe law enforcement is involved, or military, or what have you. Because at this point, it's just like someone is out here getting away with it. It's not
Getting
just
away with it.
they're getting away with it. This is an 8 body count.
But see, and again, that's back to what I always say. You don't have to play around with this stuff. I mean, somebody gonna get away with it anyway, just because of the environment. It's an isolated and desolate environment. So someone does something out there, they might get away with it.
Well, I was going to say, what about the fourth couple?
Yeah,
What
so
about
that
the fourth
leads us right into 1989.
Mm-hmm.
That case was Daniel Lauer and Anna Maria Phelps. And so
They were not even a couple.
They weren't even a couple.
Yeah.
Oh, Anna Maria was Daniel's brother's girlfriend. And they lived together in Virginia Beach. And so Daniel was visiting his brother and Anna Maria, and, kind of saw, they were having a little bit of financial difficulties and struggling. And Daniel was like, you know what, I'm going to move in with you guys. And, probably was a relief to help financially. And so he's like, okay, after this, let me go down and go home and get my belongings. And Anna Maria was like, oh, I'll tag along with you. I can go visit my family while you're, packing your things. And then we'll all come back and, we'll start this new chapter together where, you come and live with us. And I'm sure they were all very excited and, to all be together. And that didn't happen. Because on the way, they went home, they packed their belongings, and actually there was a married couple that went back with them as well. They hitched a ride with Daniel and Anna Maria. So, they dropped them off, and then Daniel dropped off Anna Maria. He went to his home, packing some things, went back, picked her up, and then they were off to go back to Virginia Beach. And when they were found, their car was found. Their car was found going in the wrong direction of the way they were supposed to be going. Their car was found on the westbound side of the parkway when they should have been going east.
They are dated, missing, or found on September 5th, 1989. In 2010, that's how many years later? Allegedly, there was a letter found in Anna Marie's belongings where she was supposed to have met someone in a blue van at a rest stop. The note did not state that person's name. Now,
so she's supposed to meet someone at a wait, this was found on her person?
It was found in 2010. This letter was found in her belongings. So pull out your calculator and tell me how many years from 1989 to 2010.
So none of you searched these belongings to look for any evidence or clues whatsoever. And she's supposed to be meeting somebody at a rest stop. Conveniently, you tell that all these years later to justify why they were on the west side?
Pay attention to this part. The person's van that she was supposed to meet at the rest stop was a blue van. Wilmer's vehicle with that vanity plate, it was a blue pickup. And if you look at, depending on if the angle that you looked at his van, it may have looked at his truck. It may have looked like a van because it was a Dodge Fargo pickup truck. And for those of us who know nothing about vehicles but watch television, think about Fred Sanford's pickup truck. It looked like that. Where is that the big fat bold front? So if you saw it from the front or the side, it may look like a van. But how is it that all those years later, we find a letter in her belongings? Well, I don't know where her belongings were. It did not say that. But here's where my thinking was. If you feel, and I'm talking to law enforcement, if you feel that that letter is a tip or a lead, then what you are now saying is that Daniel would have taken his brother's girlfriend and delivered her to her murderer.
Yeah.
Or at least another man. So, you know what I'm saying? Like,
which that just doesn't even sound right.
Not at all.
No letter explaining, like, I mean, it's not like today where it's like, oh, I bought something on Facebook Marketplace. Let me go meet the person in the blue van to pick up my new tables that I'm going to use when we move in. It's like, you know why you're going to meet somebody in a blue van.
And why would she need to go meet anyone, anywhere when she was safe with her boyfriend's brother?
Right.
It would have been no reason for him to, oh, hey, bro, I'm on my way to Walmart. Just so you know, I dropped your girl off at the rest stop to somebody in a blue van. I'll holler at you later.
That's not even what the plan was. And I get plans change and pit stops happen. But
I don't know every man in the world, but the men that I know in this world, ain't none of them finna drop their boyfriend's brother off at no weird rest stop with no weird vehicle, and truth be told, probably with a dude. Like, that's your brother's girlfriend.
But then you wind up dead right alongside her. So you're pulling up and you've got enough mind to say, this doesn't look right. We're not doing this. Let's
and this is 21 years later they're finding this note, right?
Right.
So
if we look at the timeline, in 2010 is when they found the note. Wilmer is found anonymously dead in some house in 2017. And then what is that, 2024, they decide to announce that Wilmer is the final suspect?
Because they had enough time in 2010 finding a note that said she was meeting somebody in a blue car.
And he's dead by 2017, so all gas, no brakes at this point. Is him.
That is not a case closed.
It's not a case closed. I'm telling you, and the whole time I was investigating this, I was just thinking, like, these poor families, like, if these were any of my loved ones who was harmed or missing or anything in this case, I would have had an attorney to go and get these investigator files, because this don't make no sense.
But again, it was a different time, and there was a lot more ways to cover up things, and I guess to easier to not get answers. Like, now we have all kinds of methods and access to information that just was not there.
And that's true, but that wasn't true. What you just said was true at the time of the original investigation. That was no longer true at the time when they announced that Wilmer was now the official suspect. That was in 2024. Like, I do not feel that this case is closed. And then once the officers, they sitting proud and they talking they tough talk. We did good, y'all. We got the suspect. When talking about Wilmer being found dead, and how the FBI had to let him go from him passing his lie detector test. One of the investigating detectives said that he would have done anything. He would have threatened him or anything else to get Wilmer to confess. This is what the officer said. So, do we as a country, is this how we want officers to solve cases?
Yeah, no. I mean,
What do you mean you would have threatened him or done anything else to get him to confess?
he said that publicly.
Not only did he say this publicly, he said this on the ID channel.
Wow.
In a documentary about this case?
Yes.
Oh, jeez. Wow.
Unbelievable what you think you can get away with and do.
Right, and this is the kind of stuff that we see. So when I tell people I am a criminal defense investigator, they immediately think that my goal is to get people off. It is not. My goal is to make sure that whatever my client has been charged with, that he has not been investigated by an officer who says and believes that it is okay to threaten and do anything that you need to do to get someone to confess. This is why these prisons are packed the way that they are. This is why when everyday citizens are at home watching the news and they are taken aback and angered when they see that someone has been released from prison or when somebody's conviction has been overturned, this is that right here. What do you mean you would have threatened him or done anything else to get him to confess? But now that he is gone, now that he is off of you all from your original statements from Kathy and Rebecca, that a member of law enforcement did this. We have gone from that all the way down to this degenerate waterman who passed a polygraph test. And then they said, oh, he passed it because, he's a psychopath and he's so smart and he's so this. Well, if he was so smart, why would he drive his own vehicle with a vanity plate to the crime scene? So we can't have it all these ways. You can't have your cake and eat it too.
And so putting it back to him being this degenerate and all these labels that you want to put on Waterman, which are so stereotypical.
Correct.
But also talking about the way how all these cases tie into each other, the way that this investigation was actually botched. They searched a fairly wide area to find the bodies of Daniel and Anna Maria and were unsuccessful. And it wasn't until 6 weeks later that they found their skeletal remains down a like a path or a road going towards the water or whatever. And
it was like a hunting trail or something.
Yeah, like two turkey hunters found their remains down a trail, and these bodies were almost done with, I don't know if it's care or being hidden, but they were covered with a blanket, with an electric blanket from the car. Again, the same MO, nothing's taken, wallets left behind, belongings left behind, and Anna Maria's locket was left behind. Now, was it left behind because she left it behind as I was here, you could find me? Or was it in a struggle? Was it purposely left by the killer? Again,
was it left in the car or did they find it in the woods?
It was in the woods.
No, it was out thrown about, I want to say somewhere near, like Tanisha said, in the woods, or maybe down near the water path where those dogs would have tried to get into the water. But yeah, it was left behind.
Yeah, and cause of death is undetermined because it was 6 weeks before they found them, and evidence washed away, a lot of rain, weather elements, and nothing's traceable. And because they were so badly decomposed, there was no way to tell how they were murdered or how.
Yeah, I mean, by then it's like animals have gotten to them, weather has
Right.
gotten to them.
So yeah, they definitely liked him. And like I said, me being a trained social worker, all of these themes really popped out at me. You know, one with the non-heteronormative couple of Kathy and Rebecca. Then we have this disenfranchised folks of these watermen as the suspects. Because the truth of the matter is, Wilmer, I mean, you know, we look at what's his name, Gacy. He was a business owner also, but this man, he didn't have a criminal record.
So I don't have a criminal record, but I'm just going to start, slaying, murdering, knifing, choking and strangling and shooting people on the parkway.
A whole bunch of people, very violently. So he didn't have a criminal record. He was a business owner. He passed that polygraph test. But somehow, after telling these victims that this person the suspect at first was a member of law enforcement, to now we're walking it back to, oh, this person impersonated someone, to, no, we got to do even better than that. We have to get down to a suspect that gets us far away from who our original suspect is.
So then they turn to the usual suspect.
And they turn to the usual suspect.
So where does that leave everything in the end? Wilmer, is that his name? Wilmer,
Alan Wilmer. It leaves him 7 years after his death is being called the official suspect. And what was striking to me, 7 years in this work, we typically destroy files at the 7-year mark. At that 7-year mark is where you can comfortably and ethically begin to purge files.
It's that way for everything, right? Your taxes, your
I believe
reports.
So.
It's like
I believe it's that 7-year mark. And 7 is often just the statute of limitations across the board for stuff. I believe, like in some jurisdictions, it's 7 years for you to file suit for civil matters. Like 7 for it to be 7 years. So it's a whole lot of weirdness.
Well, maybe we should start talking about, I mean, this is a theory, right? The one that you put together does. Well, were there any other theories that we haven't talked about that may have come up during this whole time since these murders started to now?
Like you said, I feel like I don't feel like they're serial. I feel like the first 2 could have been individual hate crimes. And the other ones, I mean, the fact that they have singular murders in between them that don't fit any kind of pattern. And then our last victims weren't, Daniel and Anna Maria weren't necessarily on the highway, but adjacent to the highway, but was roped into it. I don't really know how this is. The only thing that makes these the Colonial Parkway murders is the fact that they were murdered on the Colonial Parkway.
And if law enforcement use these outline cases of Lori and Teresa as a way to tie Wilmer in as being the suspect. Then why, when we look up Colonial Parkway murders, why isn't their faces there?
It's crazy
What's
because you like to think that people and law enforcement are a lot like that, and I don't want this to always be like we're always coming down on law enforcement or what have you. This is like a case by case individual, like,
Mhm.
and they themselves listed and labeled it to families, to a victim's family, as possibly being their own, and not only that, possibly a person impersonating them. But when you think of what people are capable of, the kind of clubs that are out here in this world, when we're talking about nowadays, we're talking about sex trafficking children, you're talking about Epstein, and you're talking about Diddy. Who can put it past the blue wall of what they do inside their, like, I don't put anything past anybody.
No, and that is where they can get away with this. And again, that trained social worker, that part of me that sees everything based upon social economic status, based upon power and privilege and all of these things. Um, who who else could do these things? Like I remember one time I had a case, this man was a medical doctor. He took his computer to Best Buy to get fixed. You want to know what the Geek Squad found on that computer?
Yeah.
Child pornography.
Yeah.
So as a doctor,
Mm.
you smart, right? You take your laptop to the Geek Squad and you to be fixed, and you don't think that these people gonna find this mess on your computer? So that's that level of power and privilege. Going back to Diddy, all the Epstein's, all of this. That is that. It is. Studies need to be conducted on how power and privilege corrupts a person's mind,
And
because there's
obviously,
yes. Because how would you think my little bitty self, my everyday regular self, I wouldn't have took that there.
yeah.
But if you have that level of power and privilege, I'm gonna take it there because you know it's there because you put it there, or someone put
Yeah.
it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
And we glanced over this other guy that I was talking about earlier, Edward Lee Bell, who's
mhm,
also deceased. As
they always are.
he was the most publicly discussed person of interest. And the reason why he drew attention was because he was a serial rapist in Virginia at those times. He operated in the same region. He attacked young couples, and he used control and manipulation. And in 1989, while he was incarcerated, he wrote a letter to the FBI claiming that he was responsible for the Colonial Parkway murders. And then later he recanted that information. So he wasn't charged because nothing matched up. Like, I mean, it's weird to me that you have a man who's in prison who is, I did this, I did that, and I'm known for being a serial rapist, and I've done all these things, and I'm telling you that I am, you know, I'm the person responsible for these murders. And you go so far in your investigation to prove he's not. But then you go so far in your investigation to prove somebody else did, that has a clean record and never did anything. So things seem so backwards to me.
Well, one of the things is that I get from my clients all the time. I know the law. I've been here before. They can't do nothing with me. I know you know what I'm saying? So if this isn't your first rodeo and you have been down this road before and you have a record and you have dealt with investigations and you have been on trial before, they can't put that on you. It's much more difficult for them to put it on you because you are experienced than someone who is not.
You know, as I'm listening to you, like, this other thing always made me, I never understand this. And you always see this like in, crime shows and stuff. But the FBI and
Mhm.
the Virginia State Police were working together. And of course, there are butting heads and there's conflicts. And so they investigated this jointly. And
yeah, that's that task force.
so different, depending on where, it was in near York's town or Williamsburg or Jamestown, like it's different jurisdictions handling these murders. But then you have the FBI involved. But then it's like, I'm reading that information sharing was limited. Why in the world would you limit information sharing when both of your goal is the same? Get who did this. So why would you, hold information unless it's something you're hiding? Like, otherwise, here, my doors are wide open. Check and look wherever you want, wherever you can find a connection. My files are your files are mine. Like, let's do this.
So the goal may be the same, but the intentions may not be. So, for example, when they're saying cop did it, a cop from who? Would that cop have been a Virginia State police officer? And if we are the FBI and we believe that to be true, or we're hearing about that, then we might be a little bit kind of hush hush or apprehensive about sharing information with the Virginia State Police. What else was going on at that time? Did the FBI need did they just take a hit that messed with their reputation, and now do they need the glory from solving this to help bolster the knock that they just got to their reputation? So although our goals are the same, we will have individual intentions.
Well, yeah, because then it was saying like the FBI was not in agreement with the Virginia State Police in the fact that they didn't think it was serial. There were multiple offenders.
Right.
There wasn't just one. And then like the victims claiming that, that evidence was withheld, or that there's conflicting information. So one police officer says it's a police officer, the other one says it's an impersonator. And like just and I'm sure all of the families are like, these people that you're questioning or come forward, you're releasing them too quickly. Like, oh, I heard 2 shots and I stole their money and I was rifling through their car. Well, what else did you take? You could have taken some evidence that could have placed who was there. You could have taken a shoe that belonged to to a murderer. Like, you don't know what else this man took that compromised the investigation. Because at this point, they're robbing a crime scene.
Because even like the whole Wilmer thing, like when I said that officer who was like, oh, I would have done whatever I had to do to get him to confess, that in that same documentary that I watched, he went on to blame the FBI for even releasing him in the first place. So again, they can have the same goal, but their intentions may be different. And that's where the problem comes. Because to say, that saying there's too many chefs in the kitchen, or we got too many chiefs, and that kind of thing, that's really a place when you have when you're talking about investigations and jurisdictions and who's going to take control. Maybe FBI didn't want to get showed up by the itty bitty Virginia State Police. Maybe the Virginia State Police didn't want to seem inept, that they could only solve a murder that happened in their jurisdiction with the help of the FBI. So it's a lot of mess that goes on in the background, whereas the rest of us, just like you said, aren't we fighting for the same goal? And the answer is yes. However, I don't want him to win. I want to win.
Yeah.
So our intentions are different.
And then, but the worst part and the saddest thing about all of that is that when departments can't come together, the FBI can't come together with the Virginia State Police, or Virginia State Police is dropping the ball, at the end of the day, victims' families continue to suffer with no answers.
And that is why I said, knowing what I know, right, as a criminal defense investigator, I would have definitely hired an attorney as the families of these victims, and requested a thorough overview of this investigation, because that it does not feel complete.
I mean, like, say at this point, like, I'm a family member of
Mhm.
one of the victims. And I'm
Mhm.
like, I'm not taking no for an answer. Can I go to the courthouse there and demand, like, I want to see my loved one's case file? I want to see all of this stuff because you're obviously not doing anything. I want to see what I can do so I can hire someone like you to help me with my case. Like, can people do that?
Yeah, I get those phone calls all the time.
Is it met with resistance, like trying to go because a case isn't closed or because maybe it's still open? Are there like,
Yeah, it is oftentimes met with resistance, and when I explain all of these possibilities to the families, they then decide that they want to back away, because it's extremely costly. It's almost, they're not going to release any files of a case that
it
remains
costs you to
open.
find out what happened to
But
your family because y'all can't tell me what happened to my
yes,
family?
so they're not going to release the files of a opened case. Okay. But let's say this case is now closed. And this is my family. Say this is my aunt Rebecca. My auntie Rebecca was unalive 10 years before I was born, but I see the toll it has continued to take on my family. They don't really know. I want to get down to it. And so I go to request that file, because this is a 10, 15-year investigation. That file alone may cost us hundreds of thousands of dollars, because oftentimes these jurisdictions, these police departments, these courts, they charge $2 a page. And if we're talking about 10, 15 years of investigation, how many pages is that? How much does that cost?
Yeah.
So it's coming from the courts, like the courthouse, but this is not coming from police evidence file.
Whoever is the holder of that file is where it will come from. So it will come from the court. If the situation went to trial, it will come from the court. If it is still under investigation, it will come from the investigating agencies. So in this case, you may have Williamsburg police who may have their hands on it. You will have the FBI who has their hands on it. You may have the Virginia State Police have their hands on it. You may have the county sheriff at any one of these little triangle historical towns who will have had their hands on it. So you will have to get the files from all of those investigating agencies. And again, we're talking about how many years worth of investigation at $2 a page, even if they give you bulk discount and say 25 cents a page.
I mean, a penny a page is still going to cost you a pretty
A
penny.
pen, correct. And that's before you have you've even hired an attorney. That's before you have even hired an investigator.
It's like just nothing but punishment after punishment for families. Like they
Mm-hmm.
should be like
Mm-hmm.
seriously, like, I will pay for the ream of paper and I'll bring my own reams of paper in to copy. I'll bring my own, like, I don't understand that. Like, you fail four families, not four families, eight families, and two additional families by not giving answers, but now you got to pay to find answers.
Well, I will tell you, to make it even more difficult, they don't just charge you for the page. What they say is you have to charge us for the time and the work to do it.
Somebody's got
So
to sit there.
so what they do is they charge you by who is the lowest paid person at that police station, that police precinct. So if we're talking about the police precinct of Timbuktu, right? And the lowest paid person there makes $15 an hour. So what they're going to do is not only charge you the penny per page, but they're going to charge you $15 an hour to even gather those pages. And then you will be charged the penny a page.
Okay, that was in the 80s. Okay, now I can walk into a police station and every single piece of paper that comes into the police station should be scanned and filed. And that when you walk in there, it's a matter of putting a little fob in the little thing, a USB, whatever you want. I don't know what you're using today. Or take your phone and put it up to the thing and go boop and transfer my files to my phone.
That would make my life so
Sophisticated.
much easier.
I don't think they're that sophisticated yet.
Is my mama would say that's too
You're
much
not
like
that
life.
sophisticated yet, but
It's
yeah,
not that
you
sophisticated.
are.
No, we're still on paper.
Okay. Well, it's
We're
time.
still on paper.
It's time.
And why are we still on paper? Is it because
Somebody wants to make money. Yeah.
You want to make money on a penny a page, $2 a page? Like that is like robbery. There should be laws about free information, about cases that should be available to family members who have lost loved ones due to the non-protection of districts that they live in.
But if you can get that for free, now we got to really do our job, because here come everybody wanting. So we got to tack all these costs. And again, so you got to pay that hourly rate. You have to pay per page. Then you have to pay for whatever means they get those pages to you. So if you say it's 15 years worth of investigation, that's going to take 2 external drives at like 3 teragigs, an external drive. An external drive that big, that in itself, 2 of those might be $300, $400, $500.
I just want answers.
Pay for them.
Yeah.
I just want to do
That's the answer. That's the answer. Pay for them or you ain't getting none. And so what happens? We don't get none. Because we don't have that power and that privilege or that wealth. This system is so driven by money. Yo, let me tell you, I once had a client and he was well off. He was in prison for maybe 7 months at the time. His family was able to hire a full staff of defense folks, including myself. He looked at me when I sat in front of him at that prison and said to me, Des, they got to get me out of here. I've been in here for 6 months. I got to go. And because he had money, by that next season, that man was home. He was home because he could afford to get home.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense. But here we are. Are we closing this case again with the same verdict as we did Ketty?
I say we need to close this case with under the file. We got to create a separate category of dear families, hire an attorney. Because the person who you have been told who has caused your family the largest amount of harm that anyone can imagine is not the person who did that to you all.
Well, with that all being said, this is our second case and officially our longest case that we have discussed. It deserves it.
We're investigators.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big one. We knew that going into it.
Yes.
And there is so much that I'm sure we could still spend next week talking about.
I got a whole lot of notes in front of me that we have not even discussed.
Yeah, I mean,
that's just me.
Think about the family members that are still active. So, Kathy Thomas's brother is out there, runs a Facebook group and a podcast as well. So it's a case or cases that people haven't forgotten about and are still actively talking about and trying to get answers for. And hopefully this will be one small part of that.
Well, thank you everybody for sitting with us on another Sunday, going down that rabbit hole with us, talking about the Colonial Parkway murders. I hope you were able to join along, and if you have any questions, maybe we can address them on our live midweek next week. But we do have an all new episode coming out next Sunday. No details this time. You have to tune in and subscribe to find out what it's going to be.
Yes, tune in on our Wednesday live. Every Wednesday, we go live 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time. And this Wednesday, maybe we'll give you a little hint of our next case.
Maybe.
And yeah, and you all see what kind of time I am on with this kind of stuff. If you have any disagreements or you want to add anything to what I have to say, hit those comments down there and let us know, and we can include that in our next live, or maybe even have you on our next podcast.
Yeah, and speaking of, let's give a quick shout. We did have a couple people that have been very responsive that helped us shape tonight's discussion. One was Al, who just wrote in and said, you have me into the whole whodunit shows again. Great show, which is great.
Yeah,
that's
awesome. Amazing.
Yeah.
To have some interesting,
yeah, I think
something we're doing.
And I think that was our goal.
Yeah.
So, hearing that comment tells me that we, at least as far as I am concerned, we have hit that first marker, which is to reignite people's curiosities on these kind of things in a way where they are not just being fed information, in a way where they are being invited to ingest it and digest it and add to it, stir the pot with us. Because I really feel that oftentimes a lot of this stuff that happens in these investigations, they occur in a way where they do not want us to think this stuff through. Because we see just here right now, if the everyday person is thinking these things through and not just accepting what is being given to us, then these investigations and these outcomes will look completely different.
Yeah. And if you want to explore more, you could always watch our case overview of the Colonial Parkway murders. It's on YouTube. We also have a previous case that we covered, the Keddy Cabin murders.
Say it again. Say it 4 times.
The Keddy Cabin murders. That was our first case, so take a look at that if you haven't already. And please be sure to subscribe and let your friends know about this if it's something you really like. So tune in every Sunday. We release new content. Every Wednesday we go live, and in between all of that, we trickle in little shorts and posts and information as well.
So yes, hit us up, and we will see you Wednesday night live.
Yes.
So that's Christmas Eve. So.
Oh.
So then we get to have an audience. So it's you and your family, and y'all can sit around and watch us.
Exactly.
All right. We'll see you then.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
On the morning of September 20, 1988, A 19-year-old woman left her home in New Mexico for a bike ride she'd taken countless times before. She never came back. No body. No bike. No witnesses who could say what really happened. But 10 months later, a single photograph would change everything. A photo so disturbing, so controversial, that more than 3 decades later, investigators still debate whether it shows Tara Calico alive. This is 15 Minutes of Murder. Tara Lee Calico was 19 years old. She lived in Bella, New Mexico, a small town where people noticed when something was off. Tara was athletic, outgoing, and driven. She was attending the University of New Mexico, studying business. She had a job. She had plans. This was not a case of a girl running away. On the morning of September 20th, Tara told her mother she was going for a long bike ride, a routine she followed often. She planned to be home by noon because she had a tennis date later that day. She never made it. By early afternoon, Tara's mother Patty Dole knew something was wrong. Tara didn't always ride alone. Her mother Patty enjoyed the ride as well, mother and daughter, side by side, talking as they went. But at some point, Patty stopped. Not because she didn't enjoy it but because she had been stalked by a motorist while riding. A man in a vehicle had followed her closely, watching her and making her feel unsafe. And because of that experience, Patty worried. She urged her daughter to carry mace, but Tara didn't think she needed it. She brushed it off. She was young, confident, and she had ridden those roads dozens of times before. Tara was last seen around 11:45 a.m., riding her bike along State Road 47. When she didn't return, Patty frantically drove Tara's route herself. Sadly, she didn't find her daughter. But along the roadside, investigators later found something chilling: pieces of Tara's Sony Walkman, and her cassette tape. Her bike was never recovered. Several witnesses reported seeing a pickup truck following Tara along her route, but no description ever led to an arrest. By nightfall, Tara Calico had completely vanished. Nearly 10 months after Tara disappeared, a Polaroid photograph was found in a convenience store parking lot in Port St. Joe, Florida, over 1,500 miles from New Mexico. The photo showed a young woman and a young boy. Both were bound and gagged. They appeared to be lying in the back of a van. Had someone purposely dropped it? Or was it clumsily left behind by her abductor? When the image was released publicly, a family friend of Tara's saw it and immediately contacted the Calicos. Tara's mother took one look at the photo and believed the girl was her daughter. Not just because of the face, but because of a distinctive scar on the leg, a scar Tara had. Investigators sent the photo to multiple agencies. Scotland Yard reportedly concluded the image was Tara Calico. But Los Alamos National Laboratory disagreed. The FBI had ultimately ruled the photo inconclusive. And here's the detail that kept hope alive: the Polaroid film used to take the picture was not manufactured until after Tara disappeared. If the girl in the photo was in fact Tara, she was still alive months later. The boy in the photograph sparked another wave of fear. Some believed he was Michael Henley Jr., a child who had disappeared years earlier. But when Michael's remains were later found, that theory collapsed. Over the years, 2 more disturbing Polaroids surfaced. One showed a young woman with tape over her mouth, sitting near a construction site in California. Another appeared to show a bound woman on a train, wearing large glasses. Both photos were taken using film produced after 1989. Families believed, or desperately hoped, these images were connected, but investigators could never confirm that any of the women were Tara Calico. Some believe these photos were cruel hoaxes. Others believe they were glimpses of something much darker, something organized. To this day, none have been definitively linked. In 1998, Tara Calico was legally declared dead. Her death was ruled a homicide. But in 2008, a former Valencia County sheriff made a stunning claim. He stated that local teenage boys had accidentally hit Tara with a truck, panicked, and covered it up. No arrests were made. No remains were found. No physical evidence was presented. Decades later, in 2023, authorities announced they had identified individuals connected to Tara's disappearance.
At this time, law enforcement believes there is sufficient evidence to submit this investigation to the District Attorney's Office for review of potential charges. Currently, the identities and specifics of the persons of interest are sealed by the court and will remain so until a court order otherwise.
But no charges have been publicly filed. And the details remain sealed. Tara Calico's parents, Patty and David, died without ever knowing what happened to their daughter. They left this world with so many questions. Was their daughter abducted? Was the photograph real? Was the truth buried by fear, or in silence? Somewhere between hope and horror, Tara Calico's story remains unfinished. Tara and her family have no answers, no justice, and no peace. The National Crime Information Center's NCIC number for Tara Calico is M4611178833. This number is used to identify her case in the national database maintained by law enforcement agencies across the United States. If you have any information regarding her disappearance, you are encouraged to contact authorities, Valencia County Sheriff's Office at 505-866-2400, the FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI, or submit a tip online via tips.fbi.gov. Thank you for watching. Subscribe, share, and remember, someone is always waiting for answers. This was 15 Minutes of Murder.
Hello and welcome everybody to 15 Minutes of Murder. Happy Sunday. We are going to be doing the podcast long length version of breaking down this case. So if you've been following us, you've seen episode 1 and 2. Our third episode is Tara Calico. And this was a 19-year-old girl who went for a bike ride the morning of September 20th, and she never returned. We don't know if she's missing. We don't know if she was murdered. We have our theories. We have our suspects. But this one is a whodunit and where is she? And the case is still technically open. So there's still room to have hope. But basically, this is a young girl who went for a bike ride and never came home. There were some sketchy circumstances around her disappearance. Des kind of thinks a little different than I do. I don't know what Craig thinks, but we're going to get into it. So, welcome to 15 Minutes of Murder. We are your hosts, Tanisha Slater, Craig Chapman, and our resident crime expert,
Desiree Edwards.
And let's break it down. So, Tara Calico, she was 19 years old.
19, a baby.
A baby.
Yeah,
Innocently, innocent, doing innocent things, going for a bike ride. Now, she used to go on this bike ride with her mom, or her mom would come with her sometimes on the bike ride, but mom got scared off. Now, I don't know what mom gets scared off the way she got scared off and continues to allow her daughter to ride this bike alone, 19 or not.
Absolutely. And to say I'm scared off, use mace, but take my bike that I was stalked on.
Yeah. I don't know what that is. So basically, mom was riding her bike with her daughter and noticed that someone had been trailing them and stalking her and watching her on this bike ride. Or like what? And like, do you know the person? Is it a local person? I mean, it's another small town. So
I am just stuck on the advice is simply go ahead and go and take this mace instead of girl, we gonna sit this out, or at least do we find a different route?
They were out in the middle of nowhere in a small town. There could have
They
been
were
100 different routes they could have chosen. Okay. Yeah, I mean it's definitely a situation where she could have chosen a different route easily. They lived in the middle of the desert. I mean, they were in New Mexico. I've traveled through New Mexico a lot, and these small towns, they could have gone any route they wanted to.
Yeah, because her route was like 36 miles. So you can go 36 miles this way, 36 miles that way, 36 miles that way, 36 miles that way. Like it was options. We did not have to continue to take the route that we felt was dangerous.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's also maybe worth just getting to know Tara a little bit more. She was really athletic, really outgoing. So this bike ride was a normal thing for her. I think she had plans to go play tennis right afterwards. It sounds like me when I was her age. I was running, I was playing tennis, I was surfing at the beach, like she was an outdoorsy type of girl.
And well liked, had friends. She had her boyfriend. It wasn't like I was reading that. Okay, well, she from what I thought, she was liked. Studious.
She did have a boyfriend, and that's who she was supposed to have been meeting.
Right, that's right.
She play tennis with
and play tennis with him in the afternoon. So she was gonna get through her bike ride, and go do that. I don't know. I think she's done this bike ride so many times before. And I think a lot of people know this, once my mother's always like, once people know your pattern, like always like try and break your pattern so that people don't exactly figure you out, especially when you're like kids walking home from school or like going out with your friends or whatever, just be situational awareness. Seems like maybe she didn't have that, being that she didn't even listen to her mom telling her like, some stuff is up, like maybe you should chill a little bit or carry mace. But my mom's advice is not carry mace. It's go the other way. We're not bike riding.
Go the other way. Go the other way. And it would not be but I'm gonna tell y'all. So Tara says to her mom, I have a date with my boyfriend. I want to say Jack Cole or some very nondescript name like this is the boyfriend's name. She says, I have a 12:30 date with my boyfriend. If I am not back home by noon, come and get me.
That's right. I do remember that is thinking about that now. That is weird.
And then, so 12 o'clock was the cutoff time for Tara. She's saying, come and get me. Well, the reports are stating that the last person who saw her alive was at 11:45 a.m. That's 15 minutes before this cutoff time to come and get me.
Yeah.
Who would have known that? Like that just seems, and then that whole come and get me at 12 and we have a 12:30 date. We don't know where she would have been along her route. So if mom goes to get her, starts to look for her at 12, where at along this route would Tara have been? And would that have been enough time to get to find Tara and then get her to her date in 30 minutes?
I think didn't they say something about like mile marker 15 or something is where she disappeared along the road.
And how far was home from mile marker 15?
Yeah.
And it's just that timeline of 11:45 is when she went missing, and it was noon is the time when she told mom to come and get her. Like someone that definitely feels like someone knew.
So so you think that because Tara was like, come get me like, come get me as in I can't get back home quick enough, so come pick me up in the car and throw my bike in the back so I can get to my tennis date. That's the kind of that's
No,
what I meant.
what I mean by is if I tell Craig to come and get me at 12,
Mhm.
and no one who knew that I told Craig to come get me at 12 p.m. And then I go missing. Thank you, Craig. And then I go missing at 11:45, which is 15 minutes before someone was supposed to come looking for me.
So you're thinking mom shared the information with somebody?
I'm thinking someone knew. Absolutely.
No,
Absolutely.
no way.
Absolutely. That is what I think, because that's just too much of a coincidence. In the way in my head, it feels like, oh snap, what's her mom's name? Patty is going to go look for Tara in 15 minutes, or we got 15 more minutes, y'all hurry up and go get Tara before Patty goes out there looking for her.
I don't know. I'm not there yet.
Mm-hmm. And this is why in this investigation, when I say I could not get past her front door, because it's a lot of
Close to,
yeah,
it's proximity, as you say.
what you say?
It's proximity, as you say.
Yeah, and it is too much. Like that's just a lot. That's a lot of somebody would have known. It's like a timeline almost, and who would have known that timeline? So if my son, just like last night, I went and picked my son up, told him I'd be there in an hour. Who would have known that? That was a text message between us. So who would have known that his mom was on her way to get him within that hour? Would it be someone he texted and was like, "Oh, my mom on her way"? Like someone would have known that.
Well, the boyfriend, because I'm sure Tara
Exactly.
was like, oh, okay. Because I'm sure Tara was like, well, I'm gonna be on time, but just in case I'm not, I told my mom to come get me.
Mm-hmm. And then let's talk about the boyfriend. So now you are supposed to be the last person who was with her. So,
but she never made it to him.
but she never made it. And this is what I'm saying when I say I could not get past her front door, because there is so much in there just as we begin this discussion that leads me to believe that for right now where we are, that somebody knew her people at some branch of her network. They knew where this girl was. They knew her schedule. I do not think.
So now so she goes missing, but nothing is found. No bike, no body, no evidence whatsoever. Tire marks are found, but they could be any bike. It's not like she was the only person, traveling that road. They did find a black Sony Walkman that was busted up, I guess, on the ground, but like whether it was hers or not officially, I don't know.
Right.
I thought it was yellow, and that's how they knew it was hers.
Really? I thought it was black. I read it was black.
I thought I saw black too.
Maybe
Yeah, I thought it was black. I read that it was black because I was shocked. I was surprised too, but then I was like, oh, I remember those from back in the day.
Yeah,
But
but
yeah,
I also
yellow.
remember. Yeah, and I also remember us doing things to our Walkman that would make them personal. So like we might put stickers on them or, get one of those glue sparkle pens and write our names on them and stuff like that. So I wasn't too like I didn't be like, oh, well, how did they know that was her Walkman? I just immediately
Yeah, well, you assume because that's what you're told. She went on this bike ride. This is the length of where she went and
Mhm.
rode. She would have covered this amount of ground, so this right here would probably be hers.
Well, probably.
I guess of course the mom probably identified it as such, but but there was no. That was the only thing that was found. There was no like struggle. There was no like signs of struggle or signs that that there was a scuffle. No like tire marks or anything where somebody may have accidentally run her off the road. So like just
I'm reading, it says Tara Calico's Walkman was bright yellow and distinctive. Investigators found a broken piece of it along with her cassette tape near tire tracks, suggesting she may have left them as clues after being abducted.
yeah, that's strange because reading other reports, it was, and I think it was a what do you call those things? Like a police report.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it
Well,
happened.
yeah, but that's a big item to leave behind to leave a clue. And what I mean by that is um when you leave your clues, they're usually smaller things that the
Mm,
person who is abducting you don't notice. So if this person would have thought to let me grab Tara and her bike because I don't want anything left behind, I would think that they would see her Walkman that would have been left there, even if they caught it out the peripheral view. Like
these
I
are
don't.
people who didn't care. Like you dropped something, who cares? That we're not here for that. We're here for you.
Yeah, but her Walkman, if what Craig just read is correct and how they're saying is distinguishable, they wouldn't want to leave that
Right.
because it would have been able to lead them back to Tara.
Hmm.
So that would have been leaving a distinguishable Walkman behind would have been the same thing as them leaving her bicycle behind because it could have been traced back to Tara.
I don't know.
So what are you thinking then, Des, in this 15-minute window?
What I really think, what I really think, and it may be a very unpopular opinion, but for right now, what I think is I think that Tara's stepdad had a thing for Tara, and that yes, and that Tara, yep, and that Tara rebuked him, and that he harmed Tara, and yep, and that is why because there was I read something about that the mom just latched on to this picture, right?
Yes. So the picture.
Right.
So Tara
Yep.
went missing. She'd been missing, and nobody seen. I mean, they were looking for her, and all, and
And
a picture surfaced in Florida, in St. Joe, Florida, which is 1,500 miles, right?
it's far.
It's
Other side of the country.
It's 1,500 miles from Belen, New Mexico. And there's a picture found in a rest stop or a convenience store area on the ground of a female that looks to be about around Tara's age and a young boy with tape over their mouths and tied up in the back of what they're saying is a van. And there's something about this photo that made me be like, that is very weird that the mom kept insisting.
Right. And so first of all, let's quit playing. That is not Tara in that picture.
You don't think so? I look at it over and over, and there's parts of me that think that it resembles Tara's 16-year-old picture photo, but not Tara at her 19 years age.
No, I don't think that's Tara. And here is where I go with this. I don't think it's Tara, and the authorities don't believe it was Tara either, because it was the analysis of the photos remained inconclusive. This
Oh,
agency
yeah, but
said it's her, and this
Scotland
agency
Yard
said it is not her.
said yes, FBI said no, and
Yep.
then the national what is that, the my gosh, I can't think of the name of it, but it was a third agency that wound up being inconclusive. So it's like yes, no, maybe.
Yep. And I feel that dad, although he was stepdad, I think him allowing Tara's mom to clutch to this picture is him allowing Tara's mom to not focus on him.
So basically, him in the photo is not allowing Tara's mom to look inside the house. She's looking outside the house.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because like I said,
Because
go ahead.
In the photo, there's the mom is saying, oh, until the day she died, because the mom, all of them are gone now. The mom, biological father, stepfather, they've all passed away. And the mom, to the day she died, believed that that was her daughter in the photo.
Yep.
For two reasons. One, she said that there was a scar on the girl's leg that Tara had. And two, which is weird to me, there's a book, a V.C. Andrews book next to the girl in the photograph that the mom said was Tara's favorite author. And that book was next to her.
Well, I'm going to tell you about this book. So, V.C. Andrews was the bomb in the 80s.
Oh, yeah. I don't know who
was the bomb. So I just so happened to Google that book. That book was a bestseller. So at that time, a whole lot of people would have had that book.
But the irony of it being her favorite author and it being there with that girl in a van randomly.
On top of nobody in that picture, and I don't care how sensationalized the media want to make that picture, ain't nothing gruesome about that picture. Don't nobody in that picture look like they're under duress. They don't look stressed out.
I read that, but then it's just like, well, what if not Tara? And then this is a whole other thing, but if not Tara, this is a young boy, like even if it's a joke, like there's a young boy and a girl tied up in a van with tape over their mouth. I don't know what I would look like. I mean, I guess
so that picture was found, a year after Tara went missing. We don't know when the picture was taken. But I would think that even if it was taken a week after she was abducted, that there will be some kind of signs of struggle and like fight and stress with Tara, because we opened with Craig saying how fit she was and how active she was. What we know of Tara would have fought.
That's right.
Whoever abducted Tara, I would imagine they would have almost had to beat that baby to death to get her in that van. I think that if with Tara, what we know of Tara, again, that there would have been some kind of defensive wounds. I don't think Tara would have sat there long enough in that position for them to take that picture. I just, y'all, I don't.
If you're scared, you do.
But they don't even.
If you're scared, you shut up and sit there and just look.
And when you're scared, your eyes look scared. When you're scared, your body is tense. None of it. Tara and that boy, like.
Maybe like, look. Let me look at this photo. Let's put this.
They're just like leaning to the side, chilling.
I mean, I read that in a few places where people say that about that photo, and I just thought that was strange thing to think about that photo, because I guess the first thing that you think is like, oh my God, like I guess you immediately go to the sensationalism of that photo of, oh my God, there's a young girl tied up. And I guess we don't know if they're tied up. They could just be sitting on their hands.
Because that's what I was going to say also. Neither of them, we can see neither of their hands. We can't, I don't think we could see their feet. It just looks very
I would
planted to
say that
me.
the little boy does to me look afraid, and the girl does not. I don't know. This photo is just
And
extremely
and
disturbing.
who abducts a 10-year-old boy and a 19-year-old girl? Like that's kind of like either or. Like which one of these you messing with, Mr. Kidnapper, killer person?
I don't know this photo. Like, and the other thing that is upsetting to me in this photo is, who are they? And why are they like this? And it's just like,
And why does the pictures keep popping up? Like this is so weird,
well, the
y'all.
first photo, I get it, but then everything else, then two more photos pop up. Another photo pops up in California, and then another photo popped up at a construction site. One, I don't know where the other one popped up, but then there's also like people calling the station and giving false leads, people saying that they're Tara, people saying that they know where she is, or, all these things. And I don't know what. My only thing is that the sensationalism of press then pull people out of the woodwork to want to be a
Right,
part of something
right,
in a
right,
sick way. So those other two
right,
films that did pop up, I mean, they're not, neither here nor there.
right.
This one is the one that her mom latched onto as, this is my daughter. I know this one. This is my daughter.
And y'all remember when we were talking about Idaho and I was saying how I really liked that investigation
Mhm.
because the police kept it under wraps. They kept their mouths shut. This right here is the complete opposite of that. Like it was so much like down the line when you move down the timeline is police constantly saying, oh, we got new leads and we got this and we're on our way to make an arrest, and it's nothing. So much so that the dad, who I have suspicions about, began to ridicule the police by saying, why are y'all saying this? Like if y'all not going to move on this information that y'all have, then why are you saying it?
So you're talking about her biological dad.
No, I'm talking about the stepdad. Yeah.
But why? But if the stepdad is somehow involved, why would he question police? Let them keep going on their wild goose chase.
Because people participate in searches all the time. Like people insert themselves in the investigation of the dirt that they have done all the time. One of the things that law enforcement knows is that when you are at a crime scene and you know how like it's usually golfers standing outside watching, the person who committed that is usually in that crowd.
Trying to
I've heard that.
watch and view how things go down, and in plain sight.
Watching how it went down out of just like curiosity to cover their own butts, but also watching how it went down to kind of sit back like, yeah, look what I did. Look at this chaos. Yeah, I done good. Like they're present. What'd you say, T?
Cocky arrogance of it all.
Cocky arrogance. And then we're also talking about the mind of a person who would even do something like this. So that alone tells us that person not thinking, like us normal folks would think, right? So yeah,
It's strange. So then we talk about, okay, so the mom, so you suspect the dad. So then the mom is like, my daughter didn't return, and you're worried. So she goes out and she drives the road herself to look for her daughter, doesn't find her daughter, and then reports her missing. So like, I don't understand like how a mom to me, it looks like she did all the right things as a mom. Like, my daughter, like, told me to come get her. She's not around. Let me go look for her. I look for her. I don't find her. I immediately call the authorities.
I mean, on that end, she did the right thing as a mom. I think on the front end, the right thing for a mom would have been, girl, don't go. Girl, change your direction. So she did the right thing as a mom, to follow up behind some not so great advice or direction that she had done, that she could have given her daughter to even possibly prevent this.
The other thing too
If we're
about
going to
the
run
photo,
with the, what'd you say?
I'm sorry, go ahead. I just something popped in my head, and you know I'm like
What was
Raymond.
it?
That the photo, like what? I'm not. Maybe I don't, because I don't know. Like the photo, this happened in New Mexico. The photo is found in Florida.
In Florida.
Like, who saw this photo in Florida and was like, this must be Tara Calico?
Not only who found it in Florida, but the person who found it then says there was a van parked in the spot where I found it at.
Right, that's right. So then technically there's ties back to seeing a van following Tara the day that she was riding her bike. So that's weird.
But listen, I found a picture, and where I found the picture, a van was parked there. Huh?
Yeah.
So like you remember that? So if you pick up a potato chip bag off the ground, you're going to be like, oh snap, there was a van parked here. Like, how does that information?
Because if you're like unsolved mysteries in the 80s, well, this was 1980, so this was super early 80s, so that wasn't a thing, right? But if I pick up a picture on the ground and it's disturbing as a girl and a boy with their mouths taped around, I'm like, where do you think this came from? Oh, snap. And we all know, like, stranger danger, Scooby-Doo vans, like, don't like, mess with them.
But you would have led with the van. You wouldn't have led with the picture. You would have led with, oh snap, that van was right there, and then I found that picture.
I don't know, like it's just weird to me. That's like somebody gets murdered in Florida and you're up in Vermont and you're like, oh, I just found this photo and this looks like how do you know? Like, it's not like it was that national.
And this right here is why I say I couldn't get past the front door, because all of this other stuff that we're talking about, none of this kind of makes sense, and none of it really has a place. So every time we talk about something, it's like, back to this picture. It's like, but how do they get there? And this from here, and this from there. So one of the things in my investigations, I always say, no matter what was done, no matter how it was done, no matter who it was done to, that chain of action, that chain of events has to make sense in my head. So what I mean by that, like, oh, okay, I can see why they would do that, or oh, okay, I can see why they would do that. I don't have any of that here. And in this investigation with Tara, where my brain stops with clarity is who knew where she was at during this day, during her track. That, because nothing else makes sense.
So you are definitely not on the wavelength of this was a random, or this was a serial killer, or this was
no,
a stranger abduction.
This is one of the situations where when people call my phone and say, Des, I've heard about Sunshine Investigations. My family member is missing or has been killed. And then when I listen to them, I say to them, you don't need an investigator. Y'all already know who did this. Y'all already know who did this. because nothing past the Walkman makes sense. Not that picture, not the picture being across the country. None of that makes sense.
Oh, well, let me correct myself. So it was Scotland Yard who looked at the picture and believed
Yeah.
it to be Tara. And I'm like, Scotland Yard? Like they went that far to analyze this photo? And then, so the Los Alamos lab is the one who said, no, this is not Tara. And the FBI's findings were inconclusive. So it's still the yes, no, maybe. But at what point did you put so much weight in a photo that's found in Florida for an abduction that happens in New Mexico and take this photo as far as Scotland Yard to have it analyzed because a mom said, I think that is my child in the photo? So now it's what you say. So now you're going on this crazy lead of a photo when you have all these like questions of the town that you could be answering, but asking and knocking on doors, but you're attached this girl to a photo that's most likely not her.
That's most likely not her. So again, when I'm working my investigation, no matter what the crime is and all that kind of stuff, I need it to make sense. I need to be able to look at the police reports, the news articles, whatever it may be, and say, okay, I can see that. Okay, that makes sense. But see how right now when we're talking about this picture, you can't do that. You right here, you can't say to any of us, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Nothing in this makes sense.
And so like then I just can't stop thinking about the photo, and then it's like that's how it happens. Like then you get the smoke screen of it all. It's like you're no longer like on this road going who else was on this road. Like you're like going down this rabbit hole of a photo.
And that's why I think the dad let the mom latch on to that photo, because it's distracting.
But then it makes me think even further, was it intentionally distracting?
Mm-hmm.
Like, was it a plant type distraction? Like something planted, somebody knows somebody well enough to say, let's feed this back to, like, I don't know how it got back. I don't know how it got from Florida to.
Because what we even know is that the little boy who they suspected in that photo turns out to not even be him.
But who also was a little boy who went missing on a camping trip in New Mexico. So how did these two separate incidences in New Mexico, two kids who have nothing to do with each other, wind up in the same photo in Florida? Were you going to say something?
It makes no sense.
I was only going to say the way it got to Tara's mother, as far as what I'm researching, is that it was broadcast on a national television program, and then her family and friends saw it and said, hey, Tara's mom, this sort of looks like Tara, maybe you should take a look at it.
Right. Yep.
Wow. Okay.
Yep, that all that look that you're doing, how I can see your wheels turning. Yeah, like it's just so weird. And as I was preparing for this episode, I was like, okay, I think this is going to be the first episode that we do that closely resembles what an investigation meeting looks like, when me and an attorney get together and we're talking over our police reports and we're talking over our discovery and evidence, and it is breaking down all of the information that we have to try to figure out again what makes the most sense. Like just pick all this apart and try to string it together. And Tara's case is not being strung together. It's not. So
It seems a bit all over the place.
Yeah, it's too much. It is.
At what point do we fast forward to more recent stuff, like Sheriff Renee Rivera saying he knew the story of what happened, but the people were too well connected for him to say anything more.
Well,
It possibly being the sheriff's at the time, the sheriff's son that maybe had done this, and that's why it was covered up.
yes, and then, but here's the thing. So that story is at the time of the initial investigation, 88, 89-ish, when Tara went missing. The story was that some people had saw the kids, and it was reported to the sheriff that the kids had maybe hit her with their bike or something. I mean, hit her bike with their vehicle, killed her, covered it up. Then they got to talking amongst themselves and their friends, and then there was just one gentleman named Henry Brown who on his deathbed made some kind of confession like, oh yeah, the sheriff's kid and his friends told me that they hit Tara, killed her, and then hid her body. Now, what's weird about that is that same story, the sheriff had recounted that at the beginning of the investigation. So then the question would have been, if these people have told you that they hit Tara and caused Tara some harm, why wouldn't you had moved on that then? Why weren't they arrested then? And at the time, it was labeled as circumstantial evidence. But that is not circumstantial evidence. That is, in fact, a confession. Somebody confessed that, right? So there is that component of it. But that son, he committed suicide, I want to say, like in the very early 90s. So
Shortly after, kind of.
Shortly after, yeah.
Lawrence Romero Jr., is that his name? And the deathbed confession came from a guy named Frank Methola.
Well, I have, and that's also another thing with Tara, is that the names, just like how Tanisha and I said we remember reading that it was a black Walkman. You just read it was a yellow Walkman. You just gave the name of a man who you attribute the deathbed confession to. I have that in 2013, a deathbed confession was made by a man named Henry Brown. So it's just all over the place. And some of this has to do with the police running their mouths every so often, throwing out information, and now it's all over the place. Now we don't know what is what.
It seems like this, though, like they, law enforcement and people connected to this case actually won't let it go and keep pursuing leads and want to find out what happened to her. Or God, like, I want to say, I don't want to be naive and say find her, like if she's well and still with us, but I don't know, like, to me it just seems like a small town that still wants to find this girl.
Yeah, but the problem is, just from what we're talking about, all this conflicting information, they're not going to find her at this point if they keep doing this, because what they're doing is they're putting out information that's distracting. They're putting out information that someone could copycat. Maybe that's why it's pictures, from this side of the country to that side of the country with Tara. That's why we're hearing about a black Walkman and a yellow Walkman. And it's very difficult to follow up on any valuable leads or make any valuable connections when you have essentially tainted the witness pool by filling it up with inconsistent information or just information in general. Because when people hear things, if, you know, Tanisha say a black Walkman, by the time the news get to me, it's a yellow Walkman.
Yeah.
So it's been too much talk. It's been this, the Oprahs, the Datelines, and the all of that. It's just been too much. And again, that's why I love those Idaho police, because they was like, no, we not talking about nothing. We're not
Yeah.
talking about nothing. And that situation was solved soon. Granted, we're talking about maybe a decade and a half later where they would have had, maybe different technology and stuff, but this was definitely botched.
So I was reading, because that's why the reason why I say that is because I was reading, I don't know if either of you saw this, but in 2023 there was a break in the case, and it led to an entire case file being sent to prosecution to be reevaluated, and they're not ready to disclose this information. They said that they're still reviewing it, but it was enough to conduct a search of a home and suspects on a lead that went dead when it should have been investigated at the time. So we're talking about 1980, all these leads and loose leads that weren't followed up because they were busy chasing a photo or busy chasing a son or what have you, that in 2023 is like, oh, we looked at some other evidence that was left loosely, and it was enough to get a warrant to search a residence.
And what came of that search?
Do
we know?
We don't know. This stuff is under wraps. They're not ready to disclose any of the information. They're still reviewing it. But it's just, to me, like that whole thing where you say, if you have 10 leads, you should at least be at 6. Like, there were so many loose ends that were left in 1980 that are picked up in 2023.
Right.
That finding this girl, had they been done in 1980 when she went, the day she went missing, the week she went missing, the month she went missing.
And if somebody, I don't know whether it's someone in law enforcement, someone within Tara's family, but if someone would have backed off of that picture and allowed this investigation to blossom, where will we be now in 2025? Where will we be now?
We would know where Tara was.
Probably so. I believe we would. I believe that picture was distracting and was a roadblock. Was it a deliberate distraction? Was it a deliberate roadblock? Did someone who maybe was involved with Tara's disappearance luck up, and it just so happened that this roadblock was thrown out there, and they was just like, oh shoot, I'm a rap with that. I'm a rap. You know what I'm saying? Like, that picture did a whole lot of harm. And how the picture got out, I don't know if the family, whoever, so the people who found the picture, where did they take that picture? Did you take that picture to the media? Did you take that picture to the police?
I'm gonna look it up.
I don't know.
Right. So if you took that picture to the media, would you have taken that picture to the media to do exactly what that picture did?
Distracting at the point that there was, while Tara was riding her bike, there was a group of kids up ahead just chilling, I guess in their cars or whatever, that they're saying, well, this person who is bringing this new evidence to light said that they were basically laying in wait for her, and most likely is certain that these kids that were laying in wait for her up ahead in that road had something to do with her disappearance.
And if you found that picture, and you say you found this picture where there was a van parked, would you have cared enough to send that picture to the police? Or do you think that was a matter of sending that picture to the media?
It's what I'm finding is that she took it to the police, who then alerted the media, leading to national news coverage. But they're also saying that the lady who turned in the photo is anonymous, so nobody knows who she is, where she was from. Like, they don't know anything about her.
The tea is piping hot, baby.
Well, and now makes me think about the Colonial Parkway murders, where you're like, oh yeah, let me guess, anonymous.
Let me guess, anonymous. And very much so, like the Colonial Parkway murders, we got some anonymous tips in a case where we were trying to say has a connection with the police.
So this is, and then going back to looking in your own backyard, is that this new information that was dug up in 2021, I guess dragged into 2023 as being sealed, and we're not going to talk about it. The evidence that they found at this residence was with I don't know what it is that they found, but whatever it is that they found and whatever documents that they found were related to new suspects in the case, in her missing, was sealed by a district court, by a district judge, and the person that they interviewed was a person who originally said they knew nothing about the Tara Calico's whereabouts and missing, but now in 2021 they have information about this that they're sharing.
A mess.
My thing is, it's like 1980 to 2021 to 2023 and in 2025, like what I don't understand.
And now you have this information. So you didn't think that this information was of any value 20, 25 years ago? Is that what this, so the person is saying, I don't know nothing about it. So
yeah,
when this person,
I don't know anything about it, all of a sudden now has information about Tara Calico's disappearance.
Now all of a sudden has information. But we don't know who that person is because they're what, anonymous?
We don't know who that person is because the reports are sealed. So we can't get that information to know what was found. But whatever was found was enough to say, okay, I think this is worth pursuing.
You know, I often say the call comes from inside the house sometimes. And I tell you, I'm stuck at that 15-minute window of who would have thought, oh snap, we got 15 minutes to grab her before somebody goes looking for her. If her mom said, if Tara told her mama, come get me at noon, and she went missing at like 10:20, that wouldn't feel so suspicious to me. But it feels like our window of opportunity is running out and we got to get this done. And we have to get it done right now. That is what that 15, because it's just.
Yeah.
It's a short window from when she was last seen to when mom went looking.
Yeah. So who would have had that opportunity? Would that have been this boyfriend who she was allegedly supposed to have met with? Would that have been stepdad? Like who would it would have been someone who knows? Because how else would they have known it?
I don't know. I mean,
I don't know either, Tanisha.
I guess near 20 years later, Tara was legally declared dead, and cause of death was ruled homicide. And I guess as of 2008, the theories are accidental hit and run by local teens, and allegedly covered it up, and there were no arrests. So if it's an accidental hit and run by local teens, Is it local anonymous teens? And there were no arrests, no remains found? Like you did, like, how do you say this is what we believe it is, but there's no arrests, there's no questions? Like, you can't just rest on that.
Well, the teens weren't anonymous. I think the teens in question are the sheriff's son and his friends.
My God, the 80s is just full of my sheriff's kids. The sheriff's son. Like, what?
Twisted sheriffs, right? And family.
Yeah. Don't grow up and be a sheriff.
Yeah.
You're gonna be suspicious.
Yeah, the word.
Yeah.
Think about it. Like, I mean, we grew up in the 80s, like, in small towns, it's the sheriff. But like, the word sheriff has such a dark cloud over it that whenever you say sheriff, you're like, something sneaky. I don't know about that sheriff.
Mm-hmm.
Never really say, I don't know about that detective, or I don't know about that private investigator. I don't know about that police officer.
But you do say, I don't know about that private investigator. Yeah, private. Like, I have to always make very clear with people when I tell them I'm a private investigator. No, not that kind of private. Not the sleazy private investigator you see on TV and in the movies. No, I'm not that kind of private investigator.
No, see, I'm all about, when I think private investigator, I'm on my Magnum PI. I'm on my Equalizer business. I don't
You want your Desiree Sunshine investigation.
Sunshine, like, that's what I'm talking about. I don't have no doubts. I don't have no doubts about this type of private investigation, getting to the bottom and looking for truth. Like, that's the only thing of private investigating I know about.
Thank you. But it's just, and so the sheriff also says that they believe that Tara was taken by someone she knew.
In a small town.
Small town. And that just, even in that, okay, someone she knew. Well, she would have knew your son and his friends, Mr. Sheriff. She would have known her boyfriend, Mr. Sheriff. She would have known her stepdad, Mr. Sheriff. Like, because this is a small town, when you say Tara was taken by someone she knew, Sheriff, you would have known those people too.
Yep.
I mean, there's a lot of paperwork out there. There's a lot of police reports that you can go read. Like, so much. There's so much out there with some things, and I found some stuff today, but we'll talk about that on the live. So join us on our Wednesday night live.
I was just about to say, I think what I can't wait for the most is when we get off of this podcast today and Tanisha and myself and Des all go back and read through more information to see if any of this gets any more clear than it is right now, because it's a hot mess right now.
It's a hot mess. And then now they have been allegedly putting out like bug traps in some mines in the area that would pick up eat at like a decomposing body at different stages of the decomposition.
Yeah. And
where,
you know they're doing
in New Mexico?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know why they are doing that? Because there was a man who owned 4 mines in that area, who was, let me see if I can find this. Let me look.
You're talking about mines like in the side of a mountain.
Like going down into a mine shaft.
Mines, yes, mines. Mine shafts, yes, real mines.
Yes, real stuff.
They need to put them in the
So there was this guy, his name was David Parker Ray, and he owned 4 mines that he leased in the 1950s. And they were about 25 miles away, or 25 miles south from where Tara Calico was last seen. He died in a state prison in 2002 while serving a sentence for more than 223 years in connection with kidnapping and other charges involving 2 women who he sexually tortured at his residence. Okay. So he claimed to have abducted like 40 victims from several different states, according to the FBI, but nobody's were ever found. But the reason why they didn't really go off on him is because at the time of at the time that Tara was abducted, he wasn't living in New Mexico. So they were like, oh, he wasn't living there, so he couldn't have, like, you can't visit other places. But this man has already claims he's abducted all these women, has been charged with sexually assaulting other women, but you don't go down his lead for these mines that were in the area. I mean, 25 miles really isn't that far from anywhere when you're talking about wanting to get rid of a body or wanting to have some little murder spot, right? So there are these mines, and so one of the 4 mines, maybe like 60 feet down, I don't know, 30, 60 feet down, something like that, looked like it was interrupted or has rubble or looked like somebody tried to fill it in. So they want, so this sheriff or this lieutenant went and bought these little fly traps, these certain fly traps that will attract mosquitoes or flies or what have you from the remains of decomposed bodies to see what's possibly down there. And then if there is something, then they've got to go through the right channels to be able to excavate. And of course, the bottom line, money, to be able to have the money to do these certain things. But there's also these other things that have come to light that other people are like, oh, we know the suspects. So it's just like an open, like,
I want to go back to this man in these mines. I'm not a miner, so I don't really know about mines and all that kind of stuff. However, his family leased these mines about 25 to 30 years before Tara was missing. So would he and his family still had access to those mines? Like, and again, I'm no miner. So when when your lease is up for the mine, is the mine now leased to the next group of people or the next company? Like, would he still have access?
Whether he had access or not, he probably had mental access. Like, I own this for all this time. I know the ins and outs of it. I can go around and do whatever I want and get in and out of property without being noticed if I want.
Are mines blocked off? Like, is the entrance to a mine secure?
I would think that, and I don't know because I'm not a miner.
Absolutely.
But I would think you gate off with a fence, trespassing, what have you. Or if it's just in the middle of nowhere, maybe nobody does anything and it's just left abandoned with a couple of boards across. I don't know.
Okay. And so if it's a couple of boards across it, if it has been fenced off, he would have had to breach that to get to the mine. So while they're saying this man had access to the mines, was whatever that blocking off of that mine, was that breached? Or if it was, would y'all have told us that? You know what I'm saying? Like, to just say that this man whose family leased the mine 30 years ago. Well, what about the other folks? So are y'all simply saying that we want to stick to this man who leased this mine 30 years ago because he has some of these similar crimes in his past?
Yeah, well, which would be likened to the Waterman, because this guy is dead and he did these things. So it's just like, okay, in post, you we're gonna fit you into this mold because you were in the area and we like you for this.
Right. And kind of the same point that I made with the picture being filed. Like, when you find something or something that's important, what you lead with varies. What is of value or what is of importance is what you lead with. So, oh, well, the mines boards, they broken? Did they look meddled with? You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all can't just throw out like these people had access to this mine 30 years ago, and so now you the suspect.
True, but you know what? It also leads to the fact that if in 1980 these were
Mhm.
around, it was a loose end that should have been tied then.
Correct.
So now
Correct.
they're chasing every loose end, trying to find this girl. And it's
Trying
like,
to find this girl
this
30,
guy
40.
this guy claims to have murdered 40 women. This guy, assaulted 2 women. He was in jail for this. He confessed to this. I think the natural progression is to look into it, because what if she is down there?
Right. And do we look into it like in 2025 or 2023, whenever this connection was made with this mine? Why? Because y'all knew about that mine. And if you didn't know about it in 88 and 89, did you know about it in 95 when that man was still alive? Because as what happens is when we're investigating things, one of the first things that law enforcement uses is they gonna use a database, whether it is a registered sex offender database. It's gonna be a database of so if my car gets stolen, we gonna run this, we gonna go to the auto theft unit and find out who's been stealing, Monte Carlos in the Detroit area, right? So they would have had access to that. They would have known that. Like, this ain't something new,
Well, yeah. I mean, it was
right?
in 1998 that the guy that expert was like, one of these mines doesn't look right. And of
See?
course it wasn't because he was like, it doesn't look right because like it was a 60-foot deep mine, but at 30 feet something didn't look right, like rubble and stuff was like, as though, okay, so what happened here, that and what's below it, so what's
Yep.
going on there? But they didn't look into it, and there he was like, it looked like somebody intentionally collapsed this mine, but
Mhm.
to cover up evidence. They wanted to cover up evidence and collapsed it, but they didn't explore it because they didn't have the money. So you mean to tell me like, oh, sorry, we don't have the money. So if Tara's down there, like,
Oh well,
oh
so
well.
sad. Like, it sucks to be Tara. Like, nah, y'all go and look for this woman.
If that's the case, and you don't have money to do it, well, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna be like, is there anybody out there that I can consult, that I can gather up some volunteers to go down and properly excavate this mine so that we can see if this child is down there?
And then another
Or
weird
any
tip.
other victims at that point. If this man said, I abducted 40 other people, you haven't seen any bodies, you haven't found anything, but you find a mine that he owned that looks collapsed at 30 feet when it's a 60-foot deep mine, but you don't go look into it because of
Yeah. And y'all got money to consult with the Scotland Yard.
yeah, right. That is
Y'all
the one that just trips me out. I was like, when I was reading, I was like, what's Scotland Yard got to do with this?
right? But this was another something that tripped me up. So they
I don't know.
said,
I'm sorry, I don't know. I'm not a police officer. I'm not an investigator, so I don't know if it's normal to be like, Scotland Yard, look at this photo that we have over here in New Mexico, for an abduction case,
well, I am.
Florida.
And we ain't never had Scotland Yard involved in none of our cases. Not even my federal cases has Scotland Yard been in. But another weird thing, a part of the what don't make sense, is witnesses said that they saw an older gentleman driving a 1953, maybe 1955 Ford truck slowly behind Tara. In 1953, 54, 55 truck. And we're talking about is 1989. How difficult do you think it would have been to find a 30-year-old vehicle.
Well,
So right now, if it is 2025 right now, and our cars now, if you look at them, it ain't too much changed in them right now. But I would imagine that a 1954 vehicle did not look like a 1988 vehicle.
yeah.
And a quick run through the state's DMV could have shortened that list, because how many people are still riding around in their 1953, 1955 Ford pickups in 1989? Is it
Right.
is it a If we run it through the DMV, is it a list of 50 people or is it a list of 100 people? But whatever it may be, that will be easy to sort out.
But now that I'm thinking, I'm like, the mom also said there was a man in the truck following her. Is that coincidence that that same truck might have been following your daughter? Like, he's following you? Was he following her as well? Like,
At the same time,
is the person who was following you the person who took your daughter?
Mhm.
Who was the person following you? Did you know the person following you?
what kind of car did they drive?
And which is why her mama's advice should not have been go ahead and go, but just take Mace. It should have been, baby, something is going on. Stay home or go in another direction. Or it's, since I'm not going with you, where is one of your homegirls? Do she want to go with you? Tara had siblings. Some of them were her step siblings. I don't know if any of them were her bio siblings. Take your brother, take your sister, take something. But I think her advice should have been more than just take some Mace when I think we're being stalked.
And I mean,
Especially if she was so scared of it that she didn't go herself.
she was so
Right.
scared. That's the thing. She was so scared herself that she was like, I fear for my life, but daughter, you go ahead and take your chances.
And I don't want to lose the fact that Tara rode her mother's bike.
So that pink bike was her mom's bike?
That pink bike was her mom's bike. So if somebody is stalking me, they probably know my bike very, like, more than a normal person would, because you're a crazy stalker. And then you let her drive that bike. You let her ride that bike. But Tara supposedly rode her mom's bike because Tara's bike was damaged in some way. So who damaged Tara's bike to make her have to take her mama's bike that maybe a stalker would have had identified? Like, girl, this is a mess.
Yeah. Like, I it's just so unfortunate, because still putting this kind of effort in 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, now we're at up to 35, 37 years of still trying to find this girl, trying to find a pink bike, in nothing but open, like, the road is completely open. I don't understand. Like, dig the mines, check the friends. I want to see your backyards. Looking for, like, everything is gone at this point.
Everything is gone. And
everything.
they're even talking about, like, the witnesses are dead and all that kind of stuff. Like, that's one of the things, especially something like this, where you want to lock your witnesses into their statements. Like, just for example, last weekend, Saturday, some folks called me, Des, we got this case going on. 3 days ago, someone made a post on Facebook. That person is a witness. Can you go talk to them? Told them, yeah, I can, but I'm not working this weekend. Let's talk Monday. And I'm talking like Monday, this week, Monday.
Mhm.
Made a phone call, interviewed that person Tuesday, had their affidavit created Tuesday. So now if this person becomes incapacitated in any way, now
Right.
if this person decides to change their mind and,
For a long
now I don't want to participate, he's already locked into this affidavit. We have them now. And if Des the private investigator from Sunshine Investigations can do that, what do you think the police can do?
Much more.
What do you think the police could do?
At the very least, you can be thorough.
You could be thorough. And if I want to, give you the benefit of the doubt, okay, maybe you don't have the funds to excavate this mine, but you definitely have the funds to lock these people in with their statements. You definitely can go knock on the doors of this small town and talk to residents. You definitely can go and say, hey, mom, dad, I know your child is a minor. Can I have permission to talk to you? You can do those things.
No
And like
cost
I said,
anything.
and if I could lock you into an affidavit to preserve your statement, guess who else can?
Mhm.
It is not it ain't rocket science.
That's key though, not waiting 15, 20 years to do it when you've been tainted by media, talk of the town, conspiracy theories, that wrong rabbit holes, terrible leads. Now you know how to adjust your statement.
Yeah.
You
Now
either
you know what to say.
clear somebody you know or throw somebody off, be like, hey, I found a photograph.
Right. And now, so let's say you have the surviving witnesses and they may have had something to do with that, but your spidey senses may be thrown off because it has been so long, they're now relaxed. So when you approach them, when you talk to them, they don't seem as scared and nervous because again, so much time has lapsed and they're relaxed in their approach and in their conversation of these things versus if you would have spoke to them 3, 4, 5 years, a week after Tara went missing.
I mean, this is definitely one that, you just, I mean, at this point, I think it's pretty much that Tara is no longer with us. And it's just sad because it could, you know what? I won't say that. I won't say that because I don't know, because there's no evidence to point to this is what happened to her. But she could have been abducted. I don't know.
We don't know. And that's what makes me so angry for Tara. And that's why I keep saying this poor baby, because we don't know. And how will we ever know? And I think of all the cases that we've handled so far, this is the most we just don't know.
Yeah. I mean, this is the one where it's not ended. Her story has not ended. She does not have the truth out there. There's no justice. There's just a million different directions and too many loose ends. Too much time has gone by. People are still looking. Well, thankfully people are still looking. And there's a website out there. And we'll talk about that on Wednesday. Because like I said, there's always just too much to talk about in 1 hour or an hour and a half or whatever. But we'll pick it back up on our Wednesday live. So that means join us.
You gotta watch. You gotta come back. You can't get rid of us just yet.
Not yet. Keep pulling you back in.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, there are people out there that do care tremendously about Tara and do want to see her found and her given a proper end to an unfortunate way that she had to leave this world.
Yeah, because this young lady was literally minding her business. Like that was the most innocent activity that she could have partaken in. Like she's riding her bike.
Yeah, we're not talking about she riding her bike to go do some crazy crap. She wasn't, messing with anybody, picking with anybody, just being alone, her and the nature, and just wind in your hair and just minding your business, taking care of
she's anything like I was at that age.
Mm-hmm.
When I would go running, it was my time to be alone, to clear my head, and just to enjoy the world, the outside,
Right.
Yeah.
She's, I mean, as a parent, if my 19-year-old daughter, if her riding her bike, baby, please go ride your bike, because there's so much other stuff that a 19-year-old child could be doing. And Tara wasn't doing none of that, at least by all the accounts that I have read. She was just minding her business, riding what was her mom's bike, which is
Yeah.
what she rode her bikes every day.
It's like,
And y'all out here,
doing dirty. It's always
yeah,
like,
y'all out here messing with that girl, and she ain't did nothing to nobody. Nothing.
it's like her, we got Kathy and Rebecca and all the other people in the Colonial Parkway. You got, the Ketty cabin. It's like, these aren't people, these aren't the type of people where it's like, that Chicago line, he had it coming, he had it coming. These are innocent people going about their lives, and not saying that just because you had it coming, you need to get it. But these are
Absolutely.
it just makes it that much more enraged when you're going about your daily life. You're a good person, good citizen. I'm pretty sure she'd help anybody in distress. And when it comes down time for her to need help, there are people harming her instead of helping her.
Yep. Yep.
But yeah.
This was
Yeah.
I don't like this for Tara. Like this makes me mad. Like this brings out the auntie dares for Tara. And especially when kind of just like, the whole Colonial Parkway thing, where it just so happens that now y'all telling us that the lead witnesses or suspects are dead. So you got the mine dude, he dead. Then you got the sheriff's son, he done committed suicide. Like,
and the circumstances behind that, I don't know. We'll look into it. But yeah, at the end of the day, let's look into these things when these people are still alive. Let's not drag cases out because there's no money or there's no funding. Figure it out. I don't know.
figure it out.
Start a new task force where you all got to raise money to help these people. I don't know what's out there.
We got some money to fund some wars and some all that kind of stuff. And you mean to
Blow up
tell me that
rockets every other weekend in the sky trying to get to the moon that we ain't never been to? But that I didn't say that.
but when our children and our moms and our dads come up missing, now you want to tell us is there's no money to move some rocks and excavate a mine to go find them. But we just gonna put some fly traps down there.
Yeah. It is what it is.
Well, I guess join us Wednesday
night live. We will be live talking about the conclusion of the Tara Calico case and some other current events that I'm sure will be going on. And this one again in the books for Drop the Ball.
Yep. So Wednesday night, be there, be square.
Yep, maybe we'll
Did y'all see what I did with that?
You did.
I did that.
Maybe we'll give a little hint on our next case.
Yes, maybe. Or maybe you have to tune in and subscribe, get your notifications.
That's for sure.
The next episode is coming.
All right. Well, until next time, you can always find us here on all of our social media. You can always visit the website for more information, 15minutesofmurder.com. And we'll see you next time.
Tara made me sad, y'all.
Yeah, me too.
It makes me sad.
Yeah. Bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
We'll see you next time.
Subscribe, share, and remember, someone is always waiting for answers. This was 15 Minutes of Murder. In May of 1980, a woman walked out of a hospital into a parking lot in Orange County, California. She never came back. There were no witnesses to her abduction. No struggle. No suspects. But for the next 4 years, someone kept calling her parents. And whoever it was, spoke, as if she were still alive. This is 15 Minutes of Murder. Dorothy Jane Scott was 32 years old. She was a single mother to a 4-year-old son. She worked as a secretary at a small company in Southern California. She lived with her aunt who helped to care for her child. Friends described her as cautious and reliable. A dedicated good mom who was protective of her son. There was nothing reckless about Dorothy Jane Scott. Which is why when she told people she was afraid, they believed her.
I'm watching you. I'm going to get you.
Months before Dorothy disappeared, the phone call started. They came to her home. And to her workplace. He never gave his name. He never raised his voice. Instead, he spoke calmly, confidently, as though he already knew how this would end. He told Dorothy he had been watching her. That he knew where she went. That he knew what she did. Eventually, the calls escalated.
I'm going to get you.
On another call, the man told her something worse.
You're going to die soon.
Dorothy was shaken and terrified. She confided in co-workers. She told family members she believed someone was stalking her. No police report was filed. On the evening of May 28, 1980, Dorothy attended a company meeting in Anaheim with 2 co-workers, Conrad Bostron and Pam Head. After the meeting, Conrad didn't look well and his hand was painfully swollen. Dorothy and Pam offered to take him to the emergency room at UCI Medical Center. Doctors later determined Conrad had been bitten by a black widow spider. Dorothy and Pam waited for several hours. Shortly after 11 p.m., Conrad was discharged. Dorothy offered to retrieve her car and bring it closer so her co-workers wouldn't have to walk far through the parking lot. Before heading outside, Dorothy briefly went to the restroom. Her co-workers waited near the hospital exit. Minutes passed and Dorothy didn't return. Concerned, both Conrad and Pam walked toward the parking area. That's when they saw Dorothy's car. It was moving fast and the headlights were so bright they couldn't see who was behind the wheel. The car sped past them, made a sharp turn, and exited the parking lot. Dorothy was nowhere in sight, and she was never seen again. Santa Ana police discovered Dorothy's white Toyota station wagon fully engulfed in flames at approximately 4:30 a.m. the following morning, roughly 10 miles from the hospital. Dorothy was not nearby. Her keys were missing. There were no clear signs of a struggle. Days after Dorothy vanished, her parents' phone rang. The voice on the other end did not introduce himself. He said,
I've got her. She's fine.
Over the next 4 years, the calls continued. The voice was always the same. Sometimes he claimed Dorothy was fine. Sometimes he accused her of infidelity. Sometimes he spoke as if she were still alive and with him. He never identified himself. He never admitted to killing her. He simply called, and spoke, and disappeared again. More than 4 years after Dorothy disappeared, construction workers discovered human remains in a wooded area near Santa Ana, California. The remains were identified as Dorothy Jane Scott. Due to decomposition, an exact cause of death could not be determined. No arrests were made. After her remains were discovered, the phone calls stopped. Investigators believe Dorothy was abducted quickly and deliberately. She vanished from a public hospital in the middle of the night without witnesses. The man who called her months before she vanished, and her parents years afterward, was never identified. Whether he acted alone or had help remains unknown. Whether Dorothy was killed shortly after she disappeared, or was held alive for some time, is an act that only Dorothy's killer would know. If you have information about Dorothy Jane Scott, you should email coldcase@ocsheriff.gov. Or anonymous tips. Call Crime Stoppers at 714-628-7675. Any new details could help solve this decades-old mystery of her disappearance and murder. Thank you for watching. Subscribe, share, and remember, someone is always waiting for answers. This was 15 Minutes of Murder.
Dorothy Jane Scott was a working mom. She loved her son. She showed up for her friends. She did everything right. But for months, someone was watching her, calling her, telling her exactly when she'd die. Then she vanished. No struggle, no witnesses, just the terror she'd been living with, finally catching up to her. Welcome to 15 Minutes of Murder. Hello, everybody, and welcome to another edition of 15 Minutes of Murder, full podcast edition, where we break down last week's case file, which was the Dorothy Scott murder. It was all about a caller calling her, as you heard in the recap before we started. We're just going to get right into it. We're going to get right into it. So, who thinks what? I'm going to tell you what I think real quick. I think this is an open close with an anonymous suspect. I feel like the person is the caller. I don't feel like it's anybody outside of that. But I don't know who the caller is.
Well, maybe we should start with a quick overview of the case.
All right. Well, we've got Dorothy Jane Scott, who was a mom. She had a young 4-year-old. She was not a troublemaker, didn't cause any problems. She began receiving phone calls from a stalker, and this went on for quite some time. And, I guess just like, I don't know what she did about it. I don't know what she did about these calls, but I guess she just dealt with it and just kind of like watched her back or what have you. But one day she was at work, she was with 2 coworkers, and one of the coworkers got bit by a spider, and they didn't know that at the time. The coworker just didn't feel well. So she was like, let's go to the emergency room. So her and a coworker and the one that got bit by the spider go to the hospital. At the hospital, he gets treated. It's late at night. It's like 11 o'clock at night or something like that, or 10, 11 o'clock at night. They're at the hospital. He gets released. They're all walking to the, I guess, to go home and get dropped off. But Dorothy's like, let me run to the bathroom really quick. And the other 2 are like, okay. And she's like, I'm going to go get the car so that you guys don't have to walk far. So they're like, okay. She goes to the bathroom. She leaves to go get the car. That's the last time they saw her. They're waiting and waiting. Dorothy never shows up. So they go out to the parking lot to look for her. They see her car approaching them. And I guess they're thinking like, oh, here she comes. But the car was driving really fast. The car drives up to them and makes a turn and drives out of the hospital parking lot. And she's never seen again. She never comes back. They wait for her a little bit. She doesn't come back. So then they call the police and they're like, listen, we were, at the hospital. Our friend went to get the car. She never came back. We don't know what happened. And then in turn starts a great search for her. The crazy part is that the calls never stopped. The person who was calling her and stalking Dorothy was now calling her parents and saying crazy things like she cheated on me, or she committed, she was, I can't think of the word, infidelity related things. He would leave. He would say, oh, I have her, or she's fine, crazy things. And I mean, the calls were never long enough for the police to, trace them. And, it's 1980.
1980, yep.
So, like, what can they possibly do? I don't know how calls are traced back then, but they couldn't trace the calls. So it went on and on and on for, I don't know if it went on for the full 4 years, but 4 years later, they found skeletal remains about 10 miles away from the hospital that turned out to be Dorothy. But also another crazy thing is that the night that she was taken, police found her car burning on fire miles from the hospital. So
yeah. Can I share really quick?
Yep.
So about these phone calls, because like even on this week's live, I was like, technology to trace these phone calls would have been hell if it existed at all. So I did a Google search on how a call would have been traced in 1980. So it says in 1980, tracing was a manual, physical, and a slow task for telephone technology. The rapid automated tracing that we know today came later with digital systems. So back then, to trace a call, they had to follow the physical connection back from the receiving subscriber's phone. Absolutely. Like, what?
You always hear like in movies and stuff, they're like, make sure you keep them on the phone long enough for us to be able to trace the call, right? But what does that mean? Like, how long?
That mean?
Yeah.
Like you always, we grew up learning like, oh, we got to tap the phones, but what does tap the phone mean?
What does it? And even just reading this, I'm thinking, remember like in the movies where you see the people plugging it, like the one movie with Angelina Jolie and her son was missing and she was an operator, and they just sit there and plug the thing. That is what I'm thinking as I'm reading this. Like, how could that have been traced in 1980? So that was a tidbit of the information and background.
I don't know. And the beauty of back then, well, I don't want to sadly say the beauty of it, but is that we knew there was no such thing. Like, I can call somebody and get away with it. And then
that's what we did as
slowly
kids.
things, I think in the late 80s or whatever, or early 90s, it's like, oh, star 69 you can find out who called you. But early 80s, that was not,
because we were sending like we were sending pieces to people's houses and hello, is your refrigerator running, and hang up, like goofy stuff like that. And that would have been in the later 80s. This was in 1980. So that would have been difficult. Y'all know me, I want to look at the whole picture of the case. But let me first say this. So when I was growing up, there was a neighbor I had, and her name was Dorothy. And I love me some Dorothy. And so I started calling her Mama Di. I think everyone in the community started calling her Mama Di. And so as I was reading about Dorothy, she became my Di. And so in my notes, it started off as Dorothy, but as I learned more and more about her, it became just Dot in my notes. And let me tell you about some of the things about Dot that was just like,
Mhm.
okay, Dot, you my girl. She was 32 years old when she
Yeah.
disappeared. She had Sean, her son, who was 4 years old. 32 and a 4-year-old kid. And we're talking about in the 80s where people may have had children younger, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Right. So the median age for a first-time mother in 1980 was like 25 years
Mhm.
old. So that kind of tells,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? Aside from maybe any infertility issues that she may
Yeah.
have struggled with, like just that, that delay in motherhood was like, okay, Dot, what were
Oh,
you
she had a
doing?
plan.
You were doing some other things. And so she worked as a bookkeeper at the store where her and these co-workers worked at.
Mhm.
So that was where they worked. They worked at the store that her dad once owned. And her dad sold the stores to John Casello. We'll get more into him later, trust me.
Oh,
And that's where what T?
I'm thinking of the storefront, the John's storefront.
Yeah. So the name of the it's like a joint store is Swingers, Psych Shop, and Custom John's Head Shop. I don't know what they sold, what they did.
Yeah, I
I
was
don't know.
confused by that. I was like, I don't know what any of
I
that
don't
was.
know what that
Well,
mess is.
a head shop is typically where you buy like bongs and any sort of like alternative cultural lifestyle stuff.
Okay, Dot. See what I'm talking about?
That's where you buy like incense, like things to like smoke with,
Oh,
like
I
pipes, glass
didn't
pipes.
I didn't know
And this
those
is
legally existed
California.
though.
Yeah.
Oh, it's California.
Mhm.
It is
I live in
California.
DC, man.
So also Dot toured with the all girls band.
Really?
Yep.
Oh
Yep.
wow,
Which
that
band was
opens.
it?
Huh,
I,
that
I, I,
just kicks the door open.
that kicks the door.
Any
I don't,
caller.
yep, I don't know the name of the band. I don't even know if she was like a band member, like where she played instruments or whatever. I couldn't find that, but I found that she toured with the band, an all girls band.
Oh
Um,
man.
yep, yep. And then
That's cool.
also, yep, and that's going to tie in when we get to talking about these suspects too. So remember that she toured with the all girls band. Remember that. Another thing that I think may have played into this is by some accounts, Dorothy was possibly bisexual. And we know that oftentimes men react harshly to rejection from women. And in 1980, if you are a man and not only are you being rejected by a woman who may be interested in another man, are you now being rejected by a woman who have interests in other women? So this her touring with this girl band and her possible identity is bisexual. Hang on to all of that. Yep, T. Hang on to it. Hang on to it. So let's go.
Well, I think I have a couple of like minor dum-dum questions. Was she receiving calls at home or was she also receiving these calls at work?
Both.
Oh,
They
Home
were
and home.
both. Okay, okay.
yeah. So
Now,
this person,
that already tells me that that is not a random rando, because it's
mm.
not like you can just Google somebody. We had yellow pages, and in those yellow pages was 4,000 Tammy Smiths. So your shot of getting the right Tammy Smith, you knew this person personally.
No, for me, that's one of the reasons to this day why The Terminator is one of the most frightening movies I have ever seen. That man started going through those white pages. That's how he found Sarah Connor. Like he went through the phone. Y'all don't remember that?
I haven't seen them in a long time.
Oh, when I tell you trauma, like that is the most terrifying movie ever. The fact that he sat with that white pages and looked at the long list of Sarah Connors, and that is how he found Sarah Connor.
Yeah, I mean, that was our method, though.
That was our method.
That was our only way to finding phone numbers, not even addresses.
Mm-hmm. And all it was just right there. So yeah, that she was getting, and Craig, again, y'all know me. If this woman is getting these calls at home and at work, what am I always talking about? Proximity. Don't no stranger know that. Don't no stranger know where you are at home or at
Yeah,
work.
yeah.
Well,
And one of
and
the
then eventually the parent knew how to call the parents too.
Yeah. And one of the callers called her while she was at home and was like, I got a present for you. Go outside to your car. And when she went outside to her car, there was a dead rose on the trunk of her
Oh,
car.
right, right. Yeah, I remember that, Rose. I remember that I was trying to go down that road because it was like conflicting about
Mm-hmm.
people's recollection of that rose, but
And the cause, so she went missing in late May of 1980. I want to say like May 28th or 29th. And the cause started in October 1979. And
wow.
so they were coming to her house and to her work. And she reportedly told her mother that the caller's voice sounded familiar to her.
Mm,
But I would imagine it would, because only someone familiar with
right,
her would know
right.
where she was. And even when she disappeared, they would have known what clothing item she had on. So it definitely was someone who she
Yeah.
would have known. And
Now,
he
like at that point, like w- did I couldn't find like what she did about it. Like, did she do anything about the
I don't know.
calls? Like,
But see,
report them or I
what
mean,
would
I
she
what
have
do
done?
you do? I think you just kind of live with it.
You would kind of live with it, because we just talked about how these calls were untraceable when we were growing up and we could do prank calls, right? So in 1980, you get a prank call or a call like this. What do you do with it? Do you report it to the police? They don't seem to have been able to trace that or trace it in time. So do you just
Mhm.
live with that?
Yeah.
What do you do
I,
with it?
I
I
mean,
mean, I would definitely be terrified, with a 4-year-old and these
Well,
calls
she
still
was.
coming
yeah.
in.
So
And like,
and she was terrified. So I found that she moved at least 3 times.
oh wow. Then
That
she definitely had situational awareness where it's like,
Yes,
I'm probably not going to be safe here. I need to take my child and go someplace
yes,
safe. And she did the right things to protect herself.
that she thought about purchasing a gun,
Wow.
but she was afraid that Sean would
Mhm.
find it, and gun safety there. So what she ended up doing was taking karate classes for self-defense.
I
So
Wow.
read
she
about that.
she
This makes me even more sad than I was.
Yeah, so she was definitely doing some things to try to prevent this.
I feel like it's when we do these deep dives that these people go from being a story that we're just telling the overview of what happened
Yeah.
to
Hmm.
like to real human beings where
Right.
she was doing everything correct. She was scared. She was um trying to protect herself and her child.
Hmm.
Yeah.
That's more than you'll ever hear from
Yeah.
any other source, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's
Yeah.
crazy because I just recently, the show that we're trying to put everybody onto on A&E, Crime in Progress.
Hmm.
I don't want to give it away, in case, you haven't seen this show. This show is like, check it out if you can, on A&E, Crime in Progress. But I watched the latest episode. Did either of you watch the latest?
I've
Mm-mm.
only seen 2 episodes so
Okay,
far.
this last one, if you thought 1 and 2, this last one, and all I'll say is listening to you talk about Dorothy is reminding me of the woman that was in the case, the latest episode. And I'll say that is because this woman's top priority, and I could see Dorothy's top priority was her child. And there is nothing more heroic than a mom that puts her life before her child to try and protect that child by any means necessary at the time and the resources that you are given. And it seemed like she tried moving. She tried to thought about a gun. She took lessons to be able to defend herself, to the point that maybe she even thought that she could protect herself that night in the parking lot, walking to the car.
But let's rewind and what took her to that parking lot. So she was at a meeting with some coworkers. This guy, Conrad Bostrin, his arm or hand or something started to appear red and swollen. So Dorothy being Dorothy, all of the things that we're talking about, my homegirl died. She said, let me get you to the hospital.
Complete nurturer.
The person who went along with them is Pam Head. At the time, Pam was 18 years old. Now, what strikes me about Pam...
Oh, wow. I didn't realize Pam was that young.
I don't... Exactly. That's my point. So while I was doing all of my research for this, they kept saying Pam, 18 years old. Pam, 18 years old. No one said Conrad Bostrin was 32 or even how old Dot was. So it just kept bringing my attention back to Pam. So while they were at the hospital, Pam says, I didn't leave Dorothy's side at all. But then there's some conflicting reports about how true that is. And I was thinking, if we're in a hospital emergency room visit, what you mean you ain't leave somebody's side the whole time? Like, that's a long wait. You didn't go to the restroom. You didn't go to the vending machine.
Yeah, they were there for a little while, right?
You would imagine, like, yeah, you would be even at a suburban hospital, a ER visit is generally long. It's long enough to where you might need to get up and go stretch your legs or
in this day and age, I have never been to an emergency room visit that was like this. I mean, they still haven't gotten it together.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Even in the suburbs is generally a wait long enough to where you might want to get up and walk and stretch. You may want to go grab a soda at the vending machines or whatever.
Those old hospital vending machines, boy, I remember those. Sandwiches, hot sandwiches, and the
all of that
that were hot.
Yep. And if they're in the waiting room waiting for Conrad, one of them may have went to like the nurse's desk to get an update or something. But you ain't sat in the emergency room with someone and sat and stood by their side the whole time.
I mean, I guess that is also a weird detail as well, because like, why would that even why would that be a thing?
Why do you say that? So after
but wait, but then also, what does that insinuate? I didn't leave her side, so what? She didn't interact with somebody. I did. Like, what does that detail?
I didn't leave her side, so maybe I didn't call someone and inform them of her whereabouts. I didn't leave her side to call someone and tell them she's on her way to get the car.
See, Craig, this is why we got a crime expert, because I wasn't.
Yeah.
I'm like, but why?
These did not cross my mind. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
I really did not think about her doing anything like that.
And the reason why it struck me, not only just because that's information, like why would you volunteer that kind of information, but one of their co-workers is the sister of one of the alleged suspects.
Oh. Man, like, see, I couldn't. Like I said, that's why we have an expert, because News to me.
Yes. So then we have so then they separate because again, Dorothy being, the nurturer, the caregiver, sounds like she's very considerate and conscientious and all of those things. She says, "You guys go get the prescription
That
filled."
too. That just says something about her right there. Like, you've had an ordeal. You just were seen by the hospital. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna go get the car. Still
I'm
being
go-
a nurturer.
I'm going to go and get the car and I'll bring it around.
Wait a minute.
Okay?
As Pam, I would have even been like, no, I don't, it's late. Don't go by yourself. I'll come with you. Like, you shouldn't go by yourself. Like, I'm not like.
Now pause. So there are some conflicting stories of whether baby Sean was with them at this meeting, because what happened was they had to stop after they left the meeting,
Right.
going to the hospital. They stopped at Dorothy's parents' home. So it's conflicting reports from Pam whether or not Sean was with them at the meeting and Dorothy went to her parents' house to drop Sean off. And then the other version of the story is they stopped at Dorothy's parents' house so she can see Sean because she had been at this meeting and she was going to be gone even longer because she was going to the hospital. So let's go back to this hospital. So as Pam and what's his name, Conrad, are waiting for Dorothy, it's taking her a while to come. They're standing there waiting. So when they finally see her car comes barreling towards them, headlights blaring, and just takes off. They wait almost 2 hours.
Well, now I thought they said that I read that the reason that they waited was because they thought maybe an emergency happened with the son and she just flew home real quick. But we don't have a text, we don't have texting there and be like, yo, I got a problem. I got to run home really quick.
But still, why not just stop real quick and tell them that?
Right.
Or if you thought that, why not call her parents?
Yeah.
And I'm gonna tell you why. That store that they worked at, that they were all co-workers at, Dorothy's dad used to own that store. So they would have had her parents' contact information. So they could have called them. But why wait 2 hours? And Tanisha, that's a long time. And I immediately thought about if this was you and I, right?
It's not normal Dorothy behavior.
Yeah, and I've never met your mother, Tanisha. And whenever we're talking about your mother, I'll always refer to her as mommy or how's mother doing. And I do that because I know your relationship with her.
Yeah.
There is no way in HE double hockey sticks that you've been come up barreling past me in your car and I'm gonna wait 2 hours before I call your mama. And I know and we just left your parents, like your relationship with your parents and your family is that tight that we just left their house for you to visit them.
Yeah. And what I do know is easy to do back then, because we weren't that archaic, is to call yourself a taxi.
Call yourself a taxi.
And go right back to the last address you were at to make sure she's okay. Because she took you to a hospital to make sure you were okay.
You were okay. But you don't even have to do that. You know her dad's phone number because her dad was your boss.
Well, that explains how this person knew the parents' number after she disappeared, right?
Yep. So a few hours after she was last seen. So I think they checked out of the hospital at like 11 o'clock that night. And then at like around 4:30.
Wait a minute, because that we don't really know specific timelines, but now you said if they checked out at 11, right? And they were at work. I mean, typically work is 9 to 5. So they must have been at that emergency room for a long time.
Well, I
they
think they were at like a work event, like a meeting or a
Mhm.
party or something, right?
Yeah, but it's a store. So let's say the store may have closed at 7 or 8 o'clock. Like,
Mhm.
because that's generally what time stores close, 7, 8, 9 o'clock, right?
Not a head shop.
What
Oh,
time would they
oh,
close?
because
All night they would
like,
stay
oh,
open.
really?
Oh,
I mean,
really?
not always, but they're gonna stay open later.
Because they got
It's kind of like when you see a smoke shop nowadays, right? Like
Mhm.
where you buy vape pens
Well,
and
I
stuff like
mean,
that. They're usually
post COVID,
open.
everybody's home at 8 now.
Mhm.
But
So
back
so
then, yeah,
mm.
at least 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, probably.
But Dorothy wasn't just like an employee, like a cashier or a stocker or something. She was a bookkeeper. So she worked on the administrative side
Mhm.
of this business. So maybe Pam and Conrad did too, because maybe it
Yeah,
was like, because going from what Craig is saying with the timeline, someone would have still been at the store working. So the store wasn't necessarily closed. Is that what you're saying, Craig?
I mean, that's what I would think, just knowing how a head shop would
Mm-hmm.
operate.
Yeah.
They're gonna stay open kind of late. It's like a liquor store. They're gonna stay open kind of late.
Mm-hmm. So either which way it go, whether we know the exact time or not, I think our point remains true that this was an ER hospital visit, and those people weren't there for 45 minutes. They probably wasn't even there just for an hour. They were there for
yeah,
for a while.
yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. So they checked out around 11 o'clock, and then at 4:30 in the morning that
Mm.
next day, a a uh, a resident called 911 and reported smoke coming out of a nearby alley. The police get there and they find Dorothy's car on fire.
Mm.
According to the police on the scene, they say that whoever um, was in that vehicle, they left in a hurry. The driver's door was still open. They believe that an accelerant was used on the passenger side of the
Oh,
vehicle, and that the entire interior of the car was destroyed.
so that car was on fire for quite some time.
It was on fire quite some time, but why is the accelerant only on the passenger side of the car?
Unless Dorothy
To
was.
make sure any evidence that was there burns up.
So, but why the accelerant specifically on the passenger side of the car? So that's telling me that possibly Dorothy was forced into her vehicle,
Mhm.
drive away, and the accelerant is poured on the passenger side of the car to get rid of anything fingerprints, because back then it wasn't DNA like now. We
Mhm.
can't, you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? But it's traces, it's your hair, it's all those things.
Mhm.
um Only on, because what?
So now, so then I'm like, I kept thinking that it was one person, but it never dawned on me that you take somebody in their car and then you bring it to an alley and you set it on fire. Now, I don't know what you did with Dorothy. I don't know if you hit her. I don't know if you killed her early, but a body is heavy. And so, where is this body? Did you transfer it to another car? Did you take, like, what did you do with her? Because now you no longer have this vehicle. So what is your means of transport now that you have a body of a woman who, if you did not hit her, she's screaming, she's yelling, help me, help me. So she couldn't have been doing that because people would have heard. So what in the world happened? Was she
Well,
in the car? They didn't even see her because the two in the parking lot said they didn't see Dorothy in the
right.
car. So did somebody take her car? Did Dorothy, like, Was it more than
Well,
one person?
yep. So back to what I'm always talking about with proximity. So they were saying that from people who would have been milling about in this parking structure wherever
Mhm.
she parked, that no one reported hearing yells and screams.
Mhm.
So that tells me that either she didn't yell and scream because she knew that person,
Oh, yeah.
or she didn't yell and scream because the person was so much larger or stronger than her that they may have overtaken her before she was able to do so. But
Or
keep
could have leveraged information that we know your parents and we have your son, and if you make a noise, then we're going to harm them. So she could have went
which
willingly.
is Yep, and that's all of that about proximity, because how would you leverage anything with her if you don't know anything about her?
Right.
You wouldn't know about her son if you didn't know her. You wouldn't know about, where her parents are if you didn't know her.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because typically, I guess you could just a regular old stalker might be able to do that and know those things just from just stalking. But this person was going further past that. Like this
Yeah.
person literally knew her schedule, knew when to call her at
Yeah.
home, knew when to
Oh,
call her at work, those kind of things.
and that other crazy detail was that the person who did it knew when Dorothy went home to stop to either check on her child or drop her child off.
Mm-hmm.
She changed her scarf when she was home, and the person who was calling knew the color of the scarf that she changed to. So it's
And how would they have known
Conrad
that?
and Conrad and
Would
Pam would have known that.
Pam would have known that.
That's a detail that no one would know unless you were physically in someone's presence.
Mm-hmm. Pam would have known that.
Yeah.
And see, my suspicion at first was heavy on Pam and Conrad, but then it became less on Conrad because I wanted to give him a little bit of grace, because how do you fake a black widow spider?
Well, I mean,
My brain
it's
just
California. You could find a spider anywhere and put your finger there.
yeah, but again, I'm from Detroit. I think of black widow spiders to not be played with.
Yeah.
From what I
Especially in
understand
the
about,
80s, we knew black widow
yeah,
spiders.
like a black widow. In our science books, we saw
Yes.
those spiders. We
Yes.
saw them with the red hourglass. We were taught
Yes.
how to identify a
Yeah.
black widow spider.
70s and 80s babies knew.
Girl, we was hip to the
Not like
game.
we had them all in our backyards, but for some reason that was a universal American fear, was of black widow
A
spiders.
black widow spider. Baby, we knew. Wasn't the Spider-Man? Did he
That
get
and
bit by?
Diamondbacks. Like, don't mess with the snakes and the spiders. That's what
Baby,
we
we
did growing
knew.
up.
Growing up, we knew what a black widow spider was. We knew what a rattlesnake looked like. We knew all of that.
Yep.
Yeah.
So in my
That's
mind,
strange now that I think about it.
What'd you say?
That's strange now that I think about it, because maybe the only people who need to really worry about that is on the West.
Absolutely, and that's what I'm
Here
saying.
we are in Jersey, like, if you come across a black widow.
I don't recall from those 4th grade science books them telling me that black widow spiders are in Detroit, but I knew black widow spiders ain't to be played with, and
Yes.
you would why would you fake a black widow?
Right.
You would put it on your arm and be like, "Ooh, bite me, spider," so I can go get Dorothy. Like that just don't make sense.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
that's a reach.
yeah, I think that's a reach, a far reach. But Pam, on the other hand, she knew what color that scarf was.
Yep.
She knew that. She knew when Dorothy would have been leaving out.
Mm-hmm.
So Dorothy was eventually found August 6th, 1984. But let's go back some before we even get to where she was found. So her family decided to keep this quiet because y'all know I love that.
What do you mean, like the investigation, or
what'd you say?
the investigation, or the
the
What did
investigation, all of that, and for the same reasons why I say, like, it's a fine line between broadcasting something to get leads from the public, with now you have released so much information, you have said so much, now we got copycats, now we got false leads where we're wasting our resources and all of that
like
kind
in
of stuff.
Tara, where everybody's now calling and everybody's finding
Yep.
pictures now?
Yep. So her family decided to keep everything quiet, at least at first. No leads were coming in, no developments in the investigation. So the dad, Jacob, decided to take it to the media.
Mm.
And when they took it to the media, what happens? Here comes the phone calls. But
the phone calls didn't start until after Dad went public.
The call, so the call stopped when Dorothy was
abducted.
went missing. Then they came back a week after her disappearance with this person calling her family, taunting them, saying things to them like, "I got her." So then they kind of slowed down. They would come in waves. So Dad goes to the media and, start to put a little bit out. Not a whole lot, just, "Hey, my daughter, help us out here." So after he did that, what happens? The editor of the newspaper got a phone call.
Oh, convenient.
Yep. And the person on the phone call told the editor, "She was my love. I caught her cheating with another man. She denied having someone else, so I killed her." The editor said that this person, it did not seem like a hoax, because this person started talking about the scarf, where we just said no one knew what color the scarf was. The editor said that the person's voice sounded to be Black and Southern. Now, at the time that Dorothy disappeared, Sean's father, Dennis Terry, was in town visiting. Guess where he's from? Missouri. I ain't never been to Missouri. I don't know if I've ever met anyone from Missouri. But I'm wondering, do people from Missouri have Southern accents?
I think they have an accent. Yeah.
And if you're from California, right? Like when I'm traveling for work, depending on where I'm traveling to, people always ask me, "Are you from down south?" Right? And I'm from Midwest. So I would imagine if you calling people from California and you're from Missouri, you're going to sound Southern.
Yeah.
And depending on the tone of his voice, he might even sound Black, right? So then the calls kept coming to Dorothy's family every Wednesday. Only on Wednesdays. For the next 4 years until she was found.
Wow.
But they only came during the time when Dorothy's father was not home. So the only person who was receiving those calls.
Know that. Somebody. So see, I was thinking like maybe the calls were hoaxes, but no, those calls are from inside the house, so to speak. Somebody
literally. Yes, from inside her house, inside her immediate circle.
Yeah.
So, and they only called when her dad was home. And that's like, why would they fear that the dad will recognize this person's voice?
They call when the dad was not home.
Yeah, they called when the dad was not home.
Okay.
And why would that have been? Did they fear that the dad would recognize their voice, or was this just an attempt to further terrorize the women
of this family?
Mm-hmm.
That's a sick person.
Sick. Sick. And when Dorothy was found, the first call that came to their family after she was found was something like, um, is Dorothy home? You know she not home.
Yeah. You know,
Because
because
you got her. You
yeah.
did this to her. And you call us to ask us, is our baby home?
I can't
That's
imagine
like laughing in
mom
their
for 4
face.
years.
Laughing in their face, taunting them, like, And again, let's talk about the time, right? So yes, the calls are coming in on Wednesdays, but do you not answer your phone on Wednesdays? You don't know what's on the other end of that phone.
Yeah.
Because by now maybe Sean is in school. Are they calling from school to tell you that Sean is sick and you need to come get him? Or it could just be any kind of emergency. Do you not answer the phone?
I'd be scared to even send Sean to school.
Yeah. I was just thinking, that's what I was thinking. I was like,
Right.
you harm the mom, so then what is the intention of the point? And obviously it was not the son. Like, the child was not a factor in this, because I mean, all you did was punk out and keep calling her parents or parent.
Yeah, her parent. So back to when Dorothy was found. So she went missing in May 1980. Her skeletal remains were found in August of 1984 by a construction crew preparing to do what, y'all? Lay telephone lines.
Wow, the irony.
I didn't know that. I did not know.
Yeah, I just assumed it was,
Yeah.
the strip mall.
Clearing property to build something.
Wow.
Now, the land that she was found on was owned by someone.
No.
It was owned by the man who now owns the store.
The odds of that.
The store where she worked that her family used to own.
That store, that man who her dad sold those stores to, owned the land where Dorothy was found.
Wow. And it was only her head, right? Was her skull.
It was her skull and maybe some other skeletal remains. They were spread out.
Animals.
And they said that those skeletal remains seem to have been charred by a brush fire, which again,
Brush fire. That's weird. Being that her car was on fire. So someone set her on fire. It wasn't a random brush fire.
And then there was a dog.
Yeah, I saw something about dog's bones.
Yeah, like weirdness.
No, the craziest part is that the landlord of that property being connected to her.
I wonder where.
Which, please tell me those people were questioned.
Well, if they were, none of them are in prison. No one faced charges. So whether you question them or not, because this is still, this is unsolved. We don't know who did this to Dorothy. So let's go back to this man. His name is John Kycola, Kycola.
Wow.
I'm
sorry, my mind is just blown because you were telling me a lot of stuff that I didn't even read because I'm not a private investigator.
Because you're not a private investigator.
So
you ain't a fisherman. I am.
Yes. But I'm just like,
So she was the bookkeeper, right?
Uh-huh.
In 1996, this John man was federally indicted for tax evasion. So my question is, the man who owned the store, owned the land that Dorothy's skeletal remains was found on, was eventually federally indicted for tax evasion, and Dorothy did his books.
Oh.
So although the indictment came 10, 15 years later,
Right.
was she back then aware of some of his mess? Because one thing I always say about me and my investigations, I ain't never wrong. I might be early, but I ain't wrong. So is this a situation where Dorothy found something ahead of time?
Mm-hmm.
So that's my suspicions on him as far as suspects go.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
It's even to the point like where I'm not even there with your method, because I didn't put two and two together with tax evasion and her being his bookkeeper to be like,
Mm-hmm.
okay, there's a little bit of motive there on his
There'll
end.
be a whole lot of motives there.
A whole lot of motives.
Well, yeah, because if you think about it, like back then, it was just like tax evasion was like,
right.
You went to bed worried you were gonna get busted.
And if this man, if she is his bookkeeper, and this man purchased the store from her dad, is she undercovering or finding out some things that may be in dispute? Maybe her dad got shorted. Maybe her dad got the wrong end of a deal with this man in the purchase and selling of this store. Is that why this person couldn't call the house, because the dad would have recognized the phone number? I mean, the voice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They also had Dennis Terry, who is Sean's dad, as a suspect. Because, like I said, he was in town visiting the day that week. And by all accounts, he and Dorothy got into a heated exchange because he wanted custody of Sean. So he left, and you know, we true crime people. I'm an investigator. We know that child custody mess is something. So much so, Sunshine Investigations, I try very hard not to insert myself in family court stuff, because that is a level of desperation. Talking about taking people's kids from them, that you don't want no parts of that.
Yeah.
You don't want no parts of that.
Put you in danger, I would imagine, right?
Yeah, that's the and even it's a whole lot of attorneys who leave family court in family law for that reason right there. Like, put it like this: criminal defense world is a safer world than family law world.
Yeah, when you involve a child, it's, you know,
and a child, people's assets, people's lively, like, yes, you coming for me for child support. I want the house, you want the house. Like, family law is a dangerous law.
I will say again, when it comes to your safety in the streets and in the world, situational awareness, but when it comes to choosing your significant other and it comes to starting families, make sure that you are making the right decisions for yourself and your well-being.
And your well-being.
Always the well-being of the children, because when things turn into this kind of stuff, this is not what we were intended to do, and this is not what a child should have to grow up living with, their mom gone at the hands of either you, a husband, an ex-husband. There's so much going on currently today in the news with an ex-husband who murdered his wife and or his ex-wife and her current husband. So it's just a sensitive spot for me at this particular moment.
Yeah. Family is something else. Like
Keep your
that's
hands and your weapons to yourself, people.
yes, yeah. So Dennis Terry, Sean's dad, was eliminated as a suspect. And their reasons for eliminating him as a suspect are all the reasons that make me think he is a suspect. So what he was able to provide, listen, receipts for his bus ride back to Missouri. He said that
Wait,
he
can
was
you
on.
rewind? Can you go back and start that up?
I think you froze there for a
Froze
second.
for a second.
Start with the reasons they didn't see him as a suspect.
Yep.
Okay.
So Dennis Terry, who was Sean's dad, was a suspect. And he was eventually eliminated as a suspect. And the reason that they eliminated him as a suspect is all of the reason why I think he is a suspect. So at the time of this, he would have been on a 2-day bus ride back to Missouri from the Anaheim, California area. 2-day bus ride. He was able to present all of the receipts for everywhere he went, the stops that he made, to say, this is where I was on my bus trip. The reason why that is suspicious to me is I travel for work a lot. And my receipts are billing. So when I bill out for work, my food, my car rental, all of those receipts are money to me. I submit those and I get paid, reimbursed. I lose my receipts. They're receipts. I lose them. So, and I am traveling in a much more comfortable setting. I am in a nice rental car. I am on a plane. I am in all of these comfortable conditions, and I still mess around and lose these receipts. And I know they are money for me, right? Yeah. So you mean to tell me you on an uncomfortable, messy 2-day bus ride and you got all your receipts? You got all them receipts from a bus ride.
True, but then my brain goes to, it is the 80s and we didn't have the means of it being logged in your phone and you can check your bank statement. We just kind of, old people we learned from the old people where we kept all our receipts in Ziploc bags and you just never got rid of them.
So you a man.
Oh, that's true, right?
And you traveling on the Greyhound, and you like, let me open up my Ziploc bag and put my receipt in here. Let me organize my receipts. So for me,
especially because it's not like you where you're getting money back for those receipts.
Right.
He's just a normal person traveling. He has no reason to keep those receipts.
Yeah. I bought a pop and a bag of chips. Let me stick this receipt in my pocket. It will be crumble it up and throw it down.
Most of the time you just say, no, I don't need it.
I don't need it. So for me, that felt like alibi building. But what people also have to understand is that you don't have to be there to commit the murder. You plot, you plan, you hire, I don't like her either. Go get her. So I don't think that I think that still places him at my top list of possible suspects. But they eliminated.
I think that though, because if the motive was the child and the child is fine, like why would you leave your child motherless if you didn't intend on taking him too?
That's the alibi though. So I am going to, do away with Dorothy, and I'm going to pretend like I'm going back to Missouri and my happy place, and something happens to her while I am gone. I am not a suspect. I got all my potato chips.
Oh, and you get custody, right? Duh.
And you get custody.
Or awarded custody, rather.
Over
the parents, over the
parents. over the parents, which didn't happen. I believe he ended up staying with his parents.
Mm.
This is his
The
grandparents.
next, yeah, with her parents, yes, yeah, which would have been her grandparents. The next suspect who they had listed is named Mike Butler. Mike Butler is the man who is, it is his sister who worked with Dorothy. Remember I told y'all that there was a co-worker who was the sister of a suspect?
Yes.
That suspect is Mike Butler. So not only did he have proximity to Dorothy because his sister was Dorothy's co-worker, he also had proximity to Dorothy because he worked at a collision and body shop across the street from their job. So he would have had access, like just putting eyes on her. He just would have been able to see her coming and going. What are you thinking, T?
I was just like, I mean, yeah, you work across the street, you can watch, you can follow. There's no real like thoughts of like, oh, there's somebody across the street following me, or
There's someone across the street.
any worker across the street.
No, because you work with his sister, so it's like, oh, it's
Yeah, and it's normal.
Susie's brother across the street.
Across the street. And if it is a head shop, what we know it is now, thanks to Craig, I had no idea. And he works at a collision shop. He's probably in that store a lot to purchase whatever it is they, because you know back then you a mechanic, you got your cigarettes in your, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I think he would have been in and out of that store to make purchases.
Yo, I'm gonna look up the definition of a head shop while y'all talk.
But here's what blew me out of the water about him. So he was known to have a crush on Dorothy.
That would make sense.
This crush on Dorothy was so delusional.
Oh, come on.
That he told the investigators that he wanted to marry Dorothy.
Oh, come on. Did Dorothy know this?
I would imagine not, and not to that level.
Yeah.
And if she did, wow.
Yeah. And I mean, if that's what she wanted, like a man in her life as a father figure to her son, and she's friends with Pam, it wouldn't be odd that maybe he would ask her on a date, or maybe he would tell Pam, like, you know, I really, you know, your coworker, I'm interested in your coworker, but not on the sneak tip to where you don't know.
Or that you want to
somebody feels
marry
like
them.
about you, because she would have been thought like, you know, there's a guy who has a crush on me, maybe it's him.
But wait, this. So you know, y'all know I love me an obituary.
Oh yeah, yeah. The names connected to obituaries.
This man, his name is Mike Butler. Mike Butler died in 2014. I am going to read to you some of the things that his family wrote in his obituary. And you tell me if they just describe the profile of a suspect that fits everything we just talked about. He might show up at your doorstep wanting to fix your toilet leak or that annoying noise your whatchamacallit is making. He just gonna show up at your house. He just gonna show up at your house.
That's a weird sentiment.
If you met Mike Butler, you undoubtedly recognize he was just that sort of person. So if you met him, you would think that he was a creep that would just show up at your house. because they sensed his good old-fashioned desire to be wherever you might need him. He readily shared his zeal for his beliefs. He was a deeply religious man. So he's a creep who will show up at your house. He was deeply religious, and he had this ridiculous crush on a woman who may have identified herself as bisexual.
Which don't fit with the religious part of things. But also, to be fair, maybe the person who wrote that obituary is a really bad writer, because
Well, there's more.
Well, you don't have to be a bad writer to describe somebody weird.
There's more. So remember when we were talking about how she would have been overtaken, there may not have been enough time for her to yell and scream for help. And we talked about that she took karate. I mean, she wouldn't have been like Jackie Chan or nothing, but you know what I'm saying? This is also what the family wrote. He had training in infantry, and then something very unusual happened. Mike's attitude and attention to detail was noted. He was assigned overseas in Germany. He served as the base commander's public information and media officer and photographer as well.
Oh wow! So he was steeped in stalking and being able to find people and being able to find information.
And strong and powerful and trained in combat, but there's still more. He became a music roadie for several rock bands, including the Beach Boys and Bertha, an all-girl rock band his sister was a member of.
Wow.
This is his obituary.
Wow.
Probably the same band that she was on tour with.
So the fastest way to get yourself a crush on a person is the girl in the band. We like the boys in the band, but there's the fellas.
They have groupies too.
Yeah.
And this is, and I have to keep going back. This is what his family wrote about him in the obituary.
Wow. So are they dropping breadcrumbs? Like what? Or are they unknowingly just writing about things that could?
Or they could just, as his family, just be, writing the lovingly information about their brother, cousin Mike, and don't even realize that the things that they're saying about their brother fits the profile just from what we're talking about on 15 Minutes of Murder.
Yeah.
Of the person who would have harmed Dorothy Scott.
Here we are, what, 40 years?
Questioned?
What'd you say, Craig?
I was just going to say, here we are 40 years later, quickly connecting the dots that nobody else seems to have connected.
But he wasn't questioned?
I don't know, Tanisha. And like I said with the other ones, even if he was, what did they do with it?
It didn't, nothing came about it.
Yeah, he died in 2014, where they left this lovely, glowing online obituary about him. Like, this was online. I didn't have to Google, like, go into a deep dive. It was online.
I'm starting to think now, he worked at a collision shop. Look.
And so would he had placed Dorothy's remains on this man's property to then take the heat off of himself, to draw suspicion somewhere else?
Or would he place her body at that property because it was familiar? And
I think more of that, because you would be giving him a lot of credit to
yeah,
use his brain that much to
But that's what
piece
his brain,
together.
right? But that's what his brain was used for. These
Oh,
people
right.
just said
He was
that he was
military.
trained in over in Germany working communications in photography, and he was in the infantry and all of those things.
I guess he could have pieced it together.
Mm-hmm.
But I
It
mean, either one of those situations does not look good for him.
it does not look good for him.
Mhm. I
But
must say that
okay, okay.
I was going to say I was convinced of the owner of the land and purchaser of the business, but now that I'm hearing this, I think
Mm-hmm.
my
Yeah.
my numbers, my list is changing.
But at the same time, my thing goes back to your original Pam, because there's more than one person involved, because one person can only be one place at one time. And to
Mm-hmm.
know multiple things about a person in multiple different places, be it the workplace, at home, at a hospital, that's that's multiple eyes knowing things in multiple different places. And number
Mm-hmm.
two, like, you abducted this woman from a hospital parking lot in her car, but she's not found in her car. So how did you move her? Who helped you? You didn't carry her on your back. Another car had to have come to pick you up.
Well, in that, what were you going to say, Craig?
Well, my thought was maybe because there was so much time between when she sped off from the hospital and
Around 11 o'clock.
they found her car at 4:30 in the morning, that person that kidnapped her could have killed her, dumped her, then brought the car back and then set it on
When you
fire.
think about what it takes and how a body is not a light thing that you just carry, and it's exhausting, and you're frazzled, like, that's really not a lot of time. That's barely enough time to go food shop and come back and put your food away.
I think it's a
Yeah.
lot of time, and I think it's enough time for someone who has this man's training and background.
If he pre-planned it.
Mm-hmm.
But
And
then
I
some,
think
But then if he did that, has he done it other times? Are there other, because if you're that quick and efficient on that kind of a mission, have you done it before?
and again, back to his obituary, the family said he is the one who would just pop up.
Show up.
I have a question. How far away is that head shop and his mechanic shop from where the car was found on fire?
I don't know.
Like, could he have
It's gonna be in the
could he
vicinity,
have
like,
could he have dumped the car, caught it on fire, and then just walked back to his mechanic shop?
with her on his back.
No, no, like he would have killed her, dumped her, and then took the car to the alley and caught it on fire and walked back to his mechanic shop.
Or maybe his car was, or maybe he parked his car nearby that alley.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So he would have been able to just transfer her from her car into his car.
Right.
Yeah.
By that
And
alley for her
mm-hmm,
car.
mm-hmm.
Was there
And
significance there for that
yeah.
where he dumped the car?
What'd you say, Tanisha?
I wonder if there was significance of where he placed the car. Was there anything by there? Did she frequent there? Was it by any club that she ever played at with her band?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean,
What
alleys
kind
are
of
weird.
Yeah, and what we know is that oftentimes suspects return to the scene, like they go to places that they are familiar with.
Mhm.
So what you're saying, T, that might be a possibility. Like, was that the alley of, a venue that
Yeah, was it a
his
venue
Brody
alley?
band and her band was at, or
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying, was this alleyway behind a restaurant or a bar where he saw her in, and I remember how good you looked in that dress. Like, it could have been
Or, like you
anything.
said, he was a roadie or whatever. Did he
Mhm.
unload equipment in that alley
Yep,
for
yep.
a show?
I would bet that there is some kind of familiarity with him in that
Yeah.
alley where he transferred them.
It's not an open field. It's not a random
Mm-mm.
place. An alley is a
Nope.
very specific place where one, there's no police activity. You're not being watched. You're not being followed. That's like a dead end. Like it's oh yeah, maybe the alley's open ended. I don't know if it was open on both ends or if it was closed off on one end, but that's a spot for you to get caught, especially setting a car on fire, even
Setting
if
them
it is 4:30 in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know?
There's something about
do
the
you,
alley for me.
do you know what the name of the head shop was?
Yeah.
Because I just found where her car was.
It is, oh, let me see. I got it close by. Give me a second.
Oh, I'm curious to see how close
It's
they are.
Swingers Psych Shop and John's Head Shop.
I thought the head shop was like a car place for fixing cars.
What city were they in again? Anaheim?
She lived in Stanton and she went missing from Anaheim.
Oh, okay. Found it.
Oh yeah, so it's Swingers Psych Shop and Custom John's Head Shop.
By that way, a head shop is defined as a store that sells drug paraphernalia. That's all it says.
And I don't think it needs to say more than that. We get it.
Yeah, no, I mean we get it.
That's
everything
very
needs
clear
to
to
say.
me. That's
Yeah.
very clear to me.
So where her car was found in the head shop, it's 12, they're 12 miles apart.
hmm
So it's not walking distance.
No.
So remember when we were just talking about, like, I don't know if we're digging at stereotypes, but how someone who worked at the collision shop or something may have like their cigarettes tucked in their t-shirt pocket or something.
I mean, it's the 80s. Everybody was smoking.
Right.
Kids.
At her parking spot, when the cops went to begin the investigation, they found a pack of cigarettes in where her car was, and she did not smoke.
Come on.
Mechanic.
No fingerprints?
If you think
that's the thing with this, Steve. So when this is the thing. So when I get to talking about police and what the police didn't do, this is the mess that I am talking about, y'all. Like, and this is why, as I began to do this investigation, this woman went from being Dorothy Jane Scott to Dot to me, because they wronged this girl. I get it that in 1980 we can't trace cars like we can, right? I get it in 1980 we can't track down DNA the way that we can. I get it in 1980 we might not even be able to work with fingerprints the way that we can.
We can
today.
ask questions.
We can ask questions. We can make connections.
Yeah.
And just right here, the connections that we made, what happened to this woman? And y'all gonna let these people go? And let them go to the point to where when this man died in 2014, his family writes an obituary that gives you point by point explanations and reasons why this man could have done this.
And you know what a simple question would have been for the brother, the mechanic? What kind of cigarettes do you smoke? Because when people smoke, they smoke a very specific type of cigarettes. You don't just buy random cigarettes. You smoke. I know when I smoked as a kid, I would smoke Benson and Hedges menthol lights because that's what my father smoked.
Easy question.
And I remember
easy question for any suspect who doesn't know that they dropped anything.
And people's packs of cigarettes were so personal to them. I remember seeing cigarettes with people's IDs tucked in them, people's money tucked in them, phone books. Remember the little miniature phone books that would be tucked in there? Like a pack of cigarettes, because you kept them so handy, often served as miniature wallets for people. You ain't just dropped a pack of cigarettes and we don't know whose pack of cigarettes that is.
Yep, and they had that plastic sleeve over it, so you could tuck in like a $5 bill or like.
I wonder if, like, I mean, I get it. I don't know, like, evidence and what have you, but if that was still in evidence today, if you could test it for anything, traces of anything, if you would find a connection.
Anything. Because again, you didn't have those things back then in 1980, but you had them in 2014. So let's go back to the Colonial Parkway in our Waterman. Y'all knew enough in after 7 years after he died to say that he's a suspect, and y'all done went back and tested his DNA after he died. Where's those cigarettes? Run the prints on those cigarettes now, because you can. You can do that now.
It's crazy. I know, like, people have always, what about this? What about that? Did you do this? Did you do that? And I'm not discrediting the fact that maybe it was done, maybe it wasn't, but there's nothing that infers that it was. But you making me want to call a tip hotline. Be like,
really.
Did you think about this?
You didn't,
because you just moved on to whatever was next. Because if you didn't, we would know what happened to her. Her son would know what happened to his mom, and his parents wouldn't have died without knowing what happened to their child.
And everywhere I dug, I saw references of Sean still trying to find answers about his mom.
Yeah, because he's like a grown man at this point, probably our age.
Yes.
All right.
Because he probably is exactly my age, because if he was 4 in 1980, he would be born in 76.
Yep.
And this man's obituary, y'all. And for him to tell the police, I wanted to marry her, sir. If you don't hop your butt up in these handcuffs in the back of this patrol car, so I could take you where you belong. What you mean you was gonna marry her? And you know, and here's the thing, you know, we are investigating her disappearance.
Right.
And
that's right. There's a 4-year span of investigation that either trailed off or didn't really get off the ground before she was found.
So depending on the place in the investigation that Mike Butler would have been questioned, he would have either told police who was looking into a disappearance that I liked this woman and I wanted to marry her, or he would have been telling investigating homicide detectives, I like this woman and I wanted to marry her.
I'm curious what his line of questioning was.
Either one of those time frames, sir. I have handcuffs for you. I have handcuffs for you, sir.
Not to keep harping on cigarettes, but I bet even his family members would know what kind of cigarettes that he smoked.
That's a pretty standard big clue that you might even want to bring public.
Listen, they could have interviewed his 7-8-year-old niece or nephew about his cigarettes, because what was we doing then? We was going to the store,
going and buying them,
or stealing them,
or stealing them. Speak for yourself, Craig. But yeah.
I'm just saying, like,
and that's an easy follow-up.
It's
visit to the store When did this man what cigarettes did this man purchase when he comes in here? Who sold him these?
But here's the thing, guess where he probably purchased his cigarettes from?
Right
The
across
head
the
shop.
street.
The head shop.
Right across the street.
Because the head
So
shop would.
how far would the police had to have gone to
Not
find
really
out
far. Across the street.
what across the street to find out what type of cigarettes this man purchased? When was the last time he purchased them? Because if the pack was full and he just purchased his cigarettes earlier that day.
Yeah.
But wait a minute. The woman works at a head shop. The woman is abducted, taken. They find cigarettes. They don't think to question who, like, you work at a place that sells these things, but you don't smoke. So who do you know? Like, with I just don't understand, like, I mean, people laugh at me and go, everything's not that simple. You know, everybody's always like, Tanisha, it's not that simple. It's not that simple. But sometimes, like, just get the simple out of the way.
It could be that simple.
It could,
Yeah, that's my thing. I'm always like, no, it is that simple.
Alex always teases me and says that I am like Axel Foley on Beverly Hills Cop. Remember how he was just like bare bones with his investigation, and these Beverly Hills Cops officers, they had all this money and all of this technology, and he was like, y'all don't need all. That's this case right here. That is this right here. This, you don't need no resources other than talking to some people.
Talk to the people.
This case,
somebody's story is gonna crumble.
Yep.
Somebody's facts are not gonna match.
You don't need the technology to trace these calls. You don't need the DNA technology. You don't need the fingerprint technology.
When they say good old-fashioned investigation,
that's it. Axel Foley on it. That's all you need. And even like in Beverly Hills Cop, he was going to the sports club and the athletic club and crashing on people's hunches because that's what it takes.
Yeah.
You know what? Looking at where Anaheim is, it's right next, it's kind of part of LA in a sense. It makes sense. Anyways, it makes sense to me that she would be playing or be hanging out with an all-girl like punk band in the 80s. In LA, it was like they were all over the place. I'm just thinking about how cool she was. I didn't realize they lived this close to LA and like.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. She easily went from Dorothy Jane Scott to My Homegirl Dot as I began to look into this. Yeah.
For some reason I kept imagining they were like living in a small town like in Northern California somewhere. But they're like kind of smack to the like east of like Los Angeles kind of.
No, and that's what I mentioned that on our live, that I remember always hearing about Anaheim when we were younger. So I kind of had an idea that it was like not, out in the boondocks or whatever. I had no idea that it was as close to LA as you just pointed out. But yeah, this ain't a place where, we slow and lagging behind times. No, this was a hip, vibrant community. And Dorothy was a part of it. And by all accounts, she would be what we consider today as unproblematic. She wasn't no bitter baby mama. She wasn't keeping up no mess. Everything about Dorothy said that Dorothy wanted to go to work, come home, and be with her baby. And that's it. And be with her baby enough to where en route to take these folks to the hospital, which would have been the last time she was seen alive, that she had enough wherewithal to go and spend time with her family. For whatever reason, she was going to spend time with her family. She was going to spend time with her family. Like, this is Dorothy. That is who she was. And they left that woman to be found in a field with nothing left than charred skeletal remains. next to a dog.
It's
Well,
just
this case is like blown my mind tonight.
yeah, this one definitely.
It
Uh,
seemed so like kind of simple when we got started into this and turned into
That's the thing is
something.
that when you take just the basic facts and then you do the deep dive like Des did, you know, you find out so much more and then you talk about it.
Mhm.
Mhm.
I can't wait to see what some viewers
Yeah.
chime
My
in
heart
with.
goes out to her son.
Yeah.
My heart goes out to Sean, definitely. And I pray he finds answers.
And here's the thing about Sean. So I am sitting here and I am telling you how, as I was investigating um Dorothy, I became in love with her and she became my homegirl Dot. And these are memories and information that I have drudged up about this lady who was a complete stranger to me from the internet.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine what her son,
Yeah.
who probably didn't have memories of his mother. So as
Not
he is
many.
reading these things, oh wow, my mom was this, my mom was in a
Yeah.
band, or when he's hearing the stories of his mother from his family. So because I just know these things from the internet.
Yeah.
Like he will be
Yeah.
hearing
Yeah.
stories from her friends and family members.
The depth of his mom, because being 4 years old when your mom was
Right.
brutally taken from you, you know, you've got to have some really fond memories that aren't exactly your own, but being told to you secondhand because they
Mhm.
was robbed from you.
Yeah. And all he has to grasp onto are those memories. And to think like, oh, this is my mom. My mom was this, and I didn't even get to know this
Yeah.
about my
And
mother.
not even firsthand
Yeah,
memories
this is
told to you, and
mm-hmm,
maybe
mm-hmm,
the, you know, photos that you have up until, you know, she was
right.
taken. And
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I can't imagine.
Yep. Dorothy
I mean, I
James
think
Scott.
the consensus is that 1980s were not a good time for solving unfortunate murders. And so many people in that decade are just, I mean, so many of us, the Gen X generation, have no answers for the terribly criminal things that happened. And it's just it was a different world then. It was a different time. I mean, these things still happen, but you know, we got drones, we got all these, you know, different things that, you know, in a second you can barely get down the block committing crimes these days. Like it takes about a week, a month before, you know, we find out the result of, you know, there's no such thing as real kind of unsolved crimes at the volume that it was in the 80s.
Well, yeah, and the unfortunate thing in everything you just said is absolutely correct. But even with what you're saying is being correct, at this rate, I believe just nationwide, about maybe half of murders still go unsolved.
But that's a case of the bottom line. That's all
Mm-hmm.
this. Because if
Mm-hmm.
you
Yep.
have this,
Yep.
then it's solved. If you
Mm-hmm.
don't have this, then, you know, you can wait.
Mm-hmm.
You can wait until you can
Yeah.
afford
This meaning money, right?
money,
Mm-hmm.
the
Yeah.
money.
Yeah.
Because there's no reason that a murder can't be solved with the proper time given. But when there's no money to be paid and there's no, you know, the fact that you have to pay certain amount, you know, certain amount of pennies on the dollar for a page
I mean,
of a
yeah,
criminal of investigation for your own family
right.
member is insane.
Right. And some families are actually, resorting to contacting investigation agencies. Like there are investigation agencies that just do this, like solve work on unsolved open cases, right? And yeah, is family shouldn't have to do that. I shouldn't, because the truth of the matter is our tax money is already paying that. So now I got to pay some more money to hire an investigator to pay y'all to do the work that I'm already paying you to do.
Yeah.
So I'm paying out of my pocket 2 or 3 times, and I'm paying out of my soul because my loved one is gone, and y'all ain't telling me nothing.
Yeah.
Y'all ain't telling me nothing. And you got cigarettes, you got coworkers.
My brain is just trying to think of more things that could have been done.
Yeah, I feel like every time we get to this point in our deep dives, like as we're wrapping things up, my only thought is like we could talk about this for another hour and a half next week. We could go do more research and come back with even more, you know?
Yeah. And I mean, at this point, like I would even love to know the more in-depth things that were done from what Sean would know that was done, because I'm pretty sure you don't let this go. You don't let things go until, we saw Tara Calico's parents till the day they died, still wondering, and not giving up. And you just don't give up till you get answers. And unfortunately, too many people pass away before they get those.
Right.
Just like Dorothy's parents.
Just like Dorothy's parents. Just like Sean's mom. This was Sean's mom. This is, to the people in the media, this is Dorothy Jane Scott.
Yeah.
To Desiree, this is, her make-believe new BFF Dot. But to Sean, that's his mom.
Yep.
That's his mom.
Yeah.
And he, this community, how does he live peacefully amongst these people, whether he was 7-year-old Sean or 40-year-old Sean, when you don't know who took your mama away from you?
And that fear of always, am I gonna be like my mom? The people who did what they did to her gonna do that to me? Like, just that fear and that uncertainty of life. Like you don't get to have that freedom of having just not having your mind inundated day in, day out by even being reminded, being in a store and seeing a 4-year-old kid with his mom, being triggered and remembering I was 4 years old when I lost my mom. Like, everything is just, your whole life is now this.
Now this, and your own father was questioned in your mother's disappearance. What if anything has that done with his relationship with his father?
Yeah. That's where we're at the end of another case, with no answers, nothing solved, but at least we did get to kind of go down that rabbit hole, pick apart some theories, look at some suspects. I don't know. What do you guys at home think? Do you think it was the crush? Do you think it was her ex, or the father of her child? Like, was it someone else? Was Pam involved? Did Conrad have anything to do with it? We don't know. But we talked about it, and so we extend this moment to you all watching this to bring your theories. What do you think? What are your thoughts? Who are the suspects that you think? Is it somebody that we didn't mention? Is there a theory that we didn't talk about? Are there clues out there that we didn't mention?
What do you know that we don't know?
Yeah. What else?
What do you think we got right? What do you think we got wrong?
Yeah.
There was so many jaw-dropping moments in this case tonight.
Yeah. So with that, we're going to close it. We're going to say thank you for joining us. Thank you for watching. We just, our hearts and thoughts and prayers go out to Sean, and hoping that he finds the answers that he needs. With his mom, Dorothy was an amazing woman, and and what we do know is that she loved her son.
Yes.
And that's the only thing at this point that we can actually smile about, in remembering her, is that she lived her life, she loved life, she loved her son, and her goal was protecting him. And unfortunately, someone removed her from this life way too early.
Way too soon.
Yes, so be sure to drop any comments or questions below. Check us out at 15minutesofmurder.com to see the overview for this case if you haven't watched it, and also to catch up on cases in the past that maybe you haven't seen yet.
Yeah. And we will be going live Wednesday night, this Wednesday, with Wednesday Night Live. Join us then when we just catch up, just check in. Nothing's planned. We just pop in, talk about the current events and what's going on, and we will see you then.
Yes, see you next time.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Subscribe, share, and remember, someone is always waiting for answers. This was 15 Minutes of Murder. In the winter of 1986, in Suitland, Maryland, just outside the nation's capital, a stretch of woods behind a neighborhood recreation center became a place of dread. Children had played there. Families walked past it. And teenagers cut through it on the way home. But over the course of weeks, those woods would yield a terrible truth. Young women were being killed and left there. 5 lives, 1 community, and a mystery that has never been solved. This is 15 Minutes of Murder. Before they were victims, they were women with lives in motion, and they mattered. They lived in southeast Washington, D.C. and nearby Suitland. They shared neighborhoods, bus routes, stores and friends. They were daughters, sisters, workers and dreamers. Dorothy Ann Miller was 20 years old. She moved through southeast D.C. like thousands of young women do, visiting friends, running errands, living ordinary days that rarely draw attention. On December 13, 1986, her body was found in woods near the Bradbury Recreation Center in Suitland. At first, police believed she had died from a drug overdose. But the autopsy revealed something far darker. Dorothy had been sexually assaulted before her death. She was the first known victim in what investigators would soon recognize as a pattern. Pamela Malcolm was 25. She worked at the United States Patent and Trademark Office in Arlington, Virginia. It was a steady government job, the kind many young Washington area residents would build futures around. She lived with her mother in Suitland. On October 21, 1986, Pamela left home to buy cigarettes, but never returned. Nearly 3 months later, her remains were discovered in the same wooded area where Dorothy had been found. For her mother, time had frozen on the night Pamela stepped out the door. Juanita Marie Walls was 26. On October 30, 1986, she left her Southeast DC apartment to attend a birthday party. She told loved ones she'd be right back, but she never returned. Family members later said Juanita was strong and someone who would resist if she were threatened. Investigators found signs she had fought her attacker. Her remains were found in January 1987 in the Suitland Woods. Cynthia Lee Westbury was 22. She lived with her mother and siblings in Southeast Washington. She had simple plans, steady work, independence, and a stable life. On November 10, 1986, she left home to meet a friend. When she disappeared, worry settled in immediately. It wasn't like Cynthia at all. Days later, a call came from the U.S. Postal Service, offering her a job interview. Her family had to explain, Cynthia was missing. Her body was later found alongside the others.
A new crime show created by two behind-the-scenes television industry vets from the worlds of Hulu, MTV, CBS, and more. 15 Minutes of Murder. A raw, unfiltered dive into the most haunting unsolved crimes with your creator and hosts, Tanisha Slater and Craig Chapman. After every episode, they break down the case with resident private investigator Desiree Edwards of Sunshine Investigations and star of VH1's Caught in the Act, Unfaithful. But it's not just their theories, it's yours too. Viewers will have the chance to be part of the show. Sunday nights, because the clock is ticking and every murder should end in truth.
Angela Maria Wilkerson was 22. She moved through the same Southeast DC neighborhoods as the others, the same streets and the same social circles. She was last seen January 5, 1987. Days later, her body was found in the familiar wooded area, near Bradbury Recreation Center. 5 women, all dark-skinned and in their early 20s. All short in stature with slender builds. 4 were from the same Southeast Washington neighborhoods. All were sexually assaulted and stabbed. All left in the same unsuspecting woods. All underserved because no one, except their families, were looking for them. All were just stumbled upon, like trash discarded on the wayside. By January 1987, fear in Suitland had become something heavier than rumor. It had become a frightening pattern for everyone living in that area. The woods behind the Bradbury Rec Center became the place parents had to warn their children about. Residents watched from windows facing the tree line, imagining the unthinkable. In February 1987, more than 100 residents gathered outside the Prince George's County Police Station. They demanded answers and safety measures. They demanded attention for the deaths of the young black women in their community. The outcome? Police formed a 25-detective task force. They conducted interviews, canvasses, and searches that turned up some leads. But the killer, or killers, remained unknown. Then, investigators made another discovery, this time in Northeast Washington, D.C. In an alley, police found the body of a young woman. She had been stabbed, sexually assaulted, and strangled. For nearly 2 weeks, she had no name. Then, an employer recognized a police sketch. The victim was identified as 20-year-old Janice Elaine Morton, a nurse's aide from Southeast Washington. Like the Suitland victims, Janice was young, black, and lived in the same communities as the other women. She too was killed in a similar way. Her murder intensified fears that the killings were connected. Police arrested a suspect in Janice Morton's murder. On January 30, 1987, 31-year-old Alton Alonzo Best, a Southeast Washington resident. Investigators said Best knew several of the Suitland victims. One witness reported seeing a victim near a van associated with him shortly before her disappearance. Later that year, Best pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and sodomy in Janice Morton's killing. He was sentenced to 18 years and 4 months in prison. During proceedings, he admitted to patterns of behavior involving offering drugs and seeking sexual favors from vulnerable women. After his arrest, the Suitland killing stopped. But here is the unresolved truth. No forensic evidence ever linked Best to the 5 Suitland murders. He was never charged in those deaths. And officially, the case remains unsolved. Time moved forward. But the woods? They remained a haunting reminder of unthinkable tragedy and unimaginable grief. Families buried daughters, sisters, friends. 5 women, whose lives intersected by geography, and later, in tragedy. The names eventually faded from headlines, but not from memory. And not from injustice. Dorothy Ann Miller, Pamela Maria Malcolm, Juanita Marie Walls, Cynthia Lee Westbury, Angela Maria Wilkerson. Your lives matter, and you are not forgotten. Thank you for watching. Subscribe, share, and remember, someone is always waiting for answers. This was 15 Minutes of Murder.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to our Sunday edition of 15 Minutes of Murder, where we take a deep dive on our last case file that we presented last Sunday, which is the Suitland murders. We're going to dig deep. We're going to talk amongst ourselves about what happened, what didn't happen, our thoughts, the crime, the punishment, and all of those things. So I am your host, Tanisha Slater, along with Craig Chapman and our resident crime expert, Ms.
Desiree Edwards. Hey,
in the
y'all.
house. So we are going to get into it. We are going to break it down. And this case is a little different than the things that we've been doing in the past, where we've had a lot of archive footage, and we've had newspaper clippings and witnesses and all these kind of things to report. In this case, we didn't have that. So that is definitely something we will be getting into as well. But thank you for joining us. And please, if you have any questions, if you have any comments, feel free to leave them below. We will address them on our Wednesday night live. But again, welcome to 15 Minutes of Murder. Sit back and enjoy. Okay, everybody, so we're about to get into that deep dive, but before we do, make sure you like and subscribe so that you never miss an episode, never miss a live. Stick with us, we'll stick with you. Make sure you subscribe. We appreciate every single subscription. So let's get into this deep dive. Now, what did everybody think of this? This was different. This was definitely different than other stories we've covered.
Yeah, but see, so here's my take on it. I found that it was not as much information about, these victims and this string of murders. However, I think that leaves us in a place where we can talk about and explore why that is so.
Mm-hmm.
I agree that I had the same frustration from the get-go. I was like, there's a few newspaper articles, but there are no pictures of these people.
Mm-hmm.
There's no pictures of the suspect. They were obviously like serial killings. I mean, I think it's over 3. They consider it serial killings, and they never, anywhere I read, called them serial killings. So there was a lot of like missing information, like almost nothing was done.
Yeah.
And so as I was exploring and trying to figure out what the heck is this and why is it almost an empty landscape for these victims, I started to get like curious about these dates. But listen, this is again, these dates started to be curious to me. Suitland murders occurred between October 1986 and January 1987. But guess what was happening less than 3 hours away during this exact same timeline?
I don't know.
The Colonial Parkway murders.
Oh. You know what? I wondered why occasionally it would pop up in my Google searches when I was trying to find information about the Suitland murders. I just assumed they were close in proximity. I didn't realize the timeline was the same.
Watch
also.
these dates. So Rebecca and Kathy, they were the first victims of the Colonial Parkway. They were found on October 12, 1986. Paula Malcolm, who was the first victim of the Suitland murders, she was found October 21st, 1986.
Wow. And so the timeline is the same, but is the proximity the same or no?
Well, it was less than 3 hours away. So my thing with that is, the juxtaposition of the two of these Colonial Parkway murders are getting all of this outrage. They're probably getting all of this media attention, and less than 3 hours away during the exact same timeline is these 4 Black women up in the Washington area. And to this day, just as we were saying in this intro, there is nothing about them, very little.
Yeah. And then with the Colonial Parkway murders, it's like not just, it wasn't as easy to find a lot of stuff about the Colonial Parkway, but you had brothers, family members who are still to this day advocating for their family members, where you have that sense of, 3 hours away, the same thing is happening to another community, but 20 years later, you don't have that push. And why?
Right.
Because the mentality that you bear is a lot different, where nobody really cares about me. I'm not going to advocate. It happened. Things happen. May she rest in peace. Like, let's protect our kids. Let it not happen again.
I mean, there are, just in preparation for Colonial Parkway, there was a ton of recently produced documentaries on like the ID channel and things like that about that. But a little bit more also caught my attention. So the Colonial Parkway, as we know from our show, is part of the National Park Services. The suspect in the Suitland murders, guess where he worked? As a groundskeeper for the National.
Wow.
He worked as the groundskeeper for the National Park Service. So it's what, Craig?
Well, I was just going to say all the girls from Suitland Park were found in the woods behind a public park. where people have like birthday parties and family reunions, and those woods were literally backed up against a park.
And with the Colonial Parkway murders, they literally went out of their way. They almost dug that man up from the grave to assign him as the suspect 6 years after his death. And then this man right here, as we're talking, he worked for this. He knows this. And to this day, even after he pled guilty for the murder of Janice Morton, they still have refused to even name him as a suspect for these ladies in Suitland.
Now, that's what I was wondering. I was like, but why? So when you have this suspect who, it's kind of tied in, but then you don't charge him with it. So what? Investigations just stop on these other 5 women? Like,
so this other lady, Janice Morton, he pled guilty to her murder. And in his allocution, and allocution is the fancy court word for when you plead guilty, you can't just say, I plead guilty. You have to go on the court record and state what you plead guilty to. So in his allocution on the court record, he pled guilty to admitting to offering drugs for sexual favors from, prostitutes and young Black marginalized women. Like, he has pled guilty to essentially what would be the profile of these Suitland murders, and he's not a suspect.
Well, the only difference between the lady he's accused of or admitted to killing was that she was found in like an alley somewhere, right?
Yep.
And the rest of these girls were found in this same vicinity of woods behind this park. Because what were you about to say, Craig? I was going to say that the woman that he's accused or admitted to killing fit the profile of the other women, correct?
Correct.
So like the same weight, same like skin color, same stature, whatever. Yep. Okay.
And so the van that he either transported her in and killed her in was owned by his nephew, William Aram, who at the time was a Washington, D.C. police officer. They placed him on leave, administrative leave, stripped him of his duties and his weapon, pending the investigation. They sent that van to Quantico. Quantico said there was no DNA or no blood found in this van. But this cop nephew admitted during the investigation that his uncle, the suspect in this, whose name is Alton Alonzo Best, had told him to clean out the van, that there was blood in the van, but Alonzo told the nephew that the blood belonged to his one of his friends. So it's all of this stuff here.
So was that blood just never tested? Or
I don't know. They cleaned it up. But that's what, so when we're talking about these cases, y'all, and I am always skeptical and sheep poo-pooing away scientific evidence and stuff like that, this is what I'm talking about. So you sent this van to Quantico. That's the best of the best, sir, when it comes to American investigations, right? So you sent this van to Quantico. Quantico says there is no DNA here. But the nephew in his investigation said, well, it should have been because we cleaned it up. And going forward, this suspect, Alonzo Best, eventually confessed to this murder. So it's like, if there's no blood in there, then why would he have pled guilty to this, right? Like there is that there, you see what I'm saying? Like there is that connection. And going back to the Colonial Parkway murders, that man, Alan Wilmer, he passed the FBI administered polygraph test, and because they needed closure for those families so bad, they said, never mind that, this is the one who did it. But in a very similar situation with this, they're like, okay, well, there's no, go ahead, whatever, it is what it is. So it's like, even in handling the evidence of this stuff, it's different between the two cases.
Yeah, it's just it makes no sense to me that like that's scary. Like that like put yourself in that position. And I don't mean you, I mean the viewers. You have a park near you. It's 15 minutes up the road. Not one, not two, not three, not four, but 5 bodies found in those woods. And they're not even, some of them were so decomposed they couldn't tell what was the cause of death. How do you not demand answers? And they did. They did.
And that was something too. So they demanded answers. And in my research for Colonial Parkway murders, those families and those victims, it was like, come and talk to us, but it wasn't that outcry from the public where give us these, you know what I'm saying?
Because there was no need for it.
Correct.
The police were knocking on doors. They were trying to figure out what's going on in our community.
Yeah. So one of the things that I did not like with this Suitland investigation is I read that they said that whoever was committing these crimes was doing this for sexual pleasure. And this is something too that we talk about when you miscategorize crimes and motives and stuff like that. Rape is not about sex. Rape is about power and control and domination. Because if it was just about sex, then no one would rape, because you can get sexual release by yourself, right? Like you can do that to yourself. You don't have to do that. And then these women were stabbed, kind of like what we're always talking about, like the closeness and the intimacy that it takes to do stabbings. And so I know that the investigators were thinking that the women were not killed in the areas that they were found. But wherever they were killed, if they were stabbed, that still would have been a more intimate place, because again, that it's a struggle to stab someone. And then this back and forth motion is going to be blood everywhere. But I did some thinking about what was going on with these women from their physical descriptions, because obviously whoever did this had a type.
Yeah.
He had a type. These were young Black women who were very petite and small in nature, with short hair and dark skin. And this was happening in the 80s. So my investigation brain said, Des, go back to the 80s. What did this look like and feel like for the 80s? Thin built, maybe these women were chosen because possibly childlike in their stature. Maybe they seemed to be powerless, not strong enough to fight back. Short hair, maybe that was a preference for like a boyish appearance versus CT, you got your long hair, you're flowing type deal. Dark skin. And let's just talk about what it is. For a whole lot of people, dark-skinned Black people are deemed less attractive, less valuable. So with that had made these women even more easy for him to toss away and just discard. And then the sodomy, because they were sexually assaulted, but I found it wasn't just like vaginal rape, it was sodomy. Violent. But not just that. As I was putting all of this together, what is the connection of all of these things? And I was wondering if this person's motive to do this to these women was a release for some kind of internal sexual repressed rage, in the sense of, was this person fighting sexual demons? Was this man at the very minimum bisexual? And that these women in their physical descriptions gave him the, yes, these are women, but in their appearance, in their presence, they give him boyish type stuff. So now he's in a position to where now he is satisfying all of those rages, all of those taboo desires, and then to just toss them away like that, like, is that the internalized stuff that he has from himself, and he projected that on?
Like, it, I think so, but I don't know, Des. I think you think so, Craig. I don't know. This is definitely not one-offs. This is serial.
Yes. Yes. And what made me really hone into the appearance of these women is in nothing else that we have seen thus far did the suspect have a set type.
Yeah.
Right.
They've always been very different, very.
It was, yes, this was very targeted, and not just very targeted, because you could say, okay, Black women, streetwalkers, that could be anything, but the appearance of these women was very concrete and very fixed. And I think that when we are looking at this and profiling a suspect and a motive, the way the descriptions of these women are, I think we would be remiss to not really dig into that and pick it apart in what it is. And
I mean, that too, though, when you say like picking apart a suspect, is that I feel like in part of that profiling the suspect is also profiling the victims, but we don't even know who the victims are.
We don't even know.
Exactly know, so that we can pinpoint, okay, well, this victim was about this. This is where she went. This is where she frequented. These are the people she knew, like, and they all like rolled in the same area, the same like parameters, and like, so we don't know anything about them. It makes me wonder, did the police also take the time to get to know the victims to then get to know who the suspects could possibly be?
Well, the police, I know they started raiding what they call the red light district of Washington. And so with that being said, if this is the red light district and the cops come in and they're showing pictures of crime victims, of course you're going to say, no, I don't remember her, or no, I don't know her, right? Right, yeah. So it was, where do we go with this? Like, how do we start to put this together, except for the only thing that really struck out to me in my investigation of this is the description and the physical descriptions of all of these women. Everywhere I turned, it was Black women, small stature, Black women, small stature, Black. What does that mean? And if we don't put a meaning to that and we don't sit and pick that apart, then would we have missed that? And, and when I say that, I'm talking about, so like when I was in college and I majored in this and I minored in that, a lot of my academic focus was on delinquency, crimes against women and children. And this stuff that I'm talking about right here with this description of these women, this was like textbook stuff. Like, this man had some kind of repressed sexual energy that made these women look like this. Because if he just wanted to kill Black women, Black voluptuous women, tall women, whatever, but it was almost like bullying. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
that's where my mind went. And what you say, T?
It made me wonder too if any of these women knew each other or even knew him.
Well, they said he knew some of them.
I have so many questions, or so many thoughts even. You know, digging into the psychology of this guy, and maybe repressed homosexuality. Was it the environment he grew up in? Was it his parents? Was it his religion that was telling him these things were bad or wrong, or, you know, drove him to do these certain things? And the little I did read about these women, and you're talking about the cops went into the red light district, but wasn't one of them like a nurse and one was trying to get a job? Like, were they really like traipsing around in the red light district? It doesn't seem like it. I don't know.
So the one lady who he pled guilty to her murder, she was a nurse's aide. And then the other lady, and let's just go down these women's names. I want to say their names. So there was Dorothy Ann Miller, who was 20 years old. Her body was found on December 13th, 1986. The next victim was Pamela Malcolm. She was 25. She disappeared on October 21st, 1986, and was found in January 1987. And it is from the investigation of Pamela Malcolm, because they are found in these wooded areas, that when the cops made like that widespread search is when they then found the bodies of Cynthia Westbury, Juanita Walls, and Angela Wilkerson. So had they not have went looking or did that widespread search for Miss Malcolm, they would not have found these other victims. But let's talk about this one other victim, Juanita Walls. They found skin cells underneath her nails.
But timing, the mid-'80s, make it not so easy as it is today.
Yeah.
Did they keep any? Did they keep any samples of that evidence?
I don't know, Craig.
Now, are we able to try and get any police records or files and of that? How does that work? Like, if we wanted to actually look into this a little bit more?
Well, it will kind of depend on how the case is classified right now. If they classified Miss Wells that is her, let me make sure, because I want to make sure I'm saying these ladies' names. Miss Walls. If they classify Miss Walls' death as a closed case, then yes, we can try to pursue her test results, or even the case file from the PG Prince George's County Police Department, as they were the lead investigating agency on this. So we can submit a FOIA request, and we tried to we did submit FOIA requests for the Parkway murders. And a FOIA request is acronym for Freedom of Information Act. You essentially you could go on these agencies' websites. It used to be a time where you will send them a formal letter, but now you go on any of their websites, in the ticker it says, in a Dropbox, FOIA request, you put in your name, you tell them what you're looking for, and then they will send you back what they deem is public information.
I would love to do that for this case.
Yeah.
I think it's well worth it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do these requests cost money? I know we've talked about this, or you've talked about it. It could cost like a couple dollars a page sometimes. It can get expensive, right?
It could get expensive, yeah. And in thousands of dollars. I have heard of the fees for FOIA requests to be like $10,000, $100,000, depending on what is there, and they have to recreate it. If it's video, if it's papers, if they have to redact it, they charge you for all of that. One way they like to increase the charge on that is they will say, well, we charge you the lowest hourly rate of someone on our police force. That's how much an hour is going to take. So if the lowest paid police officer on PG County police force makes $30 an hour, let's say, then all the time that they take to supply or prepare this FOIA request, they're going to charge you $30 an hour to do that. And then you have to pay for the pieces of paper and all of that stuff.
So let me ask, is there any time that you ever put in a FOIA request and you're like, but I will come do the manual labor, and they just drop a box in front of you?
Oh no, they're not going to let you do that. I mean, so here's the thing. So there are so it's a couple of ways. So what you're talking about, T, that is closest to where if you go to a court and you say, I want the file for Dorothy Ann Miller, who was one of the victims of the Suitland murders. And they're going to say, well, here is the file. They may hand you 2 boxes of paper clips, and they will say, go through the file, put a paper clip on each sheet of paper, and then we'll make copies that way. So but that's something separate than the FOIA request. So you can actually walk into a courthouse and ask to see a file.
And you don't have to have any sort of relation or connection to that case to do that?
They might ask you, who are you to this case? And then they might ask you for your driver's license. But from my understanding, they can't deny that they can't deny you that.
Are there any case files for these women? Do they exist even? Do any of these women have living family members still? I mean, obviously they do, but like, who were alive at the time and could speak about the cases?
Well, that would be something that we can definitely look into, but I want to go back to the case files. So in order for the court to have the case file, the incident that you're talking about has to have actually made it to court. So these women, aside from the woman who he pled guilty to, those women would not have made it to court because there is no suspect. There was no one who stood trial. There was no one who pled guilty.
Yeah.
So they're just gone.
So that's why you would need to submit the FOIA request for them, because that will be with the police department.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Right. But once it goes into court, now you could just go to the court and say, send me this, or I want to look at the file.
We should see if we can obtain any additional information. I feel like there's so little. I feel like Tanisha did such a good job telling the story with the overview, with how little information there is.
I wonder, like, was this not reported at all? Like, was it not in newspapers, at least local newspapers?
And I think these women were also victim of not just this man, but I think they were victim of the time, because again, we're talking about the late 80s. We're talking about an area that is categorized as being, having a lot of low income housing, like projects and apartments and complexes, which means, it's probably the hood and things like that. But all of this would have happened during the crack epidemic, while Ronald Reagan was president, while it was this propagandized war on drugs. And so much so, like, the community had like a community meeting with the police department. And the police department, of course, they're not giving a whole lot of information. And one of the women at that meeting stood up and said, well, let me ask y'all this. How is it that whenever somebody can sell some drugs, y'all are right there arresting them? But now we have all of these dead, missing Black women, and y'all can't find this killer. And so, again, that's part of why y'all always hear me hollering about Black communities and marginalized communities being over and under policed at the same time. So we have this community that would have been, like I said, propagandized and used as fear mongering during that presidential administration. I mean, we had the president's wife on television talking about just say no to drugs and all of that kind of stuff. And so y'all have all the resources for that. But when it really comes down to like real bodies, real things happening to people, and y'all cannot figure this out. And that fear mongering, that propagandized war on drugs, that all of that is like political tools to just like drive, you know what I'm saying, those political theories back then. Like this fits into all of that. Like these women were definitely not just a victim of these murders, but they were victims of the time in that social structure of our country at that time.
Yeah, but also you have to bring light to the fact that they were victims of this killer. They were victims of circumstance. They were victims of timing. They were victims of societal stereotypes. Yep. But that was in 86, 87. And here we are in 2026 and still experiencing the same disparities when it comes to being missing and exploited and murdered and all of those things. So time hasn't really changed very much since the Reagan era of how we for us when we are missing.
And then this whole investigation. So then because again, we always talk about the task force and when I'm fussing about those things. So in the 80s, there was like a community, almost vigilante group called the Guardian Angels. I believe, at least from my childhood memories, they were in New York, essentially policing the subways and things like that. So the Guardian Angels came into the area to want to help the investigating officers with this investigation. Do you know those officers? Yes. And do you know that they did not want them there?
You know, I feel like people hold the Guardian Angels in really high regard. And I remember learning about them as
they're still operating to this day.
When I was young, I learned a lot about them because I was really into punk rock music, which was like anti-government, anti-authority, anti-police, all of those things. And I would read about the Guardian Angels, and I'm like, these people are super cool. Like they're out taking care of business when nobody else will.
I remember them because again, I was, we were children. At least I was, So I remember. Yeah, you weren't born yet, T. And I remember like there always being some scuttlebutt. I don't remember if it was necessarily controversial stuff or if it was like glowing, reviews like Craig is saying. My point is the Guardian Angels came in, wanted to help, and the police were saying, not because we don't like y'all or this, that, and other. The police pushing back against the presence of the Guardian Angels was essentially because the police felt that the presence of the Guardian Angels will make them look inept, as if they
Guess what the best way to solve that is?
Be in
Get in the game.
Yep.
Be
So
lame.
that's what I'm talking about. When we have these task force and all of that kind of stuff, yep, we're all trying to find what it is we're looking for. But if our intentions are different, then we're not going to work well. Now imagine if, because I know for me, a lot of attorneys will hire me as an investigator on a case before they will hire a now private investigator who once had law enforcement background. Because one thing is for sure, a cop is going to cop. Once you're a cop, you know that's in you. You can't really turn that off. And people feel that, right? So if you are in these marginalized communities, like we're talking about, with all of the social things going on that we have just discussed, and a cop comes talking to you about this, you might be a little closed off. But if a regular person, maybe a guardian angel, maybe, you know, just a regular private investigator come and talk to you, you might be more free with your information and more comfortable to talk. So y'all are not getting it done, but here are some everyday people who may have been able to, and instead of you finding a way to tap into that resource, you taint it and kind of push it away.
You know what else is concerning as I'm listening about this case, and about there potentially being a nephew who was a cop involved? The cops were involved in the Colonial Parkway murders.
Yep.
In some way, they theorized that it may have been a cop that was pulling people over. In the Ketty Cabin murders, I feel like the cops were part of that community, and somehow one of the cops may have been tied to some of the people involved, if I remember correctly. It just seems like a lot of these cases we've covered, the cops have been involved in some shady sort of way.
I mean, isn't that like the time period when I guess the birth of like the dirty cop era of the 80s, where, you know, drugs and crime were like just really up and up, and cops were on the take, and, you know, all these things. So we get all these movies now in this time, and, you know, millennial time, that are always about these, you know, dark, shady alleys of the 80s where cops were, you know, on the take, doing dirt, you know. And perhaps that's a decade where a lot of cops got away with a lot of things that we just will never know.
Yeah, and that stuff sells. That's what I'm saying. It helps pushes the agenda, whatever your agenda is. And it just so happens that we're talking about a possibly nefarious agenda, one that we know to be true, one that we know things like when you have politicians talking about this fictitious black welfare mother and had all these kids and getting all this money, well, we now know that was not true. That was a blatant lie that was told to the public to again advance a political agenda. And so crime, especially when it is depicted coming from marginalized people, black people, poor people, Hispanic people, whatever the people are, that is a way to push again an agenda. I tell my clients all the time, these prosecutors and these politicians are getting raises. They're getting reelected off of you. Like, you, whatever that crime is that you are being charged with, and they get a guilty plea out of you or a conviction out of you, it is highly possible that a detective or a prosecutor just got that corner office that everyone looks for. It just so happens that they have now gotten reelected. It just so happens that they may have just gained a few extra $100,000 to their campaign fund because of the closure of this case and your conviction. Like, this stuff, it has meaning, and a lot of times that meaning is someone's career advancement, in someone's their pockets.
I mean, there's, we could point fingers at them as well, but there's also a difference in communities as well, where it's like snitches get stitches, so keep your mouth shut, which then the community makes it difficult for officers to get to the bottom of certain things.
Absolutely.
So
And again, that is where, absolutely, and that is where the presence of the guardian angels could have been helpful, because this could have been people coming to people who looks like you in one way or another, at least closer to you than these cops or these investigators, to kind of talk you through that, right? To kind of explain to you or make you comfortable, or just help gear you in a better position to help the police than just the police coming there to you. But when you, all times, like I remember when I first started working at Sunshine Investigations, before I owned Sunshine Investigations, we would hold meetings, right? When we would get new cases, and we would literally break down some of the things that we're talking about. What is this community that we're going into? What was the crimes? Okay, well, amongst this staff, who is the best investigator for that? Who amongst this staff, which one of these investigators would fit better in this community? Who amongst this staff would these people be more comfortable with? And with that, there were some cases that my little black behind couldn't go on to, right? And it was some cases where one of my coworkers, their little white behinds couldn't go to, because the truth of the matter is people are more comfortable talking to people who are closer to them. So even right now, if I am working a case, and let's say the people who I am talking to are of Middle Eastern descent and they speak Arabic, I may take one of my friends who might be of Middle Eastern descent and speak Arabic with me onto that case, because although I am Des and I am black, I am not Middle Eastern and I don't speak Arabic. So we have to be very conscious of those things when we go into certain communities, because otherwise you're not finna walk into because some of these women, Craig, were prostitutes or thought to be prostitutes. And with that being said, you're not finna walk into a bar and these people just finna talk to you.
Yeah.
That's not going to happen. And so if they just approach this the way they want to just come through as police officers and not want help or not think about the community that they are in, this is what we're going to have.
Yeah. It's just hard, because that this is just one story of many, and some of them never even saw this much of light of day.
A story of a many, but watch this. The suspect for these murders, he was a suspect in murders all the way in California.
Oh.
Wait,
I
what?
didn't know that.
Yes.
So, calling this a serial killer is not incorrect, then?
It is not incorrect. No, there was at this time, there was a string of murders in California. Specifically, they had dubbed these murders as the South Side Slayer. And they were looking at this man, Alonzo Bess, or whatever his name is, as the suspect in those murders.
I'm about to look it up right now.
But not right in the backyard of where he actually murdered another woman.
Correct.
Because for some reason she didn't fit the profile of location of where she was found.
Yeah.
Because she was found in Cali, he's probably not connected to these Woods murders. But California, all the way across the country.
But it's even worse than that with this community. So just as they were recovering from a string of murders called the Freeway Phantom murders that occurred between 1971 and 1972. So this community was being brutalized.
The freeway what murder?
Freeway Phantom murders.
Wow.
And these were also
to where you become desensitized to that kind of sense of violence and murder and gone missing and nobody's looking for you. You all of a sudden become accustomed to this, to where you don't even begin to be outraged about it because it's just your way of life.
Listen.
And that is the saddest thing.
Yes.
These freeway phantom murders were also all Black women, it looks like.
Absolutely. And the reason why it was called the Freeway Phantom murders is because they were killed and just tossed along the freeway.
Oh my God.
Were the California killings, did the women in those killings match the same description as the women in the Suitland murders?
They were Black and marginalized women, and I am not sure exactly what made the Suitland suspect attractive to them in that, because I actually, what you say, T?
I'm just mind blown. They're like, we're gonna connect you to the murders down the block in the woods, but you know what? We got this case all the way out in California that you might look good for.
You might look good for. And really, and Craig is onto something. Like, people really get desensitized to what is going on. And I work cases all the time when I go and talk to, witnesses or whatever. And they literally say to me, Des, I'm not participating in that because nothing is going to happen. Nothing is going. Yeah.
That's sad. You believe that your efforts are a waste of time because nobody is going to invest what they need to invest to get you the answers that you need.
Yes.
And it's happened because you see it time and time again.
Correct.
And then there's no protection for you when you are afraid of something, of repercussions coming down on you because you spoke. There's no protections for you.
No protection. Because you are absolutely right, T, when you said snitches get ditches. I mean, snitches get stitches and left in ditches. That is absolutely correct. And so now, if I am from underserved community and I am the brave one and I come forward, because now I'm a snitch, and I come forward and then nothing happens, now I have exposed myself for what? I've exposed myself for no reason at all.
Because now you in the ditch and the person you were advocating for has no answers. So, but let me just say this, the whole snitches get stitches thing. I get it. All right. Well, yeah, whatever. All right. But you know what else is crazy? That you have the mentality that I did this bad thing. And if you say something, I'm going to take you out for it. And it's like, no, get your life together. Knock that off. Like, I have no right to take somebody else out of this world because I didn't bring them into it. And I get, like, things happen and you have to be able to get by in this world. And if somebody ain't going to help you, you're going to take it by any means necessary, whatever, blah, 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 blah. I'm not about that. I see something, I'm going to say something. Snitches can get stitches all day. Okay? Because my mom raised me to do the right thing. And I'm tired of people thinking that they don't have to live by a standard that everybody else wants to live by. And you know what? It could be an unpopular opinion, but that's my opinion. Get your life right. Get your life straight. There's a lot of...
Someone has to be brave to change things, right? I mean, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Rosa Parks, all the other less known, civil rights heroes, They were putting their lives and their safety and the lives and safety of their loved ones, their children on the line, right? So it definitely comes a point to where someone has to do it. Someone
Right.
has to.
Right. And I feel like it's a little bit of a dying age, because we had these leaders who were like, these things aren't right, these systems aren't in place for us, so we're going to begin to put systems into place that work for us. And they didn't do it by taking from others, they did it by holding up communities on their shoulders and literally spending their last breath dying with that same goal and that same purpose. And it wasn't for you to be like, it was to make sure that you have a better way of life, that you have colleges to go to, that you have programs that are going to help you get to where you need to get, because there's a section of our America that doesn't want you in it, that doesn't want to see you advance. But people like Martin Luther King, people like rest in peace Jesse Jackson, who spent his last moments making sure that we're going to be okay, to keep hope alive. And keep hope alive doesn't mean snitches get stitches, because I'm doing some dirt over here to get what I believe needs to be mine. But again, it may not be popular opinion, but that's my opinion.
Yeah. No,
These
the
women
whole system
deserved a better life. They deserved answers. Their families deserved to know what happened to them. And full stop.
Well,
no one deserves another person out of this world.
Well, this man, what's his name, Craig? Did you look him up for me? I have it right here. Alton Beth.
Alton, yeah.
Yeah, I think his middle name is Alonzo. Yeah, that's why I keep saying Alonzo, because his middle name is Alonzo. So this man, Alton Beth, let's go back to this young lady whose death he did plead guilty to. He met this woman at a party, offered her drugs in exchange for sex. She refused that offer, and that is when he killed her and possibly raped her. He confessed, he admitted, he went on the record and said he did these things to her. Do you know he was only sentenced to 18 years in prison?
Is he still in prison? I mean,
he is not.
Is he still alive? I mean,
he is, and let me tell you about it.
He is still with us?
Yes, he's like 70 years old.
So he's out walking around and potentially could have killed these other women found in the woods in Suitland, could have potentially killed these other women in California before that. And he's out just walking around now?
Hold on. And after his arrest for that lady who he pled guilty to, so the murder stopped
right after he was arrested.
He was arrested. However, there was bodies that were discovered, and those bodies, the state of decomposition for those bodies gave indication that they could have also been victims of his.
Yeah, so these are additional bodies on top of the 5.
Yes, it was like 2 or 3 more bodies that were discovered after his arrest. And the decomposition state of those bodies indicated that they could have definitely fit in the timeline that he was active.
But different locations.
Yes, no, they were all in the same, like some of them were found like in the same proximity of these other ladies, yes.
If you read about Suitland murders, it says victims 5 to 9. Mm-hmm. So there's like a range of like an additional 4 that possibly could have happened.
Yeah. So he got out. He is a registered sex offender for the rest of his life. But he's now a homeowner. He's just living out in the community like everyone else.
Wow.
And in the home, I did the Google search and was able to look at the home. His home right now is in better condition than a lot of the homes that our viewers live in right now.
Is he still living in the same area?
Yes, he's still in the Maryland area. Yes.
Jeez. Is
So
he
let's
married?
talk about his cousin or his nephew who essentially helped him in this, the cop.
Mm.
So I guess the cop either retired from being a cop or was no longer allowed to be a cop, because he then went on for a life of crime and he has been convicted of theft charges and mhm.
Ooh.
What else? Theft charges. What else? Any other ones?
Just a bunch of, just several theft charges, things that would be unbecoming of someone who is an upstanding police officer.
Yeah, yeah.
But
It speaks to his character.
Absolutely. And these two remain to be thick as thieves to this day, because in 2016, they filed paperwork to create an LLC together.
What kind of business?
They couldn't figure out what kind of business it is, but yeah, in 2016.
Now, I'm going to also say, I also believe, where are you laughing at? I also believe that people can turn their lives around, okay?
Absolutely.
They can, be remorseful. They can become members of society again and do the right things and get businesses and get homes and what have you. But also, you need to do your time.
You have to do your time. And again, I am for all of those things, because I am a criminal defense investigator, right?
Yeah.
Just last night, I posted under one of my older clients, one of his posts about how great he is and how amazing he is and all of those things. But that is different, like you just said, when you do your time. This man has a string of dead bodies behind him that it is questionable that he did the deading, he did the killing, and he is just out to live free amongst us with all of the benefits of being a free American.
What makes
Well, that's what I was gonna say, that of course people can change their lives, turn them around, but I think there's arguments out there that say people who are serial killers can never get rid of that in their system. People who are pedophiles can never get rid of that's in their system. It's something more about your wiring than it is about correcting your life. If you're, I don't know, a jewelry robber, sure, maybe you can turn your life around or and become a better person. But can a serial killer, would Ted Bundy ever be let free and trusted to walk around as a normal person without fear of him going back to that?
And not just serial killer, but a serial killer rapist.
Yeah, even worse.
But then, but the system puts the onus on us by saying, okay, well, we have alerted you that this person lives in your neighborhood, so now it's up to you to be safe from this person. Watch out for this person that lives in such and such.
Well, I would say this. What I am finding in work is that a lot of rape crimes are receiving a lower prison sentence. And the reason why is because you are now on the sex offender registry. And when I tell you that is a very uncomfortable existence, but that is us entrusting you to register.
Mm-hmm.
So not just
Because you could be, so let's say me, let's say I am now a convicted rapist and I have done my prison time and now I am released. It is up to me to do the reporting. If I don't go to report.
So you don't just get on that list because
So you're on the list, but if you move, the onus is on you to report that you have moved. You are supposed to report your employer. It's up to you to report that employer. So if I right now worked at CNN or wherever, let's just throw something out. And then I leave CNN and I go over to Fox News, it is left to me, the convicted sex criminal, to report that I am no longer at CNN. I now work for Fox News.
That's crazy.
You're supposed to report your vehicle. So if I once had an Explorer and I got a new car because I'm out here, I'm living my life or whatever, and now I have a Cadillac Escalade, it is up to me to report that I no longer have a Ford Explorer and that I have a Cadillac Escalade.
That's mind-blowing to me. I feel like, you should probably be tracked. Your freedom is at a cost now, so you should probably be tracked for the rest of your life, and this will follow you. But the fact that
is the way that you are tracked. We are saying we're tracking you, but you are responsible for giving us the information so that we can track you.
My question, though, was, once you are released from prison and did he do the full 18 years or he got released early?
I don't know if he did. I don't know.
So, but it was 18 years. Either way, he either did 18 or got released early.
Mm-hmm.
Now, at what point in 2016 or all these other things that we now have the ability to go back and test these things, are you not allowed to be like, okay, well, there was evidence under her fingernails, under one victim's fingernails, or how do we now solve this crime when we have somebody who was potentially a suspect released? Is there no interest? Do you know what I mean?
I guess there is none, because here's the thing. This is the thing. Murder stays murder. And what I mean by that is there is no statute of limitations on a murder charge. So if that one lady, Juanita Walls, where I said that there was DNA or skin underneath her nails, right? If they were to test that and he or anybody else tests positive that is their skin or their DNA deposited under her nails, even though that was 1986 and we're now in 2026, that person can be charged. So this man, Alton Bass, he has done his time for killing Miss Morton. So let's say that skin and that DNA under Miss Walls's nails comes to be his. Now they can charge him with that. But what you said, T, is the key. Is there the interest to do so? Do we care enough about these people to pursue that? Do we care enough? Because again, remember, like we said, they went through hell and high water to assign Alan Wilmer as the suspect for the Colonial Parkway murders. They made sure that those victims and their families got justice by way of a suspect, even if the suspect was dead at the time and could not go to court.
But that means that the families were at a level where they cared to try and give these families answers. When you have a community where nobody cares to give you answers, there is no suspect of any walk of life that we want to hand to you and be like, here, this is it.
And for
because they don't care about their reputation.
None. And for these sets of murders to happen weeks apart, 2.5 hours away, almost completely different outcomes. At least in my head, I can't think of any reason why the Suitland murders are handled the way they were, other than race and other socioeconomic factors. I cannot. You cannot pay me to believe that there is any other reason than that.
Yeah.
And it's probably not high on the list of unsolved cases to reprobe into, to reopen, until a podcast like ours comes along.
Right. Because again, what I always say, this stuff is rooted in career advancement and money. If I don't see enough value in you to get a bigger office or a bigger budget, then we're just going to let that go. That's just going to be unsolved. Right now, this whole Nancy Guthrie situation, the president said we finna give all the resources that we can to find this woman. Ronald Reagan didn't say we finna give all the resources that we can to find who did this to these Black women when he was president. This country has for-profit prisons where it is profitable to put people in the prison. And if your state that you live in has a for-profit prison, the moment that prison's population is one body less than the contracted amount, then that state is going to be taxed by that company. The state ain't gonna want to pay that company for having one body less than that contract. So they're going to make sure that prison always meets the contracted population. So this stuff is about money and advancement every single way we go. That is what this is about. And they didn't have value in these women, and they still don't.
So then at the end of the trail, what
do you do?
Are the answers? And to me, I do go back to awareness and people like the Guardian Angels and people like Gabby Petito's father, who started a foundation in Gabby Petito's name for underprivileged and underserved people in the communities to be found. It takes people at this level to have awareness of people, so to speak, at this level, even though we're all here because we're human beings. Right. You say, let me reach that hand down and and pull you up and help you and give you that visibility that you need. Give you that platform where the president will say, we're putting all hands on deck to find your mother, whether she's white, Black, Mexican, Chinese, Indian, whatever she is, whoever you are, you deserve the same level of justice, but especially truth in what happened in your communities, what happened to your family, what happened to your loved ones. We have to do better. Like, we're America, and the basic things that you expect are being brushed aside for certain people and being dished out for others. And that is not how this is supposed to go here.
So where does that bring us with this case tonight? Should we take it a step further and put in FOIA requests and look into this deeper? I think it's the first case where maybe it makes sense to do that. It changes the game.
Yeah, and I think it's worth us maybe even reaching out to the families of some of these women and talking to them and asking them, do they want us to tell their stories? And even further than that, how do they want us to do so? Because it is definitely stories that need to be told. These women individually and these women collectively need to have their stories told. Because these women, what happened to them just does not fall at the feet of Alton Best. This is systematic.
I think this also will lead into thinking about the future of 15 Minutes of Murder. We've other cases that we've talked about covering coming up. We'll probably follow in the same steps as this case. We've talked about the forgotten cases, you know, that revolve around trans people of color. I know we have some other cases. T, you can probably speak better. T is the one that usually, Tanisha is usually the one that goes out and figures out what cases we're going to cover next. But it feels like our direction is meant to go this way.
Because I don't know how you can separate the politics of it all from what is happening, because the truth of the matter is, yes, stuff happens to wealthy white people or wealthy Black people. Stuff happens to all of us, right? It is the handling of that makes the disparity. It is what happens when these horrible things occurs in the lives of wealthy, powerful people versus us everyday, regular people. And that is an unfortunate truth that we're facing.
Yeah. Well, the buck stops here.
Yeah, I'm not even sure where to go.
And it's just unfortunate, and just, you know, we will just continue to collectively hope that our society can get better. One, with the way we operate in our lives and the way we see other human beings in our lives, whether that is to do harm or to do good, that you just do the right thing, and value yourself a little bit more so that you can value others, because murder and crime and all of this nonsense, we don't even have to be living like this. We don't have to be growing up with, you know, my mom was taken out when I was 6 years old because somebody selfishly, you know, took her from her family. There's no reason for any of this. No reason. And so there's no reason for us to even be sitting here on a show called 15 Minutes of Murder. That's the crazy part. That's what's the sick part.
Yeah, and not talking about the topics that we're talking about.
Yeah. I mean, and it's not just us. There are many, many, many crime shows, podcasts, TV shows, 60 minutes, 48 hours, you name it. You name it. We do not need to be steeped like this. Right. And it just blows my mind that we have, I can't even put my...
I'm telling you, because when I realized the connection just in the proximity and the time span between Colonial Parkway and Suitland, my mind was blown. Like, wait a minute, that's 2.5 hours. Like, and I was just thinking, like, you know, Detroiters love driving into Chicago. 2.5 hours, Chicago. That's closer than we are to Chicago. When you
Yeah.
think of it, like Craig, how far from where you are, how far is the drive to say Miami?
It's about, depending on how fast you drive, it's about a 3 hour drive tops.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And just a couple of hours can make a big difference. And you know what? The funny thing is that it doesn't even have to be that many hours. It could be this side of 8 Mile versus that side of 8 Mile in less
Girl,
than.
Yeah.
listen, what time is it? Because huh?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that is what I'm saying. We cannot separate the political from the reality of what is happening and how people are being handled in these situations. You absolutely cannot.
Yeah. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes this evening's podcast on the Suitland murders. Neither here nor there, but let's do better. Communities, let's do better. The people who are supposed to be protecting our communities, do better. Everybody do better. That's all I got.
Yeah, I think that's our tagline is do better. 15 minutes better. Do better.
You got to do better. Like you almost can't be mad. Like the cops didn't do this. Well, don't give the cops something to do. Don't give them something to mess up.
Well, maybe we can do that. We can do better by following up on this case.
Yeah, that's how we do it.
And doing more than anyone else has.
Yeah, I would like to also do better by actually seeing if I could give proper faces to these women that I was not able to find.
Oh, yes.
I have no idea. I have no idea what they look like. I have no idea what the suspect looks like. Nothing.
And I know now what the suspect looks like, as I did my PI and activated my PI databases, and I found a mug shot of him and his driver's license picture or whatever that is. But that's because in this matter, I'm the fisherman. Everybody else running around in the community, they not fishermen. So again, you can only know what you know, and if you don't know it, you don't know it.
Right.
And I think that will be something great. Maybe we can locate these families and say, listen, we want to give a face, a name, a presence to your sister, your daughter, your mother, because these women, some of them, their last words to their family as they was leaving out of their homes was, okay, I'll see you later. One woman, speaking of cigarettes with Dorothy Scott, one woman said to her mom, I'll be right back. I'm going to the store to get some cigarettes. So just something basic that we all do. Another woman said to her family, I'll be right back. I'm going to my friend's home. And she was never found again. So just basic human things like that.
Yeah. Just the face. It's like, it's one thing, to say somebody's name, but a name also has a face, and
has a face.
Hopefully maybe we can give some faces and a tribute to these women, because they deserve that much at the very least.
They deserve dignity.
And not just remembered as, a pile of clothes that was found, or a body that was stumbled upon, or, their remains were found in the woods. They were someone, and they had faces, they had smiles, they had dreams. So at this point, what we could do.
Yeah, one of these women worked at the United States Patent and Trademark Office. And that has been reduced to her being a murdered rape victim in the woods somewhere.
Yeah.
But without a face and with hardly a name.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
let's on our end is try and give a face to these names and to this case overview. And
I'm with it.
And with that, everyone, This is 15 Minutes of Murder.
Yes. Sorry to, I feel like we're ending on a low note, but more like a real note.
Yeah. More like a productive note. And where it is us not just telling or looking into horrible facts, it is us actually trying to do something and pull something better out of it.
Yeah. And please, if you haven't already, it helps us to be able to look into these cases further. If you do, watch our videos, subscribe to our videos, share them. It gives us more leverage and leeway to get out and possibly look into this, not only these cases, but more in the future as well. So thank you.
Thank you, everybody, and have a wonderful Sunday. Have a great week ahead, and we will see you on Wednesday Night Live. Thanks for tuning in.
Be there, be
Bye.
square.
Yes. Good night.
Bye.
Bye.
Good night. Before we close, there's something important to say. In recent years, conversations around missing and murdered victims have brought attention to a painful truth: that not every story receives the same urgency, the same coverage, or the same resources. But let us show you what a champion from the ashes looks like. A true ally that has risen from tragedy, and instead of taking offense, what happened next is a lesson for all of us. After the loss of his daughter, Joseph Petito, father of Gabby Petito, became aware of such disparity in a rather harsh way. During a press conference to find his daughter, he was made aware of something often referred to as missing white woman syndrome. Instead of turning away from that reality, he leaned into it. He listened, he learned, and he acted by channeling his grief into purpose. Through the Gabby Petito Foundation, his family now works to support organizations that help all missing persons, especially those from underserved communities, receive the attention and resources they deserve. And to go a step further, Petito is currently working on a new series titled Faces of the Missing, which he says will cover dozens of cases that have received little media coverage. This will bring such hope to families that don't often receive the national or even local coverage deserved to bring their loved one home or to find answers. Joseph Petito, thank you for being the change we wish to see. Your daughter is proud. Rest in peace, Gabby.
Subscribe, share, and remember, someone is always waiting for answers. This was 15 Minutes of Murder. Just 3 blocks from the Atlantic Ocean, the quiet city of Long Beach, New York, looked like any other coastal town in the mid-1980s. But tucked along East Beach Street stood a very different world, the dormitory of the Yeshiva of Long Beach. Inside, teenage boys lived a disciplined life of study, prayer, and tradition. And on the night of October 31, 1986, one of them went to sleep and never woke up. His name was Chaim Weiss. His murder remains one of the most baffling unsolved crimes in New York history. This is 15 Minutes of Murder. Chaim Weiss was 15 years old. He grew up in an Orthodox Jewish family in Staten Island, New York, and raised in a household where faith shaped daily life. His father, Anton Weiss, was born in a displaced persons camp after World War II, the son of Holocaust survivors who rebuilt their lives in America. Chaim was the eldest of his siblings. His brother Menahem was 11 and his sister Rachel was 7 at the time of the incident. Those who knew him described him as bright, deeply religious, and serious about his studies. He was a funny kid who loved chess and loved to play basketball. He was quite popular. At the Torah High School Yeshiva in Long Beach, he was in his third year of study, living in the dormitory with 40 other students and faculty. The routine was strict. Days revolved around prayer and the study of the Torah and the Talmud, the core texts of Jewish law and scholarship. For unknown reasons, Chaim's dorm room was slightly different from the others. Most boys shared rooms. Chaim did not. He was one of only 2 students in the dormitory with his own room, a small third-floor space at 63 East Beach Street. It had one door, one window, and only one way in or out. October 31, 1986. For most teenagers across America, it was Halloween. But inside the yeshiva, the evening held a different significance. It was Shabbat, the Jewish Sabbath, a sacred period of rest that begins at sundown Friday and lasts until nightfall Saturday. During Shabbat, Orthodox Jewish law restricts many activities, including writing, using electricity, or turning lights on and off. Life slows down. The students prayed. They studied. And eventually, they went to sleep. Well after midnight, Chaim was seen alive studying in the hall outside of his dorm room by a fellow student. He was likely utilizing the light in the hallway to abide by the rules of Shabbat. He returned to his dorm room alone. Sometime between 1:20 a.m. and 7 a.m., someone entered that room. What happened next was swift and brutal. Chaim Weiss was reportedly struck in the face with a hatchet-like weapon, crushing his skull and severing his spinal column. Investigators later described it as an extremely violent attack. And yet, there were no screams, no sounds of struggle. No one in the dormitory reported hearing anything. When investigators entered the dorm room the next morning, the scene raised more questions than answers. Chaim's body was not in his bed. He had been moved onto the floor, dressed in his pajamas with his feet resting on the mattress. Police believed he had been attacked while sleeping and remained in the bed for several hours before the body was moved. Then detectives noticed something else. The window in the room was open. It was November on Long Island and outside temperatures were around 40 degrees. Chaim had been taking antibiotics for a sore throat, making it unlikely he would have opened the window himself. To investigators familiar with Jewish customs, the open window carried a deeper meaning. In some Orthodox Jewish traditions, a window is opened after death to allow the soul to depart the body. Whoever opened that window may have known that, which meant the killer may have been someone familiar with Jewish ritual. Possibly someone from inside the community. The investigation began during Shabbat, when many Orthodox Jews avoid formal communication. Detectives struggled to take statements from students that morning because religious law restricted activities like writing or signing documents during the Sabbath. The result was a case that started with silence. But note, after the Sabbath, students and faculty fully cooperated with the investigation. Police assigned 25 detectives to the case full-time for months. A mobile command center was placed outside the yeshiva. Investigators interviewed students, faculty, and staff. Early theories ranged widely. A janitor, a mentally ill outsider, even the possibility of a Halloween thrill killer. But each theory collapsed. There was no forced entry. No evidence anyone from outside had entered the building. This led investigators to a troubling conclusion. The killer may have been someone inside the yeshiva. Possibly a member of the staff. Possibly another student. Near the body, investigators found a single strand of hair that did not belong to Chaim. But police have never tested it against a suspect. Their reasoning for not doing so? To preserve the integrity of the sample. They have kept this one hair in evidence for decades, just waiting for a possible match. The mystery deepened with other unusual details. The summer before Chaim was murdered, he was away at an overnight camp. Chaim's father remembers him calling home crying, but refused to tell him why. There is a possibility the camp was affiliated with the yeshiva, but nothing is for certain. Anton regrets not delving deeper into his son's distress. Doing so could have changed the course of that night. After Chaim left the camp, he went to Europe to visit his grandparents. While there, the family received 2 calls from Rabbi Avram Cooper, the school principal. He wanted to meet with Chaim to discuss matters unknown. Chaim later met privately with the principal at a home in Brooklyn. But when his parents asked about the meeting, Chaim refused to discuss what had been said. Years later, another disturbing event occurred. In 1994, Chaim's family received a strange letter addressed to him. Inside was a dark joke printed on an Easter card, which said, "Know what happens to chickens when they get too old to lay Easter eggs? They die. Happy Easter." Around the same time, his grave was vandalized with Hebrew letters attempting to spell the word murder. Whether these incidents were connected to the crime has never been proven. The murder devastated the Orthodox Jewish community. More than 1,000 mourners attended Chaim's funeral in Brooklyn. Parents feared for their children, and yeshivas across the region increased security. But the questions never stopped. How could a teenager be murdered inside a dormitory filled with students? And no one heard anything? Nearly 40 years later, the murder of Chaim Weiss remains unsolved. A 15-year-old boy killed in his own bed. Inside a locked dormitory. In a room with only one door. And one window. A window someone opened. Perhaps as a ritual. Perhaps as a message. Or perhaps as a final act by someone who knew exactly what they were doing. The killer has never been identified, but investigators believe one thing is certain. Someone out there knows the truth. And they've been carrying it since 1986. Subscribe, share, and remember, someone is always waiting for answers. This was 15 Minutes of Murder.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to 15 Minutes of Murder Deep Dive Edition. It is Sunday. I hope you had a great weekend. I am your host, Tanisha Slater, along with co-host Craig Chapman and your resident crime expert,
Desiree Edwards.
Boom. And we are going to break down a case that we had this week that is just sensational. We're going to be getting into the Chaim Weiss case, which took place in Long Beach, New York. And he was a young 15-year-old kid who his parents entrusted him at the yeshiva in Long Beach to be safe and go to school, but he wound up being bludgeoned to death. And we're going to get into it. We're going to talk about it, and we're going to break down the details. So, welcome to 15 Minutes of Murder. All right, so this week we presented the case of Chaim Weiss, a 15-year-old Jewish student who went to school in Long Beach, New York, and his parents trusted this school. Now, it's weird to me because it's a high school, and I'm not really used to, like, I guess you going away and staying in dorms for a high school.
It wasn't really far away. I mean, he lived in Brooklyn, and this was in Long Island, so it's a matter of like not even an hour drive away. But
yeah, but I'm never like, for a high school though, like college you live in dorms, but high school?
Yeah, but I think, considering, at least from my research into this, is it's not just as simple as a high school. This was a school where these young boys or young men would go to prepare to become a rabbi. So something that I found even referred to it as a rabbinical, if that's the proper word, school.
Okay.
So it's, you want to be a rabbi, and this is the school that you go to. This will be the life that we begin to familiarize you with. These are the customs you begin to settle into. So it was almost like off the training school that you go. Maybe
that's why we need you, Des.
Yeah, maybe for like us, maybe it's more like a military school minus the discipline of it. And I don't know, it might be where some of these parents said, look, kid, you getting on my nerves, I'm finna send you to the yeshiva. But that's pretty much what it was.
So the parents trusted, the staff, the faculty, the teachers. They thought their child would be safe. They didn't, why question it? And there are going to be some things that we do talk about that you would say, wow, they really did trust, this faculty with some things that happened, but yeah, he went to sleep the night of Halloween and was murdered in his sleep. And he was bludgeoned in his head, severed spine, tragic, just violent death.
It seems to be him living in who he is up until the moment that someone saw him last alive. So all of the accounts that I read about him is that he was really smart, was a really social kid, had a great personality, all of these things. And one of the last accounts of someone seeing him alive was that they saw him sitting outside his dorm room in the hallway studying. So even up until his last moments, he was being his innocent, true to self, true to form Chaim.
Yeah.
He was, and they said that he was probably in the hallway because the Sabbath was that day. It was after midnight.
Yeah.
So there's certain traditions and rules where they can't turn lights on and off. So there was probably a light left on in the hallway. So, and his room was probably dark. He was out studying in the hallway. And then he was killed in his sleep. And let's not really downplay it. I mean, it was brutal. It was a brutal, the way that he was killed was
that's like rage to me.
Yeah, and as I was looking at it, like how Craig is describing it as brutal, well, his spinal cord was detached or something very similar, but they said it only happened in 2 blows. So you had to really have struck that, and I'm gonna call him a baby because that's what he was to me. You would have had to struck that baby hard as you know what. to only have hit him twice to cause that much internal damage to him.
Wow, I
Yeah,
didn't.
and that
I would assume that it was just over and over. I wouldn't.
No,
Wow, that's
that
strange then.
yeah, I mean that leads me to believe too, because when they were investigating this, they speculated it could have been a student or it
Yeah.
could have been a faculty member. And I was like, I don't know if any 15-year-old could cause that much damage. Like another student.
That's exactly what I thought too, Craig. Yeah. That came from some grown man strength, as Alex will call it.
Yeah. But so he what happened is the I guess, you know, the students saw him sitting outside studying or reading, and that was the last time he was seen. The next morning he didn't show up for class or breakfast or something of the sorts, and one of the teachers went to go look for him and found him in the room, and you know, called 911, called the police, and then the investigation should have begun, but couldn't really begin because it was the Sabbath, and you know, there's traditions. So the police's efforts were delayed until Sunday because they couldn't really take statements, and you know, but it's to be said, like, there is a what is that show called? Unsolved Mysteries. Did an episode on this, which wasn't very favorable because I guess they made it as though like the school and the students were not being cooperative.
They were not.
But that was because it was the Sabbath.
And I don't care.
Okay. And okay.
Because you have he's a child, he's a baby. And I was thinking about this, Tanisha, and I was like, I can't imagine a organized religion that adheres to a God that occupies any square footage of anybody's heaven, and he would have held your feet to the fire for you engaging in the investigation of this child. Like, and then they,
a certain point, it was like perhaps they were instructed that the Sabbath was used.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's what makes me believe that this was not an outsider, because anyone else may not have had that kind of knowledge. Like, you know, we kind of in layman terms have some kind of idea about Jewish customs and the Sabbath or whatever, but we have known that they would stick to that to the point to where you can literally commit murder and no one is going to go look for you until a day and a half later, until the Sabbath is released. Like, that upset me really bad. And not only did they, and where, you know, you say the investigation was delayed, I would dare say it was sabotage because of that. Because what they essentially did was allow this murderer to just kind of roam about for a day and a half to discard of any evidence or anything of that sort. Yeah, and not only that, they didn't tell his parents that he was dead until after the Sabbath had released. So can you? Yes.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Oh wow.
When I tell y'all, I was upset, like angry, like my blood was boiling as I looked into this. Yes, they did not tell that young man's family that he was dead until after the Sabbath was released.
Wow. And you know, it's crazy because there are just some strange things to me about the relationship that I think of the school. So Chaim was one. There were 40 students in this school, and Chaim and one other student were the only two students who had their own rooms. Why they had their own rooms, I don't know. But why they're two students and there's two students to every room. So why are these two students split up and have their own rooms? Why are they not in one room?
Well, at first, I kind of thought like maybe this was like some rich kid stuff. Like, oh, maybe, these are the kids whose families could afford to have them living in a single room, because that's kind of the case on a college campus. But as I was digging deeper, even Haim's father at one point questioned why his son had that single room. And the way they describe the location of that single room is almost like it was like a maze getting in and out of there. Like you would have had to like go past this room and that room, then hang a left and go past this room and then walk past these kids, and then boom, there they were. So it wasn't even like it was a single room that was just like on an easy path in and out of the building. It was a single room that was kind of like placed almost in a maze like way in this dormitory.
And also I read that it was separate from the other kids. It was on the third floor and everybody else is on the second floor, first floor, whatever. But and when you think about it, like even in a house, when you have the layout of your house, you're like, okay, well, most of the bedrooms are upstairs. There's one bedroom downstairs. I'm not gonna have my kid in that one bedroom downstairs.
Correct.
I want my kids up in a bed. So when you're in a school and you're like, okay, well, you're separating children from the majority of where they could feel safe, but you have them up on a third floor unmonitored. And I don't know if they were unmonitored or not, but that's even scary for a kid. Like imagine like a 15-year-old kid having to be like, everybody else is down here. I got to go upstairs to the scary room, on the third floor where I'm by myself. And so it made me think like, were they separated for some other reason that might not be
correct? Because what you're saying, T, is, as I was reading up on this, the school and the security of it, the students had been getting, I guess, picked on and bullied maybe by the neighborhood kids, because these would have been Orthodox Jewish people. So they would have looked differently than the rest of the community. So they probably got teased and all that kind of stuff. But it was so bad that they actually had escorts to walk the kids to and from school, because the dormitory was like 3 blocks from the school. And so they had, yep, and it was like more than one dormitory for the school. And so they would have someone walking the kids, to the store or to the school back and forth. So if you all thought that we needed that much security for these students, and now you have, as you're describing, these kids upstairs unattended, or let's say with less attention than the other students, why are we lax right there?
Why if there were faculty staying in that dormitory with them, why not put the adult up in that weird room?
Yeah.
And supposedly the door to get into the building, it was a coded lock. So the way I understood it was that you would have to enter in a code to get into the building. So it wasn't even like, oh, maybe he put a bobby pin in the lock and got in that way. Like, this was a complete inside job, y'all. And that is what angers me so much. And the people, considering that this is an inside job, then that means you're literally using your religion and your customs to hide your deed of murdering these people's child.
Because there were, I guess, two suspects. One was the janitor, who I don't believe he was Jewish.
He wasn't.
And then there were like some random, mental institution patient that I don't know what made them think that.
It was somebody that lived in the neighborhood, is what it was. It was just some like mentally
So
unstable guy.
This person
Yeah,
was
and
off
and
the
and
street.
once the police were actually allowed to conduct their investigation, those folks were eventually ruled out. So then what does that leave us with? That leave us with a dormitory full of suspects.
Yeah.
And again, a dormitory full of suspects who would know your customs, who would know how to get in that building, who would know that this is the Sabbath. But then another thing with their customs in the way they practice their religion is that they don't do gossip. And
Yes.
they don't speak against what someone else says.
It is called, they call
And
that
and
Loshan Hara is what that's
and let
called.
me tell you, so much so that I had a client who was sitting, a Jewish Orthodox client who was sitting in prison for something he did not do. And he was like, Des, I'm here because it is against my religion, it is against my customs to really say what happened. So, yes, ma'am. Yes. So, even back when we were talking about Suitland, where it was the matter of the snitches get stitches and kind of, nah, baby, they really about that life. And in the investigation, when the police were talking to them, they were sticking to that. Like, no, we're not saying because.
So basically, if it was one of them in the vicinity, then it's just like, we know what happened, but we're not speaking on it because we don't.
We know what. Go ahead, Craig.
I was the clip that I took out of like Google today was that there was silence by the community attributed to the religious principle of Loshan Hara, which is avoiding gossip or harmful speech, and a belief that one should not accuse another without positive proof.
Yep. So unless they actually saw the person in the act doing this.
I mean, that makes sense though, because that a lot of times that's the way you convict the wrong man, by gossip or hearsay or what you think might have happened or what you think you might have saw or what you, I mean.
Yeah, but that's the difference between gossip and hearsay and a good lead.
Yeah.
That, it's that fine line. And whenever I'm working my investigations, I always tell my clients and my witnesses, I like to work under the premise of I would rather have too much information than not enough. Because if you give me too much information, I could pick it and throw it apart. I don't need this, I don't need that. But if I don't have enough, I'm just kind of sitting there twiddling my thumbs and I don't have anything, I don't have anywhere to go. So I get where, I don't want to say that because, I don't really know. That's gossiping or that's what I heard. But y'all not going to say nothing. And not only are y'all not going to say nothing, y'all going to wait a whole day and a half to tell us the nothing that y'all not going to tell us.
Yeah.
Well, there are other things that happened to also point in the direction of proximity, somebody from within the community. The ways things were left in his room with his body on the floor, the open window, the second candle that appeared out of nowhere. Nobody knows how it got there.
That candle, that it said that candle was probably post, but not the day of. It could have been just the candle that was left like after the fact. But as far as that night, there was no candle left.
Well, the way that I understood it is that a candle a second candle just appeared, and it was lit, and no one knew how it got there or how it got lit.
Because it was put in the room when they still had it blocked off.
Yeah, blocked off. Yeah, yeah.
And then plus the tradition of opening a window to let the person's soul go.
And yeah, and at first, Craig, I kind of attributed that to him being sick, because I know a lot of the information we had said like, oh, it was 40 degrees, why would he have opened up the window? But a lot of folks, me included, when I'm not feeling well, I want the windows open. I don't care. And actually, the colder it is, the better.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of where my thinking was going at first. But then when all of this other stuff started catching in, and I was like, okay, well, maybe that could be part of someone, again, using the Jewish customs and traditions to hide this young man's murder. Because you couple that, we just talked about the candle, the window opening where they say that allows the soul to be set free, but then it's the way his body was positioned on the bed, and that also had some kind of Jewish symbolism. Like it what you finna say?
That's crazy to me that you go and bludgeon somebody, but then want to respect customs. Like, that's an insane person.
That is an insane person.
And
because again, we're talking about someone, you would have bludgeoned this person and used the Sabbath as a way to get a head start on getting free.
Now, but also if we're talking about like a student, so let's talk about like what would be some of the reasons in the path that a student would do this. He was liked, he was popular.
Mm-hmm. And I thought all of those things too, until again I started digging deeper and started to coming up with some of this principles involvement in contact with Haim's family.
Mm-hmm.
So Haim's dad spoke about a meeting that they had with the principal, and I believe Haim may have even attended that meeting alone.
Yeah.
His parents waited outside for him.
His parents waited outside. There is no way.
No way.
I don't care, teacher, rabbi.
And not at school.
And
it was
I'm not aware.
It was at his house. It was at his
I'm
house.
not aware what you're talking to my child about. They trusted way too much what was going on here. There's something that's not right.
Well, as a parent, and I have 4 children, and I sometimes refer to my kids as kids, but really I have my daughter be 30 years old next year. Like, that is how old my children are. And I still speak about my children as if they are my babies. But when I tell you, you're not finna hold nothing with my kid and I am not present. Not only did that happen, but the dad said that there was a time that dad was on vacation and Haim called him upset about something that was going on in the dorm. And dad said that he kind of blew him off and said, son, I am on vacation. We'll talk about it when I get back. Now, this is what the dad said. This ain't what somebody said the dad said. This is the dad recounting this. Dad said that when he got back from the vacation, he checked in on Haim, and Haim was like, oh, it's okay. And then they left it at that. Well, of course, Haim was
separate from the time that Haim called from summer camp or this overnight camp crying.
I don't know. I think this it could be, but I believe that this is a separate incident because dad was actually on vacation this time.
Yeah, because he called home from the overnight camp. So yeah, that has to be a different.
Dad was on vacation. And then again, as a mom, what I thought was, of course, he's saying to you now, Dad, it's okay. Because when he reached out to you, you blew him off as
Yeah.
if he was not a priority. So it's a whole lot of neglect that may have came out of the home and out of this dormitory.
Yeah.
And that is what upsets me with Haim, because what are we even investigating?
You know, it bothers me too that he went, that the rabbi or the principal or whoever wanted to meet with him, but you didn't go to their house. It wasn't a meeting at the school. And granted, it might have been summertime, but schools, you know, you could still go to the school. And you let your child go into a home of somebody, and he came out and he was upset. And when they asked him, what did you talk about or what was happening, he didn't want to tell them. That is your telltale sign that something's wrong. The child doesn't want to tell you what the conversation was. And when the person who had the conversation with him doesn't inform the parent, this is what is going on at the school, and we need to correct this. You need to correct your child has been doing this or that. But the hush-hush of it all.
And I think there was another encounter that the family had with the principal where the dad said he didn't want to say what was said between him and the principal.
What in the world? There's a whole lot going on besides learning in school.
Learning in school, and that is all part of what I mean by, I understand that we all practice different religions and different customs and all of that, but when it comes to the well-being, when it comes to the safety and the protection of your children or the children just around you in your community, does that religion and sticking to its practices, is that bigger than protecting children?
But then, like, we have to think, like, because we don't have a lot of answers, who are we protecting them from? Are we protecting them from the rabbi, the principal? Are we protecting them from the students? Because we already know it's not someone from the outside.
And that is part of what I mean, because now if our goal is, look, we're talking about a kid who was struck in his head only twice, so violently that his spine and all that kind of stuff was dislocated and separated and all that kind of stuff. If that does not make you come up off of the no snitching, if that does not make you say, listen, guy, I understand that it's the Sabbath, I don't know what will.
Yeah.
I don't know what will. That what happened to that little boy, I would imagine it is a prayer that we could pray to atone for breaking that Sabbath or breaking these traditions to get to the bottom of what happened to this child. Because that he was in the dormitory.
Yeah. Yeah.
So who are we protecting him from? People in the dormitory, because that's obviously where it happened at.
And so we all know it was in the overview. There was no weapon found, but there was one singular hair that was found that is being held in evidence and waiting for a suspect before it could be tested. And you have at least 40 suspects in that school. So why?
And not only do you have, and what you mean, you waiting to test the hair until you get a suspect? What? What? That don't even make no sense.
Whose decision is that anyway?
Whose decision is that? Who would have gotten that instruction? And then law enforcement, I mean, I guess they tried their best to do what they could with what they had. They eventually set up like a 25-member task force to be on point, along with a mini command center outside the dormitory.
So it seems, with that said, then it seems like police are like, no, we want to get to the bottom of this, but what is
What prevents it